Hello. Assuming this is all functioning. Looks like it is. Okie dokie. Wonderful. Hello, chat. Just setting up, as you do. See here. Been a while since I've just had to sit down, played a video, a series of images flying across the screen according to the buttons I press. You know, that sort of experience. You guys know about it. It's 0:15. Why are you doing this? It's like 11:15 for me, so that's completely different. Thank you for explaining the concept of videos. Yes, that is the plan. Gonna catch up on Child's Play EFAP? Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time at another juncture. And there'll be more on the way. But yeah, the plan is I'm gonna play some Vidya and talk about the video I've been making. Why it's taking a while. Probably go over it in a little more depth, you know. Mic sounds a bit odd. Did you change it or are you just tired? It shouldn't sound a bit odd. But, I don't know. I'll keep track of what people are saying. See if there's anything I need to do about that. It should be normal. Ooh, whip. Alright. Yo, I'm playing this too based. I mean, yeah, it's one of those kinds of games where you can play it forever, indefinitely, and it makes you correct. Because it's Bloodborne. Loopyborn. I should have checked if the sound was in sync. I think it is. We should be fine. More than fine.
Good. All signed and sealed.
Da-da-da-da.
Let's begin the transfusion.
Might boost the old microphone a little bit. Almost there, that's alright.
You may think it all a mere bad dream.
Holy hell, it's a gaming livestream. He exists and didn't forget about us. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was planning on doing this for a little bit of time. It's just been working, as it's known, as it's said. Announcing the video for the year, yeah. Late and gay. I guess maybe. I didn't really do a specific time, did I? If I did, and I failed, then that's my bad. But don't you worry about it. Is this Dark Souls 2? I know it's your favorite From Software game, of course. How could it not be? It's the one to play. Good old DS2. Final Destination 6 EFAP movies in 2030. It seems some people have managed to speculate that we may indeed be doing the next Final Destination as part of the new arc, but I couldn't promise that because what we have promised is Chucky and possibly Mithrigan. You know, those aren't Final Destinations, so who can say? Thoughts on Fincher's The Game? I really like it. I remember liking it, but like not as passionately as I do a lot of his movies. As Fincher goes, it's not one of my favorites, but it's definitely an interesting movie. Good old Miguel Douglas. That's how you say that name, actually, just so you guys know. Well, he missed as well as I. If there was an EFAP candle, what would it smell like? Totally unrelated, do you have a public P.O. box? Happy Spooktober. Still something I've managed to not properly set up. I will make it known the second I properly do. I just keep putting it off because I got other stuff keeps getting in the way. As for what would the candle smell like? What is the smell of meteor analysis? Hyper-autistic meteor analysis. Who can say, truly? But that is what it would make you feel. So, you know, that. Excellent story in Saints and Sinners. I hope for more. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed. Who knows what the future holds? But yeah, it's going out to a whole bunch of people. So, getting feedback here and there as you fellas read a Rooney. It's all rather fun, isn't it? Good old Blood Vial, thank you. Timeline on the Outlaws and Last of Us 2 videos. So, I will probably make it pretty clear by the time we hit the end of the stream how we're doing on the Outlaws video for a timeline. I'll draw some borders anyway. I don't know how accurate I'm going to be to any kind of day, hour, minute, month, that sort of thing. You know, but we'll get something. Just swung right around him there, huh? Oh, look at that frenzy giving me all back. Well, sir, I think we can agree to disagree. I need my weapons. Little poke. Run! Oh, he got me ankle. My heel, if you will. My Achilles heel. Okay, I'm gonna need to stay on these messages a little bit, otherwise they're gonna get out of hand. Will there ever be a DSP EFAP with Gundam and Casino? Doesn't sound impossible. I just, he's managed to stay quite elusive to me, DSP. I've only ever seen some highlights here and there. Like, I know of his existence and some of the more well-known things, but he's not... I'm just not super familiar with everything that he's up to. So I'd have to, I don't know, figure out, like, maybe through the form of some videos getting covered, exactly what to cover. I'm sure the people, as people mentioned, the jump in with, like, Gundam or whoever would be able to help out in that regard. But, you know, would be interesting. I always, like, have to de-rust, as they say. I've kind of forgotten. It's like, do I go back now? I think so. Go back to killing. Yes. All good. Okay. Bone God was great. More, please. Oh my. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Have you seen Mega Bonk? It's a 3D take on Vampire Survivors. Highly recommend. No. That sounds like fun, though. Please play another game during these casual streams. Well, but that's what makes them casual. Is that I can play this. I mean, the thing is, I probably would be playing this casually if not streaming, if you know what I mean. It's my Mong Out game. I've mentioned this before. There's a couple. Like, Simpsons Hit and Run would be something else I'd probably do in that way. Or, Jesus. You know, like, Mario Sunshine is probably another one. You guys were around in the Twitch days, which I think some people in chat might have been. I was playing that a lot. Luigi's Mansion, I played that a whole bunch. But, yeah, Bloodborne is one of the big lumbos for this. Hey, Metal, how you doing? Hardest you've laughed on stream? Malignant chair throw, Isle of Man flag, or Jabba saving you in Outlaws? Probably Isle of Man flag, because I was pretty drunk during that as well. So, that's probably the one. But, the Jabba thing maybe deserves the win, because I was, like, not drunk at all, I don't think. Oh, no way, I think I was a little bit drunk. But then the Malignant chair throw, I don't think I was drunk at all. So, yeah, you know, these different power levels, and they deserve different amounts of recognition, I'd say. I should have chosen the pimp cane, shouldn't I? It's just a stylish weapon, what can I say? Just flooping in real quick. Fair enough. Tired, about to hit the bed. Hit the hay, as they say. This is yet another super chat from me, begging you to watch Memoir of a Snail. Probably gonna happen. Probably gonna happen. Question. Why Outlaws of all games to spend this much resources on? Why instead of games people actually remember, like Ragnarok or Knack 2? I don't think I've played Knack 2. I think I'm familiar with Knack 2, though. Well, I guess that hopefully will be answered the more I talk today. Because, when I'm, like, caught up somewhat on, messages, I'll probably start talking about, you know, the video. Finch's worst to best? I'm a big fan of him. Oh, that's a difficult question. I mean, best, right? It's just like, would it be Fight Club? Seems like the very possible, reasonable answer. I actually think that Gone Girl is, like, phenomenally made. Obviously, you guys know I love The Killer. Ooh. Mindhunter is obviously pretty solid. Trying to think of how I would say anything else in terms of ranking. I guess his worst would be Alien 3, right? Kind of a process of elimination. No offense there, Mr. Finchley, but he knows. He knows. Only fair. And yeah, 7, of course, that needs its mention. He's got some real fucking great movies under his belt. Will we do a breakdown of WALL-E next? Oh, that's definitely something that me and Fringy are very invested in doing as part of the old EFAPPins. We did Iron Giant recently, and that was very fun. Oh, I think I deserved the stun there, game. Just saying. Come on. Whoa! Excuse me, sir. Oh, nicely done. Damn it, I knew I wouldn't kill him. Please stay down. But yes, we'd like to do that for sure. MauLer, Boy Cavalier looks exactly like the human protagonist from Ratatouille, don't you think? Yes, actually, that's a really good point. He does. Perhaps there is continuity to be shared there. It's just sad that that's where he ended up, I guess. What else can you say? Are you and Gary going to do a watch/review for One Piece live action season 2 like Alien Earth? I probably wouldn't be the guy for him to do that with. I'm not as passionate about it. And it's Netflix, right? So it all comes out at once, I think. Unless they're changing their mind on that one. I'm not sure. But, like, you know, I did Alien Earth with him because I was probably going to watch it anyway, and he also was, and we're, like, the only people, I think, who are going to be going after it somewhat passionately. You know, because there was a time, you guys probably forgotten, where people thought Alien Earth was going to be good. It was like, well, it'd be worth checking out. And then it was not worth checking out. I got me a bone shard. Look at these guys. They don't know what's going on. Oh no. Gonna get comboed. And there's only so far the rally system will take me, right? As you can see, I'm still a bit out of health. But yeah, probably not that. Any advice or tips on writing powerful characters on the level of, say, Kratos to help keep them interesting despite lacking some traditional weakness? I mean, you know, take my advice for what you will, but when you're dealing with characters of that power level, like a Kratos or a Superman or a Saitama, you can try and find a unique and specific weakness that can bring them down. Kryptonite. Or you get the, I mean, you would be for Kratos and Saitama. They've got some mental difficulties, obstacles, flaws, and you really got to play into them for the story. what makes, you know, their struggle still something endearing and at times relatable, I'd say, certainly for both of those characters. We've all dealt with a bit of rage or a bit of lack of purpose. Confusion as to your place in the world. So, you know, it's just getting that humanity in there. But maybe it's an interesting writing challenge to see how far you can get with a character with that being a restriction too, if you know what I mean. Like, you're not even allowed to give them that kind of limit. Super paragon, super strong, super... I mean, I was about to, like, instinctually say, it's like, well, you're getting veering a little close to Captain Marvel, but she was, like, a horrible person, so I guess that's not really that at all. But certainly veering toward a character that might be a little less exciting to the average audience member. Alright, sleep times later, Blumbuses. Good night, Mutal. Sleepen ze well. Big number. 75. That is a big number. That's scary. I couldn't see the whole title and was weirdly excited anticipating you playing Bloons TD6. Oh well. Maybe next time, long man. I'm pretty sure I have played that, like, fully. If it's the one that I think it was. Because I was playing the Bloons games every time they came out on, like, Flash, you know, Flash games and stuff. I forget the website exactly. Probably Newgrounds. That was the place to play video games once upon a time, certainly for me. I just had a baby, and while recovering, I rewatched your Force Awakens videos. Good stuff. Thanks, MauLer. Also, have you ever seen Deadwood? Well, first, congratulations, my good person, for getting that sort of thing done, bringing a new life into the world. Sounds wonderful, and I'm glad you'd be able to spend time being entertained by videos that I decided to make at some point. Ow! I regret everything. Yes, I've seen... I can't remember how many seasons of Deadwood I saw, and I can't remember why I stopped, but I remember liking it. 'Tis a good show. I never saw the movie, though I've heard mixed things about whether or not I should see it. I regret nothing. Remember, okay, I'm going to start taking shots if I die. Yeah, I should really be careful here. These guys are bad enough when there's one of them. Hello. These fellas weren't even involved. Nice. Okay. Nice, doggy. I was about to pause, but then you realize ain't no such thing in a game like this. Where's the dog? What you doing? Oh, there he is. Having trouble there, bud? Ah! Oh my god. Like I said, rally can only get you so far. But I'd rather not lose these 2,000 echoes, you know. Jeez. Bring myself closer and closer to it every time, though. Hello. This town's finished. I feel like it would be fun to watch Platoon play this game. Imagine his hilarious commentary about it being current day England. Like, oh dear. Here come the zombie dogs. A cold blood dew. Alright, where was I? You ever gonna do Arkham Knight? Feel like you would like the story and the characters? I do want to. There's loads of games I've got to play, and I've said I'd like to. Gotta fit them in at particular times. Like, it would be bad to do that right now, because my mind is in a whole bunch of places, and I'm trying to sort of relax. As strange as that may seem in terms of a choice of game. But, you know, it happens. Quick question, what's your favorite fight in all of Buffy and Angel? Whoa. It's probably... probably Spike and Angel in Destiny. I'm quite a big fan of that fight, as well as talking about why the winner is the winner. and how it progresses and what they talk about, sort of thing. It's quite good shit. It goes from being kind of a joke to extremely serious. And you know, about 11 seasons worth of tension gets dealt with. And I like that Angel refers to what happened as he fell down big stairs, which does happen in the fight at one point. Fell down big stairs. But yes, that's probably the Angel one. So there'll be a couple of other potential competitors. As for Buffy, that one was tough. I have to think. I kind of like the gift with the. Well, they all do the glory together, you know. Very entertaining because it takes advantage of like everything they've done across the season. Kind of makes what seems to be impossible quite surmountable. But I'll have to do as an answer for now. I'd have to think about it. Bone God was neat. Couldn't help putting in a Wesley reference, eh? Any plans for more? Also play Expedition 33 and Mass Effect, you flumbus. I gotta get around to Expedition 33 and Mass Effect, it's true. And I do intend to do such things. As for the future of Bone God, I can't speak to it. I can't be sure. I'm not even sure if I was to know certain things, what things I could say. You know, so you have to wait on that a little bit. I guess the next time you'll hear more is going to be there's a plan to do like a stream where we talk a bit more about the details of the stories we all wrote, and I would imagine something may be said then about what plans may be had or not. I'm not sure. And as for references, there's a lot of references to a lot of my favorite stuff in there, but tried to be at least slightly subtle with some of them. Oh man, that almost went so well. Wow. I was like spamming the old what do you call it? Right R1 button, but no. We have some vodka today. Gonna last as long as I can on it until probably switching over to a more pleasant drink here and there. I'm doing a very bad job of catching up. That's okay, because we can be here for a while. Don't worry, it can be a... You wanted that drink? I don't know what you're talking about. Nail polish remover. Exactly. Alright. Man, it's been a while. I haven't had vodka in ages. Ugh. I mean, it tastes wonderful. Now, let's see if I can get my echoes back without being upset at losing them all. But, I mean, you know, momentum for death would just mean more drinklings, so that's not so bad. Yeah, I like going through and killing everything, but doing it more than once starts to get a little bit like, nah. Though I wouldn't be against it if they got me the Gatling gun and they all, you know, lined up. I, at that point, would be very much on board. Though I probably will try and kill Big Chungus, because I'll get me some extra vials. That is if I can nail the parry, which I can't guarantee, you know. This isn't a game name, but seriously, you should take breaks. Working too hard worries me. Also, you should play shorter recommended games first. I mean, it's not a bad idea in terms of trying to best consolidate time, but... Oh. Truly, it's not about how long any given game is. It's just There can be a mood factor or a interest factor, blah, blah, blah. I got me a torch. You know, I don't think I ever used that when playing this game, even though I'm sure it's got several uses. Like, it's good in the spooky nightmare places, I'm pretty sure. Have you watched Shad's or Tyrant's videos on Bloodborne weapons? Very interesting. I could imagine so, yes. Which Bloodborne weapon would you choose? Love to all the EFAP crew. Probably one that's closer to more of a conventionally, you know, typical weapon, rather than one of the ones that are super tricky and crazy related-ish ones. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Yes. Come one, come all to my butchery. You missed. How did you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you. Mulan is so good, dude. You know, I'm gonna say it. The remake of Mulan, the live-action one, not as good as the original. I know. I know all of you are gonna shit on me for that one, but I'm sorry. The new one, it just wasn't that good. Sorry, I should have put a warning on the stream before saying that. I appreciate the stream, long man. I was just laid off today, and this will give me some good comfort while I look for another job. P.S. Hyrax. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. But it sounds like you know what to do next. And take it well. You know, it's a new chapter, as they say. And yes, you can let the night sort of progress while listening to a drunken Welshman try to survive this wonderfully Lovecraftian happy place. Alright, let's go. The other one hasn't even realized yet. Be surprised that he hasn't. Come on, hurry up. Killing one of you. Oh. Nice. Man, you'd almost think I was good at this game with that. Stay there. Oh. Not quite what I was after, but I'll take it. Yeah. Oh. Fine. I don't want to play with you anyway. Can I kill him with my gun only? The answer is yes. I remember when I first played this game and I didn't get what the gun was for. Like, you know, parrying, obviously. And I was just like, why does my gun do no damage? It's fucking useless. It's getting me killed. It's like, stop using it that way. And I was especially surprised by how the ammo was working. And I was just like, what is the point of this thing? And then, of course, you sort of figure it out as time progresses. Doop, doop, doop. I hope you guys don't take my criticism of the day as me hating you guys. They're from a place of love, not hate. Tough love, as they say. The thing is, you don't need to do the introducing it as criticism of the day. You can just say the thing. If anything, it just costs you word count. Word count where you could be putting smiley faces, you know? Then again, some people have said smiley faces can be passive-aggressive, so... Oh, come on! I think you missed, sir. Why does my weapon feel like it's doing more damage than it should be? I think I'm just imagining things. Because I haven't upgraded it yet. Ow. Oh, what? Let's just pretend I hit him and that's why he died. Angel and Faith in Season 1 of Angel is my favorite. That's a fantastic choice. 5x5 is like... You get reassured of, oh, this isn't just a spin-off show. This is going to have episodes that are kind of amazing. And it's nice and subversive, too. They give you all the clues, but you can miss what she's up to in that episode. Until it gets nice and explicit. Okay, I gotta jump down there and get him. But I'm not gonna do that until we get this first. Never liked doing this. Hello. Alright, stay still now. Gotcha! I even got the rat. Yeah, good, good, good. Been watching the JoJo... Oh, why are there so many messages? It's insane. Thank you very much, by the way. Appreciate it. Oh, there's more than I realized, even. JoJo Bizarre Adventures. Things I like about is that the openings can change based on the villain's powers, like Buffy Superstar. That is cool. I like when any effort is put into, you know, shows that way. Keeps you on your toes about what could happen next. I got me some new garb. You could also impose a social restriction. OP character has to keep a secret, maintain someone's reputation, minimize collateral damage, etc. Yeah, they could have to protect people who are not invincible as well from, you know, too many threats at once. Or threats that they don't fully understand or can counter. Because you can be all-powerful, but also not all intelligent or understanding. And Saitama gets quite confused at times. Ooh. I guess it depends on if you put intelligence under power. Because, you know, a lot of people say that knowledge is power, you know, it's a saying. It is for a reason. I'm all a mega gaming stream to celebrate releasing your Chungus video, preferably Silksong. Hopefully it's getting close. Well, yeah, it's to celebrate something that I can be more explicit about, and then some things that I can't be explicit about. I mean, one of the things is Bone God going out to everybody. That's definitely rather happy about that. So it's worth, you know, having a nice chill out stream, maybe with some alkajisms. Maybe that's not a good name to give them, because then it makes you wonder what the fuck I'm even talking about. I just mean alcohol. Specifically vodka. Oh. And who knows, maybe a little bit of Bailey's. Ugh. I don't think these guys like me. You just vomit on me? Just making sure they don't get me, you know? I know you aren't inherently against anime like Rags, so is Frieren or Goblin Slayer on your list? I'm not going to say they're not on the list, but I'm not sure they're higher than, I think, like, Mob Psycho 100, or Steins Gate, or, I guess, Death Note, or I think Psycho Pass is another one, right? Then I wouldn't mind rewatching FMA Brotherhood because it's been a while. Possibly checking out the just Full Metal Alchemist, you know. But here a lot of people say that the first, like the adapted portion of FMA is better than FMA Brotherhood, but that Brotherhood has the better ending because it was adapting the manga as it was completed. But I can't speak to any of that. I can't be sure. But, you know, I'm interested. They both have strengths and weaknesses. Yes. You hear countless recommendations in Super Chats, but are you able to get around to any of them? Any of them stuck out, good or bad? Oh yeah, dude. I'd say probably the best examples would be stuff like Andor and Arcane Season 1. If you remember, you can go back to those older episodes of EFAP. You guys are recommending that we go and finish Andor because we only watched, I think, the first 3 episodes. And then the recommendations for Arcane were through the roof to the point where we were like, okay, geez, we can go and watch it at some point. And then I believe me and Frankie checked out the first 3 episodes and we were like, holy shit. Because that episode 3, man, kind of surprises, you know? And so you guys didn't have to recommend Season 2. We just went straight in. Yay. What a McFucking shame. Down he goes. You know, all this could have gone much worse. I could have been dying a lot more. I think I gotta drop off a few times on here as well. Get me them secrets. I imagine the trade up will start to happen where I'll be killing bosses a lot faster than not eventually. Suggesting 2 arcs that I think would be pretty awesome. First, the Treasure arc, starting with Black Sails, then Treasure Island, 1950, Muppets Treasure Island, then concluding with Treasure Planet. And second would be 1999 Christmas Carol with Patrick Stewart, Muppets Christmas Carol, and then the Jim Carrey Christmas Carol. Yeah, these aren't bad ideas, I'd say. Nor are they impossible. So I'm not sure we could do Black Sails as like a... I guess we could do an episode on it. It would just be, the format would be tough because that's a lot of seasons, right? It would take a while. But I mean, we could just watch it in general. Black Sails is one that gets recommended a lot. Which is just wonderful, I would say. Hello, Mubschli-san. I want to know, how far along are you with the Last of Us Part 2 video? That one... There's not going to be any information on, and no promises to be made as to what's happening with it. This stream, I'll talk about the Outlaws video, which, as you can tell, we're this far in and I haven't said anything about it yet, really, but that's because I do want to stay up to date with messages, so we'll get there. And Joe Danger can cut this up into something viewable, I'm sure. Imagine he's going to have to try and keep all of the boss kills and the deaths and the shot takings. Other than that, just so that you guys can have something in terms of an update. I'll try and put it out as soon as he's done. That was too close. Oh. Yeah, I like to go around all of Yharnam, but sometimes I forget where I even need to go. That guy. Let's kill him. Similar to how you do coverage of... Oh. That stagger factor on the trick change is just wonderful. Oh, he's going over the edge. Are you okay? I think he's a little bit confused. Alrighty. I think I can go upstairs and knock down the thingamajiggies, and then we'll go downstairs. The soundtrack for Super Mario Land 2, The 6 Golden Coins, is in my head. I don't know how many of you guys have played that. I played it loads when I was a kid. I remember enjoying the hell out of it. Really weird Mario game, but then again, a lot of them are, kinda, because they feel much more of a convention now than when they used to when they were older. I'll take some Bold Hunter's marks. Why, thank you. What a nice lady. Reskin of a different IP? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me because, again, it's so strange. We need Mario Sunshine 2? Very true. Similar to how you do coverage of older movies on EFAP, would you ever do that for some older television? One Punch Man Season 1 would be cool. I have definitely floated that, and Fringy's on board. It would not be difficult for Lil Platoon and Rags to see One Punch Man Season 1. I think they'd be very happy to watch it, to be honest. So the short answer is, I imagine so. Exactly when it will happen, though, is a different question. Alright, we're gonna go this side first to get rid of this fella. Oh, oh, not good. Nah. That will do. Oh, no more rally. Sorry, I just had a cough, and I figure it's better to mute to do that. 2 bloodstone shards? Yes, please. Hello. Alright. DDLC is extremely cringe. Please don't play it. Damn. After all those times we've been told to play it, you come in here and say that we shouldn't. Can't believe it. The disagreements of chat. Bum, 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 bum. Do I even need to pop an insight? Because I died? I think I still do. I guess it won't hurt to do it anyway. Because, we about ready to upgrade soon, I'd say. Oh, friendly ladder! I'm trying to think, so we got the bridge, it's the area with the 2 fellas who have mostly cleared out Yharnam, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Still plenty more rats to be killed. In fact, we'll take a safety vial there, because I still don't like my health. Done and done. Alright, yeah. Okay. We could take the ladder up to the shortcut. If I remember correctly. Go up here first. Parry, you should Mercury counter, filthy casual. You can't do that in this game, you're crazy. I have a small game suggestion called The Trolley Solution. It's a game all about solving trolley problems. It's a small and fun game. Also, Expedition 33 is an amazing game. Is what I hear. Now, you might be interested if you don't know about it having happened. I believe, it could be like 2 anniversaries back now, I can't even fully remember, but we did a whole series of trolley problems that were very entertaining with a small cast of characters on a stream, discussing what levers to pull. But it was rather amusing. You might like it. I think if you just search for EFAP trolley problems, there's a highlight of it as well, so. Yeah, it was from a Wisecrack video, that's the one. We got to, like, turn it into our own set of trolley problems. You were trapped in Arkham Asylum with all inmates on the loose. What ones would you fear facing the most? Looking forward to Simpsons Movie 2? No, on that front. We'll have to see who we've got writing and directing before anything else. As for, Arkham... fear the most. Probably Scarecrow. Because, he's going to be able to make it so that I'm, like, trapped in my own mind, and I don't even have, like, a sort of grasp on reality to be able to defeat the problem, necessarily. It's all going to be about, you know, willpower and, in some cases, I guess, needing to be bailed out by someone else, depending on what Scarecrow's doing. Yeah, he'd probably be the one I'd be worrying about. It's kind of funny how that works in the games, too, because whenever things get weird or hard to control, you're like, oh shit, I've been hit with the old fear gas. But you still defeat him ultimately, you know? Did you see Black Rabbit? It's no gentleman, but okay. No, I have not seen Black Rabbit. But perhaps I shall. I decided to inflict thunderbolts upon myself to see if the allegations were correct. Holy fuck, were they ever? I don't get why people hype that movie up so much. I binged all of Firefly to recover. And that is a good way to recover. Excellent choice. As for Thunderbolts, yeah, I mean, people have mostly moved on now. They don't care to spend ridiculous amounts of time talking about how good it is. I saw that Superman's gone through that exact same process. Rather satisfactorily. I've watched half of Platoon's video. He has slaughtered that poor movie. Excellently entertaining. You wriggled, I saw that. You can't lie to me. Do I want to go left or right first? Oh. I see he had an opinion. The town is not finished. I'm simply taking over management. Little Platoon sword. Very true. You've probably been asked before, but would you ever play a game like Kingdom Come or Abiotic Factor? Open world fantasy / old school sci-fi? I mean, it's not out of the question. I just haven't really heard of it. Sounds like it could be of interest. Just joined and see you're not playing Claire Obscure. Gary already at 100% on New Game Plus. No excuse, long man. Also, drink whiskey, not vodka. Vodka exists to make other things alcoholic. Whiskey has character. You know, that's probably fair. The character, for me, will be Bailey's, alright? I hate getting killed by dogs in these games. It almost happened, but I'm safe. But yes, plenty of character in Bailey's, alright? Plenty. Which I will probably, like I said, I'll get to once I've had a few more shots of the VODers. Would you leave me alone? I'm gonna have plenty of echoes to work with. It's gonna be great. As long as I don't die and lose them all. Okay, this is all done. Now to head to the Chungai. I don't think I activated the elevator, though, did I? Not that it matters. I reckon I'm going to be able to take out good old Gascoigne. Anyway. Oh. Ooh. Well, well. Again, it's not a bad thing, alright? Some call it a welcome thing. You'd think they would have made the bottles by now such that they pour more efficiently. Just my opinion. Womp womp. Any interest in Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Supposedly coming out January if it doesn't get delayed again like Hot D. I think Gary has invited me to check those out weekly, which I'll be on board with. I'm a bit of a sucker for Westeros, you know. It's a fun world. A song of ice and fire. I forgot about this. Where if you move the controller in the right way and then press the button, it just makes him sit down. I'm sure someone said there's a way to disable it, but I don't know what it is yet. Now let's go get my shit back. I think an overlooked source of bad writing is when people try to stick to writing rules at the detriment of the story's development and consistency. Writing rules are... I think I said this on Real BBC recently, because we were talking about different conventions, and it's like... Writing rules are great, right up until... Well, I mean, a lot of, like, rule of thumb is good, even if you don't understand it, but don't be breaking it unless you do, is just the the real good reason. Like just try to figure why people recommend particular conventions. As soon as you know why they're there, and you want to change it, you can account for like the valuable stuff being lost, potentially, while going in different directions. Subverting used to be something that was somewhat sought after, but we're kind of at a point where nobody wants it anymore. Which is like, I don't know, a neutral thing in a way, in the sense of, whatever, if we get some good, more traditional stories, I'm fine with that. God damn it. Ooh. About to lose these guys again. It's all going horribly wrong. Oh, he ran off. It's fine. Trying to get another shot out of me, are ya? Well, now you're dead. I totally got him, and it worked out great. Guys, if I can defeat these fellas, then I think I'm unstoppable. I should really bank these echoes. Which I will definitely do. I just want to clear out the house, okay? That's all. Even though I don't think there's anything of value in there. Hello? Old man McGillicuddy is in here, though. Look, it's the old man. It's always a really good placement of this guy, because, so easy to walk by. Nice and spooky. It is a crime that they never made more Bloodborne, it really is. What a shame. Anyway, ever play Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1? No, I did not. I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid. You say I shouldn't say criticism of the day, yet people say animal of the day. That's my criticism of the day. True, but I always felt like people were saying that because it sort of fills the message up if they didn't have anything else to say. If you truly don't have anything else to say, then fair enough, but a lot of people deliver an animal of the day without even necessarily saying that, because they'll put of the day at the end. Because, you know, like, in the sense of it's a little faster. I think I regret doing this. Uh-oh. I'm still alive. I knew that was gonna happen. My brain totally, like, went off track as well. I was just like, I'm just gonna wander a little bit, and then I was like, I'm fighting the two fuckers that I have trouble enough with one of them. It was all rather regrettable. Oh, I didn't even open that fucking gate. Truly it burns. Even that guy mentioned it. Don't shoot me. I would be genuinely upset if I lost all these echoes. They represent momentum. I'm glad also be very disappointed in me if I was to fail. Great googly moogly, a Stroomble from the MauLer, a rare sight. I'm trying to remember which episode is that from? Not that googly moogly belongs to Buffy, but I think it's Xander that says it, or is it Giles? Great googly moogly. I think that's Xander. It's when Willow's in his head. Why would the door only unlock from this side? Isn't that weird? I'm getting this door open because it takes ages to get back here, okay? Made this mistake too many times. Ah! Oh, the timing on this fella. You twat. You plague-rid rat. That's what they end up saying. It's very rude. How many bloodstone shards do I have, actually? 8. Do I need... Is 3, 5, and 7? Is that what I need in total? Or 3, 5, 8? We can do 2 upgrades. It'll be fine. See, imagine that. Imagine Drinker streaming this game. My god, he would hate it. And it would be funny. How dare he rob us of that experience. Alright, who has my souls? Well, it's one of his. It's that one. He's got the special eyes. We must stop him and his special eyes. I should equip Molotovs. Good idea. I'm going to do that right now. I'm not going to do that right now. Where did my... Uh-oh. Woo! There are still enemies in the room behind me, by the way. Oh my god. Alright. Liabilities out of here. Cursed beast. Okay. You... Oh god, this is no good. Give him a bitch slap. You're leaving me no choice. You missed. Oh my god, he jumped right over me. Oh no. No, 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 no. That's... Of course the one I kill is the one that didn't have the echoes, by the way. Well, that's regrettable. Sets me back a little bit, but I was planning on being here for a while, so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, guys. It's okay. Ugh. Why did they make a drink that tastes like petrol? What's the point? Anyway. For example, in one opening, the villain appears behind Jojo, but in the later opening, we see how he did it. It's clear. Also, put Freerun on your list. I think that is one of the most recommended things, so it's got to be on the list. I just don't know exactly where on the list. You know, it's one of those things. What's he drinking? It would be vodka. You secretly like vodka? I don't think so. I should have opted for something else. But hey, you know, being behind this many souls, really, it doesn't matter. All it means is that I have to use more skill when fighting things. Alright, and we can do that. We know how to do that here on the MauLer show. And I didn't even pop those blood things. God. One at a time. Well, I guess I kind of got what I wanted. Oh no, staircases, they never work. Come back here! Alright, who are we doing first? Big, scary, Gascoigne, or Cleric Beist? I don't really mind doing either. Boop, boop. I think I've got all the bloodstone shards in the area. We'll go upgrade them. As you do. I dare not give any Outlaws updates this whole stream. Oh, they're coming. Don't you worry. I'm going to talk for a while because it's been a journey. About all of it. We, the prequel chads of EFAP, demand that Mubes finally sit down to watch the Clone Wars 2003. That has been greatly requested as well. To be fair. I still get viscerally angry when I think about Arcane Season 2. So much character potential just flushed down the toilet, not even a League fan. Oh yeah, dude. 100% I understand. It's arguably a travesty. And Rags does take the opportunities, as he should, to mention that it's possibly the most horrifying drop-off in quality ever in the history of media. because it reaches the depths of absolute hell, and it came from a pretty wonderful place. So that, you know, that fall is just one of the most significant that we've ever seen. Just horrifying. Never, ever, should ever be done ever again. To the human being known as MauLer, we appreciate you. Well, thank you. Appreciate you too. Thor Theory say still finds Andor slow, but worth it for the great finale. Called it his favorite Star Wars behind 1 through 6 and Clone Wars. What I'm trying to say is Stargrift. I don't think we ended up wanting to do one for any of that, but like I'm always up for a little reunion here and there whenever the guys wanna. You know, it was always a fun stream to set up, get going. What I want to do here is upgrade. I need the desk of upgradiness. Here it is. Fortify my weapons. That. And see, I can spend the 5k souls at least. I would have had like 13, guys.
Hello, good hand.
Okay, this counts as me playing on the hardest difficulty mode, and anything bad that happens is because I've been handicapped significantly. Not by me, by the universe. It totally makes sense. Okay, what was the voting? I saw like play against Big Chungus, but I guess both of them count as Big Chungus, so I don't mind. Which one are we doing first? The first person to say one of the two bosses, I will fight that one first. Beast. Alright, Confucius. You got it. I'm on episode 149 of EFAP, sticking to the main podcast stuff for now until I inevitably catch up. Well, yeah, I mean, you'll definitely pull it off eventually if you keep watching consistently, though if you add in the minis and the TVs and the movies, it might just, maybe not be impossible, but it'll be tough. That'll be quite tough. Here I go. I'm not even going to use Molotovs on this fella. I'm just going to go for it. Remember, I got to do shots for killing bosses as well, so I've not gone off to a good start considering I died, I think, 4 times. Just embarrassing. What are you going to do, though, you know? Hey, yo, fuck you! Oh, man. I told you I wouldn't use Molotovs. That was deliberate. Well, if it isn't the hairy beast. And you know, in a game like this, you've got to be more specific than that. Uh-oh. Come here, come here. Like which hairy beast are you referencing? Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god. This fight's so funny. Those that trick stagger damage, you know, it's great. Uh-oh. I think I would have died there if you hadn't gotten stuck on the... Oh. No, command. I don't need to get 2 shots out of you, Mr. Cleric Beast. There we go. I'm gonna take it right now. Ugh. Metal being busy sleeping because he's weak. Yeah, I've heard about this. It's a crazy weakness that a lot of people have. They have to sleep. Horrifying, almost, I would say. Terrifying. Worst situation ever. Any likely definite game streams this month? Or, well, birthday stream I'll always do. Still not sure what game I'm playing for that. I kind of want to do Still Wakes the Deep. It's something that Drinker recommended. Bill Lovecraft sounds kind of cool. I think it was Chinese Room of all people who made it as well. I need to look into what I'm going to stream for the 6th, but then other than that, I'm not sure. Honestly. I truly have no idea exactly what I'm going to be up to. More of that will make more sense when I finally get to talking about this video, which, you know what they say, alcohol loosens lips or whatever, so I will get there. It's going to happen. What I want to do, give her money.
Welcome home. What is it?
Welcome home. Don't you think it's a little bit fucked up they made this person a woman? My upgrader should be a man. God.
Farewell, good
Video games. Disgusting. I think the badge I got allows me to get Molotovs, right? Which I don't need any of, because I didn't use, I don't think. No, it's not even that. Alright. What the hell is even that? That clip is so wonderful. When I first saw it, I was losing my shit. I thought it was so funny. And you can tell when I first saw it because it was put into my Rise of Skywalker video. I hadn't seen it before then. Tatty Chell. What the hell is even that? It's such a fair reaction. Hey, Mr. MauLer, I'm your #1 fan. I've watched all your videos 100 times. Each give me your credit card details. I don't know about that part of that. That kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think so. I hesitate on that. The jump in, maybe not logic, but certainly the jump in something. So, there's a jump there that happened. Blah, 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 blah. How do I get to Gascoigne the fastest from here? Gascoigne. There are 17 ways to pronounce his name because he is French. Bet you guys didn't know that. Alright, I know I can get to him this way, so I'll just go this way, I think. I'm gonna walk this way. And yes, I did take the shot for old Cleric Beast, don't you worry. There are like 20-something bosses in this. I don't think I'm gonna survive. This is why eventually I will have to reduce down to Bailey's, because I think vodka. Oh, something I learned, by the way. I was saying proof when I didn't realize it's not quite what I think it is. Like, there are two numbers. Like vodka is 40%, I think, right? Let me see. Stay on here. Nobody kill me. Nobody kill me. Okay. You got to say that if you want him to not do it. 37.5 UK units is what it says. But I was always using that as, like, I would say the number and then say proof, which is not what that means. Just because, I guess, nobody taught me what it means. Proof unit equals 0.5%. 40% is 80 proof. Yeah, so I've been saying half of what it actually is every time I've been saying proof. Which is why I was confused, because I was describing certain things as something proof, and then some people in chat would be like, that sounds weak as fuck. And then I'd be confused. I'd be like, what do you mean? It's like what it is. And now I realized, because I was retarded, you'd be surprised how many things make more sense once you realize that. Ba-ba! Like, describing Bailey's as 17.5 proof or whatever, it's just like, is that even alcohol at that point? It was me not realizing what I had said. Silly bugger, silly bastard. Alright. I kind of... I want to use Molotovs, because I enjoy trying to throw them at Chungus, Gascoigne. I think you guys understand. It's fair. Totally fair. Favorite foreign movie where you need subtitles? It's probably The Hunt. There is some good competition, but I truly think that movie is extremely underrated, and it's a movie... There's a couple of movies. The Father is another one. I guess I'd have to say The Prestige is one, but honestly less so for what I'm about to, what I'm referring to. It's there are certain films I think everyone should see, not just for entertainment, and not even just for what I think it provides as like meaning, be it philosophically or whatever. It's like about something that I think is super important for everybody to see, you know, and to think about. And The Hunt is one of them. I always get this wrong. Is it 2011, 2012, or 2016? I always blend the dates in my head, but it's not the 2020 one, because of course The Hunt is like you know, a common enough name that there's a lot of movies called The Hunt. Hello there, I'm a huge fan, and I'm working on a video heavily inspired by your works. A 6-hour video on the Scar Giver. Oh my. Best of luck, because that is Rebel Moon, and that tests everything about a person. I plan on calling it a more bridled rampage, for a few reasons, but in large part because it's inspired by your work. Do you have any problem with that? Absolutely not. You go right ahead. The best I can hope is that you have fun making it, because that sounds like it could be quite laborious. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The Hunt with Mads Mikkelsen? Yes, that movie is top-notch, and what's kind of amusing about it is the first 10 or so, 15 minutes, it is very much like, what is this movie? And you'd be like, why would someone recommend this? It seems very bleh, but oh boy, does it evolve. And yeah, I just think it's a bit important for everyone to see. Let's go open the shortcut just in case I screw all this up. Oh, did they already kill all of these guys? That's very tragic, isn't it? Now give me your blood vials. Oh yeah, the fellas up there can sometimes drop shards, but we don't need no darn shards, darn dards. There have been a few videos lately criticizing you. First, from some mildly tismy DS2 fan, and also from one criticizing your whole objective critique style. Are you thinking of responding to them? Also, Silk Song video, when? Well, I've not really... Of all the responses, I've responded to like 2%. There've been a lot over the years. I still don't think I've pissed people off more than my Snyder Cut video. My metric for that is I got inundated with messages, and some of them got pretty serious. Like, I tend not to talk about it because there's no need to, but like, I definitely stepped on some toes with that one. And a lot of responses were made, a lot of streams and videos about just how wrong I was, and I just didn't care. A lot of projects I work on, a deal I kind of make with myself is that when it's done, if you know what I mean. Kind of like, I might return to it for like memes or something, but most of the time I don't want to. This will make sense when I talk about how I made this Outlaws video. But as it stands, it's the kind of thing that's like, yeah, I don't want to have to think about this again. I need to do something else. So if it's like, you know, there's a response that's been made, it's like, that's great, and I hope they have fun with whatever it is they're up to. The one about like the whole process of trying to be objective, you know, maybe that could prompt like a good episode of EFAP or something. And hey, you know, it's not to say that there would never be a response to a response at some point. It's just it has to sort of fit a particular bill. As far as I'm aware, there are countless responses to basically every video I've made, and so it's more of a pick of the litter sort of thing. Which could, like I said, could happen. I don't have any real broad plans right now. We are trying, I know this sounds insane, but we are trying to come up with a form of like schedule so it gives time for hosts to prep EFAP episodes. For example, I've mentioned that this Saturday, good old Fringolius will be hosting a Retarded Avengers, which feels like a little different, you know, because I usually am the one that sort of preps videos for events like that, and I really want to encourage more from, you know, other people, in the sense of it creates a bit more like, oh, what's this going to be like? Because he's already done, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, he's kind of done more editing than I did on my Retarded Avengers, so it'll be fun for you guys to see what he's come up with. You know, and I wouldn't mind seeing one from maybe Platoon or maybe Rags in the future. And in the same way, I'd love to see an Iron Giant or Die Hard or The Thing sort of episode, but maybe one that Platoon wants to do, you know? Or we're not done with quizzes. We're not done with Ultimate Showdowns. You know, so I'll be honest, like, that's more on my mind than searching for responses to respond to. Not that they're not fun, they very much can be. I just am not that invested compared to some other things. And as for Silk Song, If I get around to streaming that, I'm going to have to stream all the way through Hollow Knight first, because I need to complete that first, for sure. What is your favorite aspect of Buffy, if only one? It's... don't mean to sound too gay, but Buffy and Angel, it's the themes. They are... The reason they're my number one piece of media is because of how much they inspire me. Specifically, it's the end of Angel, and then for Buffy, it's... Buffy as a whole show is supposed to be about childhood to adulthood, and there's many aspects that they split that into. For example, the understanding of mortality, sexuality, morality, identity, sacrifice, sort of dealing with yourself as your own worst enemy, and then I'd say leadership. That's usually how I split up the seasons. And then the core that drives the whole show as a philosophy is the responsibility you have with what choices you make, right? Because I still believe quite thoroughly that Buffy is based on Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of the core elements of the show, her character, and the things they talk about, you can draw a lot out of it from, like, Spider-Man as DNA. So, the whole show trying to teach you that your choices matter, every single instance of your choices matter. And you need to take responsibility, you need to be accountable, and you need to recognize, like, the situation you're in, no matter how dire or complicated, that you always have a choice, is very, you know, it's just something I like to... I think one is something I think about a lot, but also something that has infected my whole life, whether or not I necessarily realized it. And then on Angel's side, well... watch it, see what happens at the end, and that is something I think about all the time, I would say. Almost as much as the Roman Empire. But then, you know, I love the characters as well, for sure. Ooh, another question. Have you seen La La Land and The Accountant? If so, thoughts? You know, I haven't seen The Accountant, and La La Land I think I saw pieces of at some point, and I've always meant to see it, so it's... You just happen to choose two films that I haven't actually seen, so I need to at some point. If not, I recommend both. Not 100% on quality the latter, but I love both, and I think they're very good as of now. Well, I'll have to check them out at some point. Dark Beast Pal first try, let's fucking go. Nice. I'll see if I can pull that off soon enough. Or will it be soon enough, actually? Dark Beast Pal is probably a while away, actually. What a start. I'm gonna throw fire at him. Gadoosh. Oh. Okay, I was trying to pistol him there, but it just didn't... Uh-oh. Excuse me. I need to heal. I start off so well. It's all going to shit.
What's that smell?
Oh no, I farted. I'm ruining the whole fight.
Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
That's fair. Oh, I've got him low quick. Yeah. Ho ho! I took you out right and proper. Which means it's a shot. Damn it! I didn't think this throw. I feel like my throat is angry at me. Kinda makes sense. Blah. Okay. We'll get that brooch as well. I realize this has become one of them drinker Q&A type situations, hasn't it? Maybe at about 5 hours in, I can start talking about Outlaws. Or maybe I can do it in pieces. At least then it gives something for Joe Danger to cut up. I feel bad for the guy. He might have just had to drop all of this in the delete queue. Because I'm kind of rambly, but... Let's see here. Hang on, I need to cough more. Sorry about that. Let's see. Talk about Star Wars Outlaws video. Maybe I should do it every time I'm prompted in the form of messages. That probably makes sense. Alright, let us begin talking about the Star Wars Outlaws video, which many of you maybe don't even know is the video that's coming next. How did this all begin? Well, once upon a time, in the land of the internet, the news of this game arrived. And I think some of you may know that me and Az had a lot of fun speculating on what it was going to be about, from trailers as well as just, you know, general buzz about the history of the companies behind it, the current fucking marketplace for video games, and just what to expect. You know, the promises, they are not out of this world in terms of what it could have been as a game, but simultaneously, the kind of things they were promising is like, why do I believe that you're going to fail at doing this? And then there was just funny stuff, like the way K-Vess looked, or the fact that they wanted to just do Han Solo butter girl. Like, it was all very cringy and cynical. But at the same time, it's not like there haven't been plenty of games where that might have been an aspect, as in, like, being like a cynical nature, but it results in something that maybe is playable, maybe is kind of fun. Who knows? Who can say exactly what may count toward that? At least something that could resemble a video game that's not completely pathetic. So, I had an interest, right? And I think that you guys have come to learn at this point, there are some games, I know Az knows this, where you just want to stream them because they're funny. Or at least you hope that they'll be funny, because you can't be sure a lot of the time, which is unfortunate, but Star Wars Outlaws was definitely one where I was like, I'm pretty sure this will be at least a single stream bonanza of being able to laugh at the silliness. And of course, you go back and have a look at that first stream of mine, and lots of crazy, stupid shit was happening, and I want to stress that this was as a result of me having like played it for I wasn't even the earliest, right? Like you could pre-order it and you could play it even earlier than I did. And for those who don't know, I think Star Wars Theory and several other people had like their save files deleted because if you played it on release, I think hours later or a day later, they released an update to fix a lot of the falling through the floor, which is just a funny statement on its own. But it made it so that you had to restart your file. You couldn't continue with the one that you had. I think a friend of Theory said he wanted to, like, just refund the fucking game after that. And, I think, so, like, you know, at this point, I was playing a fixed version, right? Is that not hilarious? The game that I played was the fixed, quote-unquote, version? Because there's, like, about 17 different instances of it being fixed. I took my shot for Gascoigne, just making sure I'm not losing my mind. So, I play it, and you can go see it. It's from the end of August 2024, a long-ass fucking time ago, in a town called Britain, I guess. Britain Poo. My brain is melting with references, so you're gonna have to put up with my ramblings at this point. Also, just every once in a while I'll be like, what am I doing? It's like, oh yes, I need to do Bloodstarved Beast. That's what's next. I also need to grab enough the things to upgrade my sword. Definitely my sword. The town of Cymraeg. Good old Welshie. Anyway, I'm playing the game, and lots of insane things are happening, and I don't even think I grasp fully just how insane they are. Because it's meant to be just a bit of fun. Kind of like Golem, which, you know, was on its face. Like, Golem was kind of the same experience for many hours in a row. Like, the whole game gave you a very consistent experience of what you were going to expect. The scope of that game was pretty limited. And, I don't even mean this offensively to it. It's like, it wasn't capable of a lot, so you knew. Like, say, for example, if that game were twice as long, you know, me as Metal, probably everybody, to be honest with you, would have gone through the whole thing, knowing that we're not going to get anything new. But that's the experience, you know? Meanwhile, Outlaws, you don't know what the fuck's going on, because it's not, like, It's a specific kind of not finished. I'm gonna put the top hat on. Oh wait, why can't I use that? Do I have to be a certain level to use the top hat? Oh wait, that's not how you do it, is it? There we go. The Huntergarb. I've always wondered if this actually makes a difference or not, but you know what? Look, it's called style. What is it called? Drip, I think. Fashion Souls. Gotta do it. Anyway, Outlaws was breaking in novel ways a lot. DSP said Golem's a decent game. It's just Grift is complaining. Holy shit. That's a take. You know, it is kind of one of the worst games I've ever made. But anyway, so Outlaws kept breaking in different and cool ways in the sense of being very, very entertaining, right? And I had seen, I think Asmongold had done his stream before I even played it. And the game was going somewhat viral. Oh, Jesus. Oh, golly. No shot for me. Oh. Whenever I say that, I usually guarantee myself getting a shot. Anyway. Going viral, all kinds of videos getting shared of different horrible things happening in it. And then, you know, some of them were things that had happened to me already, some of the things that are completely new and crazy. So it's kind of like super fun. And I'd realized, while playing it in that first stream, that everything a game is supposed to do... Take Golem, for example. It's supposed to do platforming, story, stealth, I guess. And it was obviously failing miserably at doing any of those things. But Golem was still kind of locked down and into a smaller amount of scope, so its failures were still limited within that scope. But Star Wars Outlaws is... Like, they drew out the scope to basically, not like the biggest thing ever, but pretty fucking big. Like, its aspirations were enormous. Its claims were enormous. And, it not just did badly on the front of a lot of these things, it, like, was catastrophically failing, to the point where I still don't quite understand how it's managed to maintain its reputation of mediocrity. Like, that's insanity. I really want to be clear about this. Star Wars Outlaws deleting save files, having you fall through the floor, being unable to... You remember what happened on my stream that I did way later, right? Where it like glitched so that I couldn't even fly my ship or talk to my friends in the game. And I can't remember how we solved it. I think I just reloaded. And that was a repeatable glitch. I told you it happened to me offline. All I had to do, I think, was piss off the Empire in some particular location. And that's what happened. So, you know, remarkably broken. And the almost fucking war machine online of trying to market it such that it didn't come across that way. Like, before fixing the majority of those problems, already being like, oh, we've got our first DLC and Lando's gonna be in it. And it's just like, what? What? Like... Can you make the game function first? And, you know, I was going to say, like, the more I played it, the more I realized, which is technically true, but it was after that first stream that I'd already realized, like, I'm making a video on this. There's way too much that is not only really bad and stupid, but, like, super unique. Unique in a way that allows you to talk about video games and what they're supposed to do. Because, again, I keep bringing up Golem, which is really funny because it's so bad, but at the same time I'm technically saying it's better. Golem didn't have the potential to fail as much. It was a smaller scale attempt at creating something that the team clearly didn't have the time to do. No, the same can be said for Outlaws, but, you know, compare the studios, compare the budget, and compare... Because, like, people like The Division. I haven't played The Division, but that's... You know, Ubisoft, Massive as they call it, they're the ones that's what they made. and that game functioned. They made a sequel. They're making another sequel, as far as I know. So, you know, I guess people like The Division. They are not making a sequel to Star Wars Outlaws. I'm sure you're all very shocked. Though the satisfaction on that isn't just that they decided not to make one. It was that, like, plans for it existed and they got, you know, scuttled because of how bad the first one was. I don't even see that as a huge regret, because I feel like a second Star Wars Outlaws would look and feel completely different, be built from the ground up as something else entirely. Like, it wouldn't be as funny. I've said before, if the Gollum team got to make another game, I'd want them to, like, almost use the same engine, but have, you know, like, try and raise their ambitions with what they're supposed to do, and then give them half the time. Not to blame them for their failure, but to create a game that's just really funny. Because, I just think that's worthwhile, you know? It adds to the culture. Sometimes you can't make a game that's so good, it makes people very happy. You have to make a game so bad, it makes people happy. And so here we are, old Yharnam. Gotta go get the shards immediately on the right side. Then I will have something like 4-ish. Stop right there. Here we go. I feel like the last 10 times I've done that on stream, it's worked. Not at all. Either that, we just got 4 plus 2, so I need another 2, I think. If memory serves. Oh. I remember where I'm going as well. Oh, don't poison me, you bastard. To be more specific, though, it's like you play Star Wars Outlaws, and you can already feel when shooting people. It's like, this isn't right. This feels weird and doesn't work consistently. And then when you're running around and moving, and you just stay a little bit aware, as opposed to... There's like a mode where you can play games where you just sort of, your mind, it's just flowing with the game. Versus taking everything in for every last thing that happens. And so, even in the beginning, there's these times where I'm just walking around and characters fucking bumping up into the air, or getting caught on nothing, or the animations are all fucking up, and it's just like, that's so weird. There's one in particular that I will point out very briefly, where graphically, and this happens to Kay as well as other people, their heads or their shoulders will just smear across the whole screen, and it lasts for about 1 frame. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? And I only caught them in post. I didn't catch them while playing. It's really hard to see, but it's just like the graphics constantly fucking up. Didn't you hear the warning? Oh, I saw it and I continued anyway. Much like with Star Wars Outlaws, my good man. So there's that, and then you realize it's every single thing you can do in the game. Everything has an aspect like that. I thought to myself, like, man, this game is pretty big in terms of all the different things you can talk about that a game can do, and it fucks up everything, which is kind of amazing. So if a video was to be made, there's potential here to cover like a breadth of topics and to have some fun with it. But the other reason I was like super tempted by the idea was I saw Asmongold's some clips, as well as like some of the funnier ones that went viral, and the same for Star Wars Theory, and I was like, man, not only is what they are doing and going through super applicable to like each of the topics I can already envision and how the video would work, but they got like different flavors of the problems, and it really helps paint a picture of just how horribly bad everything is. Because I tend to find that even if you show 1,000 examples of a problem in a game, i.e. something like a Dark Souls 2, if you're not drawing from multiple people's playthroughs, there is a thing in the back of one's mind, like, did this happen authentically? And does this happen without prompting it, you know, with particular playthroughs? Is this a common experience, I guess, is where I'm going with that. And as much as you could eventually prove it by, you know, explaining exactly how it's prompted in a game with just a single playthrough, when you have multiple people who are absolutely not doing it for the sake of a video, they're just playing a game, it's very easy to see, like, oh, this is just how the game works. And of course, you could still have the counters of like, well, it's how the game worked. A good example would be like Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky. And funnily enough, I will have a section on this too, but that claim is attempted to be made for Outlaws, that Outlaws got completely fixed, which is fucking insane, by the way. And another reason why my video got so heavily delayed is that there's now a section that accounts for this, because a whole slew of new videos were made. And I'm certain it's specifically for clickbait, by the way. Because it makes for a good eye-catching video, right? To be like, hey, that game that everyone memed on for being terrible, it's actually amazing now. And then they go into it and they're like, you can hold your gun when you get off your speeder. And you're like, okay. That sounds like something that should have been there. And they'll even say this in the videos, like, yeah, I probably should have been there when we made the game, but, you know. Hey, man, give them credit where credit's due. They're fixing the game. And it's like, is that something that you give credit for? It's like, your game's no longer broken. Well, in one of 10,000 aspects. I'm not sure that you give credit for that as opposed to you stop being critical on that aspect. Which, in a sense, could be construed as credit, but... You know, when I think of credit, I'm thinking of, like, telling someone that they did well on something, as opposed to stopping telling someone they did awful on something. I guess it's all about definitions. Also, that's enough shards already. Beautiful. We shouldn't be paying $70 to be beta testers. I completely fucking agree, and $70 is underballing it. Insane. But that is the culture as it stands. And I knew this would make for a very strong conversation as to discussing all things to do with the game itself and the meta surrounding it. Now, I will go back to answering messages for a little bit, but we will return to this conversation once I kill the Bloodstarved Beast, alright? And I'll do it in pieces. Because, you know, we got plenty more to do, plenty more to say. What is an understandable issue from Buffy and Angel you don't agree with but can understand why people would feel that way? My brain goes to empty places. Well, sounds like you know the deal with that one, which that's exactly where my brain went to, but I'll try and find some other examples, like soul mechanics. A lot of people do not understand how the soul works in the Buffy universe, and it is to the not only the detriment of their understanding of the story. Man, you heard that right. I got the parry sound. I'm going through you. You're very mean, sir. I'm gonna go and draw my poisson. Also equipped an antidote, which is there. So soul mechanics is super important in Buffy, and they define a lot about the nature of the choices the characters are making and their nature in general. You'll come to understand that it's super important to the point where the show borders on having to re-establish meta, or respond to meta, sorry, because there's trouble a-brewing with the audience's perception of certain characters when they're making a mistake as to what they're dealing with. I guess remains somewhat spoiler-free here, but it's frustrating to watch because people will turn a misunderstanding of how the soul mechanics work into like claims of character assassination. And it's like, no, it's way cooler than that. They showed you actions that can be taken by a character that would make you think they're doing X, but when they're actually doing Y. That sort of thing. Oh my god. Clearly that guy wants me to drink vodka. I guess another thing would be... Oh yeah, so the reason why I would consider that something I understand is because the soul mechanics do get confusing. I won't deny it. It's just, like, you gotta think about it and pass it out. It happens. But it can be complicated. My god, I'm getting so bullied. Aha! And then of course the whole, like, it betrayed Buffy as a show that it got too dark in season 6 and 7, or season 5 and 6. It's 5, 6, 7, so a lot of people see it as the show goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like, in terms of eras. And that 5, 6, 7 got a little bit too scary and dark, and that it's like an assassination on the show itself as a tone. When I've said it several times, I think the show's at its best in 5, 6 specifically. 7 has good stuff in it, but, you know, bit of a wonky season. But that probably answers that question. You know, I'm realizing I probably should have just gone and killed Mr. Machine Gun first. Somehow I managed to fuck up a lot as well. Stay down. Sorry, I have myself a little bit of a cough again. When will we get Stuckmanized on EFAP again? I imagine Shelby Oaks will be the next one, right? Because that's coming out soon, as far as I know. I think that'll happen. It'll be rather exciting. In terms of sequels that are massive drop-offs in quality, I think going from Casino Royale to Quantum of Solace is quite jarring. It was funny, that was brought up recently on Real BBC, and you know, Az was saying he quite liked it. Not that he thinks it's better than Casino Royale or anything, but he said he liked Quantum of Solace. I just don't remember it, really. I think I remember a construction site base scene. Because I definitely saw Quantum of Solace, I just don't remember it. The Quantum of Solace. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? That song is very amusing. Alright, if I remember, I just need to stand up and then shoot. But I feel like I always screw this up. Not a fan of the hunter battles in this game. God, it worked. Why can't I get on the Gatling gun? Huh? I don't remember what his badge unlocks either. Do I need to go to just main menu, I think, right? I always forget how this works. I don't think I lose anything. Arcane Season 2 might hurt more if it wasn't destroyed so completely. There's no character or storyline to cling to, so it's easy to decouple from Season 1. Yeah, and I stand by that Season 1's ending, as much as it's a cliffhanger, it makes its point so clearly about violence and the cycles that are associated with it, which is why I thought it was a fair comparison back when, because The Last of Us 2 was coming out, right? A lot of things, including God of War, make very good points about the cycles of violence and how it is up to individuals to put a stop to it because it can inevitably, you know, progress, blah, blah, blah. And there's different approaches to it. And Arcane Season 1's prologue, then compared with its final scene, I think it makes the point wonderfully. Meanwhile, Season 2 kind of ruins everything. So, you can just kind of pretend it didn't happen. And to be honest with you, when you find out who wrote it, how it was created and directed and stuff, it's just like, yeah, maybe you can just fuck off. Maybe you should call yourself something else. Have a different subtitle, maybe. Not sure how much I want to explore here. I think we've got enough of the stone shards. Hello, sir. That went well. You can shoot me? Oh, come on. Where was my parry for that? Hey. No. Remember, I'm allowed to heal, you're not, alright? Ah. Come on, damage. Not quite, but okay. Eh. Oh, where are you going? Confusing the hell out of me, sir. Slash madam. Bone marrow ash. I'm not even sure I've ever actually popped a bone marrow ash in my entire time playing this game, so worth it. Hello, growlies. Alright, where are we? Clone Wars is fan fiction. There's some good episodes, but overall Clone Wars is mid to low tier. You're not missing anything. I've heard that perspective from a bunch of people as well. I'm not, you know, no secret that plenty of people I respect quite a bit have said that there's no need to see it. So it makes you think, you know, makes you wonder. I always forget if this is like out of bounds. No, we're good. Yeah, I think there's a costume down here. Yeah, a lot of people are very fond of Clone Wars, you know, so different perspectives all over the place. Sorry, mate. Shoulder barge, eh? Nah. There's something very satisfying about finishing anything off with a pistol shot in this game. You have less than 100 years on this planet and you gave one to Star Wars Outlaws. Have you no friends to stage an intervention? Yes, Buffy watch when. Can't be certain of when that would happen, though I do want it to happen. And, you know, I think it'll be worthwhile. I'll gradually get more into it as this stream progresses. Boop. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there are like clothes or something in this area. There's got to be something that makes it worthwhile, right? Ew. What is this? Oh. Something about a moon. Hey MauLer, since you're a fan of the Souls games, I was wondering if you ever played any other FromSoft games, specifically the Armored Core series. They're my favorite, and what I grew up with. Definitely worth checking out. IMO, keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much, appreciate it. And they are a games series that I've managed to completely miss, and I probably should give them more of a chance, considering I do enjoy From's sort of design philosophy in a lot of ways, so... I know that a lot of people like the newest one, right? I wonder where I would need to start, or what would be best with something like a series like that. Because, I certainly don't know for sure. Armored Core is completely alien to me. In a good way, I suppose. One way. No, defrosted robot. I will not calm down with the super chat. Alright, well, you know. If you want to throw a question in while you're doing it, it's no problem. We can talk about whatever's. Down he goes. Okay, I think there's antidotes around here and some other bits and bobs, but I don't think anything worth me spending too much time here. If memory serves. I think I can get some, like, hats or something for my fellas back home. Oh, everything's mad. Okay, I think to do this, I gotta go... That. This is totally gonna be worth it. See? Head bandage. Alright, does this kill me? I actually can't remember the full damage. We'll just do this to be safe. Yeah, I'm fine. Alright. I'm gonna go in there because I'll get cornered. This is what we call a lot of bad guys. Her name is Alata. Alata Hashina. I love Austin Powers. You still have that thing in the back of your head, you know, you're like, a fourth one would be great, and then you're like, would it though? Not doing so well there, enemies. Right. Okay. Staying alive, that's what's important. Avoiding vodka shots, that's what's important. I'm trying. I want to parry him, but he... Okay, well, I'm just gonna attack you then. Ooh. Okay, I think I'm maxing out the aggro range, which is kind of awkward because if they just extended it a little bit, this would make complete sense. But hey, works for me. It's just these are the parts of the game I can control. When we get to like Bergenworth and even the Forbidden Woods, I start getting like fucked. Okay, I don't think there's much for me to collective there, so let's open the shortcut, and I think we're mostly good to just go straight to the Blood-Starved Burst. In which case I shall talk more about Outlaws. Hi, Molecule. How are you? Is your new video actually going to be around 16 hours, or is it going to be broken up into parts like your critique of TLJ? That's another thing I think I'll talk about. I'm just trying to figure out how much I want to say about its current position. Where's the other shortcut? Oh, I know where I'm going. Because the problem is, the way I try to balance giving information is... like, I want to tell you as much as possible without setting expectations that can extremely disappoint. Because of things that can change that are not necessarily fully within my control. Because all kinds of crazy things can happen. Whoa. Come here! Bad? Remember, I gotta upgrade my pistol anyway. Not that it makes, like, any difference, but... if I'm gonna defeat Orphan of Cost tonight, it's probably, worth upgrading everything, right? If that's... who knows how long the stream's gonna go for. I know I always speed up my progression through the game once I've had some fun killing and stabbing a lot, you know? But yes, so I'll talk more about that in a bit, not too long from now. Watch Black Sails. I'm sure Theo and Wolf have mentioned it to you. Join the Black Sails cult. It's better than every other cult, no bias. You are correct in assuming that both of them have told me passionately that I should see that show, which, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it definitely makes me want to see it. I just gotta carve out a nice slot of time, much like, oh dear, much like I do with a lot of shows. And movies. Because I recently got done watching, and I've said this before, right? So I did Ozark semi-recently, and people were like, why did you watch that instead of a bunch of blah, blah, blah? I was like, well, because it was something I could not, like, pay super-duper close attention to. I was having food. Each time I made, like, a meal, I would watch more of Ozark, and so... Yeah, I don't really recommend it. There's some good stuff in there, but it's also kind of... It's fine. And I did the same thing with Alice in Borderland, which I liked more than Ozark. And recently, I did that with Narcos, because that's another show that has been recommended, but isn't one that I need to pay hyper close attention to. Season 1 and 2 of Narcos is really good. I quite enjoyed it. So like there's like different lists running at the same sort of time. But like at the top, I think, of my needs to see it while concentrating list is, I think, The Wire, which really need to get on that as soon as possible. But you know, that's what I mean about like the lists. They're just passionately full of all kinds of crazy things. Oi! Stop right there. Happy early birthday, Mooble. Got SNS pumped to read. Well, hey. Let me know what you think. Hope you enjoy. Will the new video be uploaded in part since it's longer than 12 hours? I shall get to the current perspective on that one. Probably a little bit later in this stream, but we will get there, 100%. Because I am about to fight the Bloodstar Beast, which will push us back on to talking a bit more about Outlaws. We got a bunch of messages coming in still. Also, not sure if you can, but Sitch and Adam started a media channel recently, How to Kill a Franchise. They're covering Alien Earth on Thursday, and I know how much you love that series. That, I mean, if that, obviously it's up to them, but if there was an invite in there, I will say, right, doing weekly episode breakdowns as they came out with Gary, to then do weekly episode breakdowns on top of that on Open Bar, to then do a full breakdown section on Friday Night Tights once the finale was out, to then do 8 hours of breaking it down on EFAP. I think I'm a bit gassed out on Alien Earth, you know? But that doesn't mean I wouldn't be more than on board with checking out some other stuff in due time. I wonder, what's their format going to be on this other channel? Is it like edited videos or streams, or... And if it is streams, I wonder how do they do it? I saw they had like a debate the other night, I think, with was it Dev and Sean? I caught some of it. Also, I think I'm going to take another shot now, because I need to space them out a bit. Ugh, petrol. How much whiskey would I need to cover more of Alien Earth? A lot. It is really regrettable, though. I mean, as we got to the end of our coverage, I don't think it's a shock for any of you to know that it's just like, what insane potential, and we live in the universe where they made that. It is well bordered past a joke. Watching the people who are endlessly positive about anything in their favorite IP coming out have to deal with something like that, you almost feel sorry for them, right? Because we have this perspective that you should be, you know, on board with just being a realist about whatever given thing comes out. I think I've told you guys I learned this lesson with Alien 3 at a very young age, that ultimately you just gotta accept that they'll fuck it up sometimes. But imagine trying to find the good in Alien Earth, just exclusively being like, what a great show with great potential. You just sit there and be like, come on. Come on. You gotta calm down. Hey, 2 shots away and we've got that sword as well. Alrighty. Pop in the blood gem, put that in. Beautiful. I don't think I'll need to use the beast blood pellet, but I'm always tempted. Because it's fun.
Welcome. What is
What is it I desire? A little bit of healthiness, please. Oh, man. I'm 150 off another level. But, you know what?
well, good
Fine.
hunter.
Okay, wait. An old Yharnam... Or is it still here? Good. We've unlocked the shortcut, so it's all good. But yes, best of luck to him, of course, doing something like that. Screwball peanut butter whiskey is a favorite of mine. That does sound interesting. I'm sure I've had a peanut butter whiskey before. I remember being surprised by it. Like, I guess I didn't expect the peanut butter to be so obvious, but it was in a good way. It's fair enough. I do enjoy your responses to your critics, but I understand that. Good fortune, Mubesley. Good fortune to you too, sir. Like I said, responses are definitely not going to be gone forever. It's just so many different kinds of episodes we want to do. Like, in retrospect, I think it took us a little longer than it should have to start doing episodes like The Thing or The Iron Giant, or even Train to Busan, right? That was almost spontaneous. And it was like, we should do more of these, because I quite love talking about why, you know, the great stuff is great. And, surely it can't hurt the world to do so. At least I hope. Oh man, if I just picked that up, we'd have a fully upgraded gun at this point. Too bad, eh? Too bad. Now, I think there's some beast blood pellets around here as well. That may be worth picking up. As long as these guys aren't too mad that they lock me into a hole or something. Can't go wrong with getting some more quicksilver bullets, I suppose. Bold hunter's marks. Da-da-da. Oh, he's angry. He's been charged by the fleam flam. Also, I think we just lost one of them guys who runs around and stuff, but at the same time, I don't think I need any more now. But we all good. What's your limit, boy? Ah, yeah. Run on home. Alright. Fire paper? Yes. I've already taken my shot for this guy, by the way. So, it's all good. I'm guaranteed to win, I think. Right, that's how that works. Let's fucking go! Alright, good start. Jesus. Oh. Oh, come on. Ew, he's eating me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. That's no good. Hey. Let me do this. Wait, really? Fucking hell. I just fixed all that. I feel like I've lost all my bonuses now. Damn it. Am I poisoned again? Jesus. Stop moving. Ew. Okay. Let's get some stamina back. I don't think I'm gonna throw a Molotov cocktail at him. Well, that... Oh. Oh, that's it. That's GG. Oh! Oh, no. Fuck you. I will say, the throwing arm on the fella in this game, he's not the fastest throw in the West. That would have been a neat parry, I think. Whoop! That was a very good attack there. Nailed it. What else you got, bud? Like that. And this. One of these. Oh, really? Ooh, I got him. Sort of hoping for the best right now. Hey! I got him, boys. And I didn't even die, which means I don't have to do an extra shot. Though Vicar Amelia is next, I think? We can start to speed this up. I can take more shots, which is probably what you're after. I just have to imagine, you know? You are fine and good, you interdimensional smile. Oh, well, thank you. Emotes for Platoon on this channel when? I need to speak to him about which ones he would want, and then I will say I'm gonna have to figure out which ones you guys want to sacrifice. I guess, you know, for those who are members, you can see what you got access to. If you want to vote on which ones you think are the worst, we can boot them in favor of getting some Platoon emotes in there. I'm not sure if he's got any ones that are sort of ready to be uploaded as that format. They're like really specific and sort of small, but if he does, in his own like members thing, then yeah, we'll get him in for sure. Of course, sacrifice Mootle. We've already got the crying metal, which I really like. So I'll feel bad if we do that.
Welcome home. What is it?
Welcome home once again. Oh, oh, oh. All right. I am correct, aren't I? Oh no, we need to do Bloodstarved Beast next.
Good hunt. May you find
Silence, woman. Why must you speak? It's rude. Oh, so I need to get the badge from, like the old cathedral or whatever, so I don't mind doing either of those first. Go... Cathedral Ward. I have a Platoon Wheeze if you want that. Oh no, I mean I can get it from him, specifically because I, you know, I'll want his, what he wants, you know. We'll try and maybe get like 3 or something. Thoughts on Sekiro? It's From Software's best game. I adored it. If you want to see him, I got a full playthrough my first time with it. It was very fun. I enjoyed the hell out of it. And kind of ruined a decent amount of what From have done before because it's so much better than their other stuff. Oh, not this fucker. Not you. You're allowed to hit me. Hold on. Boop. He done put me in the bag. What's that? It counts as a death, even though it takes me to another place? Fine, guys. Ugh. You know, in some ways you think it'll get better, but I think it actually gets worse. Blah. Anyway, I said once I beat the Bloodstarved Beast, we'll talk a bit more about Outlaws. So, I hatched the plan. I thought, and I've said this before, that it would take possibly not very long to make the Outlaws video. The reason why is because unlike my Unbridled videos or the critique videos, I'm going to be using footage that I don't have any limits on in terms of copyright. I am at a unique position to be able to use as much as I want, whenever I want. And so obviously, with that in mind, the video will not take as long to make. That's good logic, right, guys? That works out. You have the benefit of being in the future, because what we're talking about is a discussion that happened early September, I guess, of 2024. And we are now in October of 2025, so what happened? Well, the initial expectations from figuring how long a video like this would take to make, in my estimated opinion, was that I would split it up into 2 major elements, which is funny because it's kind of controversial in and of itself to say this, but story and mechanics. And I say it's controversial not in like a broad societal way, just in a way of trying to construct video topics, because there are some things that feel explicitly writing and story, and then there are some things that feel explicitly mechanics. But there's some stuff that gets in the middle that gets weird, trying to figure out what it is, what it counts as. And so that, you know, but I think we can all understand broadly what the plan is. It's like I'll get all the topics, split them into 2 pieces, and then split those 2 pieces into chapters, and then, yeah, it'll all be good. And I was thinking to myself, 3 to 4 hours it should take me to go over everything. And so the idea was I will be playing this game, and I will gather, you know, a playthrough of it, and then I can start playing it offline, and just move on from there. Everything will be fine and pleasant and wonderful. And then, of course, I saw some bits and bobs from different people playing the game, and I was like, well, I'm going to have to include that. To give you an idea, as an example, right? So, Asmongold and his experiences in the long grass, it's like I knew that would end up in the video, including my own experiences in the long grass, but... Oh, jeez. Why are you so strong? Uh-oh. Woo! See that combo thing he did there? Come on, stairs, don't fail me now. Yeah! Alright, you, come up here. Because the stairs is not reliable. If we can get a parry, we can, like, guarantee kill him. That was not a parry. No, not yet. I think you can lock these guys into, like, a permanent thing when you do this. Hey, alright, we're good. So, because Bloodstock Beast is near here. No, the Cleric Beast, that's the one. That's the one. You drop anything? Ah, beautiful. Alright, let's get the checkpoint done before I screw this up. So yeah, Asmongold doing that, it's like, okay, I'm gonna need that. And then I was thinking to myself, well, it's not just gonna be, you know, whatever clip I happen to see of Asmongold, it's gonna have to be, I watch his playthrough, which I think he did 1 part, it was like 3 hours or something. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll do that, I'll watch that. Fair and square, no problemo. And then, of course, I was like, well, I gotta do Theory, haven't I? Because Theory's already got some very viral, funny clips, too. And he was in the process of playing it, so I told him, I was like, I'm planning on doing a video, so if you don't mind, it'd be super cool if you could complete it to get, like, the full experience. And I shit you not, he tried, and I have a feeling part of it was due to me asking, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to complete the game. He hated it so much. If you watch, like, as he gets to the later parts, he has to give up. I do feel a little bit bad about having forced him through more of it than he would have liked. But there's plenty of funny things that happened as a result, so, you know, worth it. And then I realized, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, that there was... because this is what we could call the data collection section of envisioning this video, which I will say, by the time you already get to this, to me, I'm already like, okay, well, this is happening, because the amount of time it takes to do this part had already... Whoops. That's a shot. Ugh. I like how I don't even know how many shots I've taken. So, yeah, the more time spent doing this, which I want to be clear, there are 2 videos this is now interrupted in September of 2024. So, I was working on something, and that something, I realized... could be interrupted by something else that I don't think I mind saying. Both of these projects are relatively far along and will definitely be completed. But please try to imagine how fucking annoying it is that I realized that it was the best course of action to not only discontinue temporarily one, but two projects. Both that you'll all be very interested in being completed. No, not the short film and not the comic. Both of those, I'll try to incorporate them in a second. So, you know, I'm working on this thing and I realize that I cannot continue something that is very far along and something else that is also very far along. I'm trying to figure out what I could say, but I really can't say much more than that yet. They are both so close to being what I could call guaranteed, but I can't guarantee them right now. So, both of them are videos, and they're both ones that I'm going to be very happy with, I'd imagine, when completed. But the better turn of phrase would be if completed at this point. So like I said, one of them interrupted the other, and then both of them got put on pause, and I'm not even kidding, have been on pause since, I think, September-ish, in favor of this project. And so that's a reality. Both of them are still waiting for me, and they will be done, I swear. At least to me. If I don't name them, then I have no issue with like having to account for the fact that they won't be, if that is to happen. Oh my god, he's just slaughtering me. Stop it. Do an arm thing. I'm better at parrying that. Oh, no, I'm not. Well, say goodbye to... What was that, 7K? Ugh. Not but videos on Buffy, but I'm not going to start, you know, just constantly ruling out of all the things they could be. Ugh. Joe Danger, it's on you to do a counter. That's another shot of vodka. Yaha, ghoul indeed. Jesus, what a good start. I need to not die, please? Like I said, I will switch to Bailey's if I become a little too unable to deal with this. I can't fight you on the stairs, you gotta come up here. Also, you know what would make this way easier is if I upgraded my my flim-flam, but how much do I have here? 4 twin blade shots, so I can upgrade it once. Hey, what the? Come back. He's like, wait, what? Did you just fucking shoot me? You son of a bitch? And the answer is yes, I did. Whoa! Whoa! No. Alright, fine. Do that. But stun yourself while you do it. Okay, where was I? Yes, so these projects, of which I had spent a very large amount of time sorting out, I felt pretty bad about it, but I simultaneously realized that... oh, what the... It didn't prompt the thing! Man! I have to take another shot for that? Thanks, game. You know what, those past two were like a little easier. You poor liver. You become the average Neverland security guard, you just keep dying. I mean... dying is, dying is a part of the journey, or something. Whatever makes you feel better about it. Alright, let's get a parry. Not quite. Oh, Jesus. For some reason I keep expecting the sack attack. That's the one I can deal with. There we go. Don't take that out of context. That would be naughty. Go, 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 go. He's gonna do the thing. I feel like I've never had this much trouble on these guys. Okay, done and done. Stay down. Also a twin bloodstone shot. This is the run. This is the one where I get through this area. Alright, buddy. Let's do this. Mono e mono. I don't even know what that does. Go on. That was too early. But not too early on that one. Now, I feel like can be a little bit more specific. These videos I'm talking about, like one of them, you could watch half an hour of it. Like it is completed in that sense, half an hour out of, I want to say something like 3 hours. The other is all, and this will make more sense the more I talk about the Outlaws video, is all completed in what you could call the audio timeline. Or the, oh Jesus, old lady. Which is not properly representative of what that means. It means the timeline is done except for the bulk of visuals, we could say 80% of them. It's kind of how I've come to start making videos after a long amount of time, and again, I will make this clear with the Outlaws one's process. So it's very depressing to have videos at that point, because I've told you guys before, I've got videos that are in script format. And when I say script format, I mean we're talking like redrafted several times, all the references are ready to go and explicitly described so that I couldn't, like anyone could make the video in theory. All the notes are there, all the links are there, that sort of shit. I think, you know, I don't mind saying that The Boys Season 2 video is in that form, and it never made it to Vegas, as in like editing software. At least, I actually think it did. I created the intro. And it was a really fun meme where, you know in The Boys Season 1, where Butcher says, well, he's like, if it ain't the invisible cunt. I've got a joke where he says, like, if it ain't, and then Jay just cuts in with the really bad show or something. It's a kind of like Jay joke, right? Like, where it deliberately thuds in with commentary of how bad a thing is. And I think I even did the visuals for like the first few minutes, but that project has just been completely scrapped, and if there is any hope of it reaching the light of day, I will probably let you guys know. But as it stands, not right now. Which, believe me, I'm sad about, because I did a lot of work getting it to a certain point. But, and that's the case for Falcon and the Winter Soldier. There's a video, I believe Jay Longbone has this exact same problem. She's had, like, a video cooking on that for years. Obviously years, since the fucking show came out. It's the kind of thing where it happens when you've got these really, really long-term projects, because you have to split focus in order to get anything done. Or I guess you could not, and consistently get things done. You can be a miracle worker like a certain platoonman who creates wonderful videos regularly. I'm still not entirely sure how he does it. I'm gonna have to find out if he's like a fictional magical being that came from a different universe, or if he knows something. If he knows what's up about the universe. We got to figure it out, because I was quite enjoying his Superman video. Or Random. No, yeah, I don't want to imply that Platoon's the only one. Random's also excellent at this. I can't seem to grasp it like they can. I get distracted by other projects a lot. Though, you know, I have completed some stuff, not to shit on myself entirely. In any case, this was regrettable, like I said, that two of my major projects I'm going to have to sit back. But you know what it means? Take this for the positive that it is, that you'll be seeing, hopefully, those two in the future. And from the moment I get to refocus on them, they will have skipped a lot of processes that take a lot of time. For example, the data collection and the scripting and the blah, 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 blah. Like, all of that's already done. Or both of them, actually. I just need to... One of them needs a lot more recording and audio cutting, as well as the rest. And then the other one needs to be given visual edits that, technically speaking, could be done by someone who is not me. It'll just depend on how possible that is. So, what I guess I'm saying is, like, hopefully this year that I have spent not releasing as many videos will result in a year where more videos get released than average. That's the best I can sort of argue for now. I would like to say that's a guarantee, but I don't like guaranteeing anything. You know how horrible that ends up being. Also, I think there's some twin bloodstone shards up here somewhere. Where are you? Now, to progress further on this conversation, I realized quickly that having Asmongold, Star Wars Theory, and my own stuff is solid, but of course, it's going to be way better to have more than that. And, you know, I think the first person that came to mind, of course, was Metal Commander. I had a feeling he would be willing to stream the game, and he would have plenty of fun with it, as long as, you know, you didn't push him further than just having to complete the story. And lo and behold, I get sent, as the days go by, little clips of him playing it, and really funny shit happening. Most notable, and this is in the video already, he found an NPC that is very important to the story before they're important to the story. And their area, some of you will remember this, I think they were called Silo. It's just like the equivalent of being switched off. Like the game doesn't know what to do with her until the story arrives. So he happens to find her. Like, it's kind of remarkable. He was just exploring, and he finds this lady who's doing nothing. And it's just in an area that looks like it's something, but it isn't. So he's just like, okay, weird. Then he finds the quest line for her, and ends up being sent to where she is, and he gets really pissed off. Now, that's funny enough on its own, but what gets even funnier is he later talks about it while he's doing the... It's like the sequence before Gadik... not Gadik, Waka. Sorry, that's my Rhodian racism coming through there. Before Waka betrays you, and he's trying to explain it. I can't remember. It might have been that he was explaining it to me in chat, because I had just arrived. And as he's talking about what happened and why it was broken and doesn't work, he falls through the floor. It's like perfect timing. He's like, this game sucks. It did this, it did this, it did this, and then he just fucking gets stuck. And he's like, right, okay. And again, this combination of flaws definitely convinced me that you know, like there's a lot of potential here, because there's so many different kinds of fuck-ups in every format of like what the game is trying to achieve that it feels like there's definitely a video here, and definitely one that I could do quickly. Definitely one that all I need to do is, you know, ensure what I want in terms of data. Like I said, data collection. We're still... Oh, shit. Looks like that's another shot. Let's think of this chapter. It's the data collection chapter. I'll get to the end of that, because I know what the next one would be, and then we'll do a break and read some more messages. So Metal is locked in, Asmongold locked in, Theory locked in. And then, of course, I realize, well, if I'm spending this much time getting familiar with the game is hilarious. And there's some controversies picking up about the way they marketed it and the way that some YouTubers have been selling it. And so I'm like, okay, there's a good chance that we will have an EFAP episode about it, or maybe even two. And if that's gonna happen, we need... You guys know where I'm going with this, right? We need to get people more familiar with this. Specifically, Rangolius and Fringolius. And so I tell them, it's like, well, they knew well ahead of you guys, because they're in the know. They're on the inside track, you know, they get to find out all the crazy things. You know what? I'm going to spend my money and upgrade my stupid thing so that it kills stuff faster. So they knew that I planned to make this, and I was like, I'm going to need you guys to play the game. And believe me, they did not take this well. Much blood was shed, but the reality kicked in relatively quickly. They knew it had to happen. And so you saw Fringy and Rags streaming the game. And of course, that meant then I needed to go through all of those playthroughs. Oh wait, this is over here. Hyperion Gale. Oh yeah, I gotta go do Okay, I just want to clear the area. We've almost got it. I need to do the other side, and then we can do... Damn, I'm forgetting the names of the bosses. Big, fluffy, electric man. He's next. So yeah, that means then it's like, okay, so I've got Theory, Asmongold, Rags, Fringy, myself. Is that everybody? Theory, Asmongold, Metal, Rags, Fringy, myself. Yeah, that's everybody. And I realized I need to cut this off. This is getting ridiculous. Like, I can't... Because the reality is, they're all going to find things that I didn't find. That's just how it works. Even if it's just one thing. And so it just makes the video longer and longer and longer and longer. And so I was like, that's it. No more playthroughs. No more need for getting anybody else's coverage. That's great. Playthrough's done. And then a voice in the back of my head. He was invasive. He was running around shouting even. Whereas you've got my little accountant brain doing what he needs to do. You got this creative brain who's like, and it's like, what is he saying? What is he doing? And he said, you know, this isn't very complete, is it? If you're gonna tackle what people have to say about this game while playing it, you know, that's one thing. But surely you need to do what people had to say after having played it with like a summary of what their experiences were in the form of a review. Now this came up because, of course, I was incorporating the things we'd done on EFAP already. And I was like, oh shit, wait a minute. Because if I do take Alana Pierce and G-Man Lives, for example, right? If I'm including them, shouldn't I be including reviews in general? Like, should I not see what, I don't know, IGN or fucking Eurogamer or whatever the hell outlets, and then I should also compare that with your standard sort of reviews that come out from people who are just passionate about video games, both critical and praiseworthy. I think all of that sounds pretty fair, and it's like, okay, but that's going to take a while, you know? And I was like, okay, so I search, you know, broad terms, and I will do a selection, and once I've seen enough, that'll be it. That's all I need to do. There's no need to go further than that. But uh-oh. Man is very angry, and I couldn't get to his back when he was doing that. That's no good. Oh, that was a good parry. Come on, guys. Give me a shot of vodka for that. No, wait. Okay, please stay dead. Alright, we'll get the pig, and then clear out that area, and then I'm good to continue. Alright, that's all I gotta pull off. Okay, calm down. You missed, bitch. You know, Yaha Ghul has become the explaining the data collection portion of all of this. And by the way, this takes place over like the course of the whole thing of making the video, because what sources I'm drawing from keeps evolving. And it's a nightmare whenever I realize I'm gonna have to do more. And I know that you could be like, you don't have to. It's like, no, I don't. But it's a sort of, it wriggles into your head of like, this should be done for the integrity of the project. So I collect a lot of reviews. And we're talking, I basically convinced myself, as much as a search term like Star Wars Outlaws Review will net me a lot of results, I shouldn't just stop on some arbitrary number, right? Like 100 or 50 or 10. It should just be for as long as there is, you know, perspectives to take advantage of. And so I kept going and going and going. And to just be a little clear about how this works. Oh god. I'm not dead yet. I am now yet dead. I'm going to pull more. So like I'm saying, the sort of nature of it was that it just keeps getting bigger. And now, to be more clear about how this data collection's working, say for example my own playthrough, I will play it, and then I'll take notes. So let's just say, for the simplest version ever, in part 1 at 10, I was supposed to say 10 hours, 5 hours and 10 minutes, I fall through the floor. So I'll write, I'll shorten it. Instead of MauLer 1, it would be like maul1 dash a timestamp dash a description of what's happening. At least small enough that I know how to use it. Alright, it's hard to talk and get the parry right at the same time. I'm a feeble man. I can only do one task at a time. Oh wow, he didn't go mad. Yeah. So, with that in mind, right, drawing these sorts of things, it would take a while for me to get through. I think I did 6 streams, and then I did one extra one once I figured out a bunch of stuff, which I'll get to. To do all that, I ended up with... How do I explain this scope? I think with Rags, I want to say something like 400 references. So his entire playthrough, 400 lines that relate to something. So it could be, for example, Rags is the only one out of all of us that did this bonus quest. Jet Cordo? I don't know if that name means anything to any of you. The angle was like the previous owner of the ship was called Jet Cordo, and he did a bunch of fun puzzles. Fun being the lie that the game likes to peddle. And it's funny, I never actually did it. But not for any reason at first. Like, it just didn't happen. But after a while, there was a chance I would have done it myself. But I saw Rags doing it, and it drove him fucking insane. It's like you have to take a little tracker around with you until you find his treasure. And it's like inconsequential treasure. I don't know if anyone remembers, there was like a beeping device Rags had, and he, for about 10 minutes, was trying to search for whatever the fuck it was telling him to go to. He finally found it, and he was so pissed that he found out what it actually was that he wanted to kill himself. It was quite rough, but it happens in Outlaws. So something like that would be written down as a single reference, hence how long it took me, right, to just do Rags alone. Say I'd be watching his playthrough, and then I write down all the references, and they would have a subject line as well, right? So it's the file name, the file time, the subject, and then a description. Subject because that'll make sense in the data cataloging, which is the next part to this. So you do that with Rags, and then with Fringy, and then with Metal, and then with myself even, like I said, my own playthrough, Theory, Asmongold. And then, the same thing has to happen with all those reviews I was talking about grabbing. Say, for example, in someone's review they said, it's unbelievable that if you do this here and this here, then you will encounter this. And it's something that I never did. I'd be like, oh shit, well, I've got to account for that, because that's actually a function in the game that I didn't even know was a thing. And so that's like logged, so to speak. But then the reviews have this other aspect that needs to be taken in, where I need to account for the shit they're saying that's absolutely insane. To give you... I was about to pause, but I can't. I forgot about that. To give you guys an example, there was a video that I was listening to. It was like a review where a guy talked about how boring it would have been. How it was a bad move on the game to have made K-Vess a copy of Han Solo. Now, you're all thinking, that's true. But then you listen to the reasoning, and he says, because Han Solo is boring. Han Solo is the kind of character that can't really do much. He just has a blaster and he pilots a ship. So, who wants to play as that guy? Like, he can't even cut people up with a laser sword. That sort of shit. And you listen to that and you're like, what? And, of course, there's a format for this called EFAP, where we could have fun talking about how silly that is. But when you watch 1,000 fucking videos in a row and you collect all the resources for all these stupid statements, not only do you find uniquely stupid ones like that, where they say there's no point in playing as Han Solo because he's boring, you'll find patterns, crazy patterns. Stuff where a lot of people say the same thing, and you're just sitting there like, how the fuck did this happen? Some of them make more sense. Like, you'll get several people saying the reputation system is amazing in the game. If you guys remember watching me play it, it was pretty horrendously awful. I think we could all agree on that. The way it didn't work in any meaningful sense. It was just sort of there. And it's starting to get to a point where I'm convinced that the only reason anything is in that game is to have people say it's in the game when it's not actually in the game, if you know what I mean. Shut up, dog. Guys, we did it. We finally made it past this part that I kept dying on. Which, my liver will thank me for this. Okay, dog first. Come on, they're faster than the Chungus. Did they lose interest? Can I aim the gun perfectly so that it shoots? A definite no there. Are they coming or not? Okay, wait. I was looking at the dogs. Alright, now go. Gotcha, bitch. I love that frenzy recovery. It is so satisfying. No such luck, bitch. I'm beating up your dad over here. The dogs just don't seem to care, man. See, they're just chilling. All right, fellas, let's go. Oh my god, look how easy that was. And I got me the Tonitrus, which... Is that good against... Blood Beast... Beast Blood... Plumbo? I can't... It's something Pal. Dark Beast Pal, that's it. Which, I'm gonna have to take a shot for soon, because I think that's next now. We've cleared out the area. I got 47k, we should probably spend that. Do I want to use any of this on him? Maybe. Beast Blood Pellet, probably, yeah. Because, it'd take a bit. Anyway, sorry. So, try to imagine what I'm dealing with, alright? With the... Like, 400 references for Rags. It's an average of 400, I think, across Rags, Fringy, Metal, you know, etc. Mel had quite a lot. I don't know how to explain this. I was trying to say this to, you know, like Fringy when this was happening. Mel encountered so much funny shit. It was kind of insane. He's quite the goober. I do kind of say that this is something that I have. I think you guys know what I mean. Oh, I can upgrade my gun. I'm just gonna upgrade one more time too. But when I play games, weird shit happens. He's also got that. It's a gene. I'm not sure how you get it exactly, but he definitely has it. And he had something that was off the scale. Like, let's say if Rags, Fringy, and Theory and stuff had like 400 references, he had 650 or something. I just remember being surprised with the amount of references. I could, right now, tell you... In fact, let's see if this works. I've got my, my notes up for this, because I'm working on it every day. Not lying, I swear to God. So, let's see here. Metal... Obviously, typing in metal doesn't give me every instance of his, Okay, great. So, Microsoft Word has glitched out, and it says result 151 of blank. Which usually only happens when there's too many, for the record. Let me try Fring, I think is the code for him. Okay, that's not working either. Cool. Thank you. The one time I just needed you to work for the sake of... What if I type in ham? 26 results. Okay. Ring. Yeah, it just says blank. I guess there's too many. That's annoying. Let's try Rags. Yeah, it just says result of blank. I don't know if that means there's too many or if I need to reload it, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? There's a lot. a scary amount, you might even say. And so on that note,
Very well.
I started to realize how unruly the project was becoming, and that combines all of the playthroughs that I'm using with all of the reviews, both positive and negative, and yet the data collection wasn't over.
Farewell.
I'm sure you're all thinking, whatever do you mean, Mr. Mumbleton? And the reality is that there's one other element that I haven't actually cracked yet. Can any of you guess what it is? It's a whole format of information gathering that isn't people playing through the game and isn't people reviewing the game. 10 points to Gryffindor for the first person to mention what format it is, because it does turn up in my videos a whole bunch. Certainly the critique of, less so with the Unbridled. Get out of the fucking way, you stupid bastard. Dude, I was watching Nicholas Diorio reviewing the weird shit going on with YMS, and there's this joke he made where he was like, whenever someone replies to YMS, it's an immediate 10 pages to Gryffindor in terms of replies, because, I don't know, he does a hell of a lot of text replies. I thought that was very funny. It was very amusing. Also, I'll look at chat in 1 second. I just gotta deal with this guy. Oh, I pressed the shoot button. Oh, this is going well. No. Okay, guys, I got him. Oh. Dude, this game is just people screaming at you. That's all it is. Anyway, let's see. I said the word devs first. Audio commentary, game script files, interviewing the people who created the games. Now, this may be unfair, but that's the first person I saw that has cracked it. Yes, interviews. Interviews are super important. If I could implore 10,000 things into a person about creating videos, this would be one of them. Among many other things. Oh, for fuck's sake. Going for interviews is boring. I will not deny that is the reality. It is a boring process. Nobody likes it when you gotta listen to fucking, 50 videos of some guy going, "Well, hey there, dude. Thank you so much for releasing this video game. How did it feel to make a video game?" And then listen to the dev be like, yeah, I mean, like, making a video game is kind of like, it's a process that really, it involves so many different things that, like, when you make a cheese sandwich, a video game is very similar in that it has layers, and a cheese sandwich has at least a layer in it, and so that's why it's relatable, you know what I mean? And then they're like, yeah, that's so amazing. And so you throw that one out, because you're like, well, that was useless, that just told me nothing at all. But the reason you really need to do it, and it's why you'll see these clips pop up in, a lot of videos that sort of come across as just like, oh my god, that clip's amazing for proving that point. How did you find that? It's an iceberg, okay? Fringy has talked about this. Shut up. There, he's dead. On some streams here and there, but like, when you hear someone take Random, for example, Random Film Talk, legendary YouTuber, okay? When he says, off the top of his head, that Alien Resurrection is set 200 and something years after Alien, or Alien Earth in this case, that is the equivalent of an iceberg. What do I mean by that? It means that you see the top part, you see him say that spontaneously. What it means is, this man is probably in an unhealthy way, I'm sure he'd agree, obsessed with Alien as a franchise. Like, why do you know that information? And it's like, you know it because you're like an actual huge fan of Alien. Which, I consider him kindred in that way, It's a hard life, being a big fan of the Alien franchise. very similar, actually, to being a big fan of, you know, Star Wars, or Star Trek, or Doctor Who, or... I mean, name a fucking franchise, basically. You don't even need to be that discriminatory with which one you reference these days. And so when you see someone who's got an interview clip that's really incisive as regarding a particular point, it's probably because they went through a whole bunch of interviews and it took them a while to get to the gold. But my god, was the gold worth it. I mean, to give an example, I don't know if you guys know, but all of the shit that what's her name? Rachel Zegler, I think was her name. The one that like her interviews that went viral and famous. Some of those quotes were made like a year prior to when she went famous for them. I say went famous, you probably know what I mean by that. Just those clips being shared. So I remember, I think it was Fringy that told me, he was like, yeah, I remember seeing the interview where she said the crazy shit about Snow White and how it was like a million years old. Or rather, that he watched it when it happened, and it was only a year later that people actually, like, started talking about it. And it's like, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Because you never know what you'll find in these interviews, which, for reference, and this isn't me saying anything else other than just this commentary, but a lot of the stuff I found in interviews and reviews of the stuff that relates to The Force Awakens is actually in the latter portions of my video series on it. Specifically not the parts that have been done. The parts that have been done are mostly about the film. But, like, that information has been sat on since 2018. Like, and the thing is, it would be like, well, people have seen those interviews, right? And it's like, well, but it's not been contextualized, and it may be not pointed to as like, look at what this person said here about this thing. And it's just a different experience when you have that versus it all just being flowed out, which is the process, which is how it works in the industry. They just have people who I sometimes wonder if they even care about any given, you know, IP, or if they're just doing it career-wise. Also, I need bolt paper for this, right? No, he's a beast. Fire paper. As well as a pellet, if we can. Do this now. Nom 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 nom. God damn it. Good start. Oh dear. I feel like I'm in for more vodka. Sometimes I don't even think Paul realizes I'm here. He's just fucking with me anyway. Oh, thank the gods. Get crippled more, loser. Oi. This fight is so goofy. Hey. I can't fucking see. What's happening? Alright, that's a shot anyway. We did it, guys. Paul is dead. Oof. I'm still resisting the urge to Bailey's. Though I'm nearing half the bottle completed of vodka, which, for the record, it is a... I'm looking for information. It is a... What does it say? Continuing tradition since 1864. Ah, 1 liter. There you go. Right. Also, I have the Spark badge, which means we can buy things. So, good job, everybody. Excellent. Now, what I was saying with the industry interviews is just that you'll hear someone say, oh man, it's such an amazing feature of the game that you can, for example, you can order a drink and then you can get into your ship and you can fly into space and you can go to a different planet and then you can, land and get into a firefight and immediately leave and jump to a different planet and do blah, blah, blah. All seamlessly. Now, I have a whole section on the fucking word seamlessly. Nothing has pissed me off more than the marketing around the game being focused on the word seamlessly. It's obvious that they were desperately trying to convince people that it's new technology, a new sort of revelation when it comes to video games, that they've done something that you've never seen before, which was bullshit and frustrating to say the least. So to be clear, if you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, take for example, you have 4 planets in the game. You have Canto Bight, Tatooine, Toshara, Akiva, Kijimi, and is that it? I think that's it. But Canto Bight isn't even a planet. It's like a kind of a tiny map, and the same could be said about Kijimi. So you've really got Toshara, Tatooine, and Akiva as open worlds. Toshara and Tatooine are the only ones that are big. Akiva's not even that big. It lies to you. Now, with all of this in mind, the way they want the world to work is that you can travel from any of these planets. You're running around it, going wing wham, wibble wobble, and you run into a ship. You fly into space, and then you activate hyperdrive, and you go into another planet. And it's all done in a way that implies the whole world is living, and it exists in space, as opposed to loading screens. But it's bullshit. All of it's covered by loading screens. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, like, well, but that's okay, isn't it? And it's like, yes, it is okay. It is so okay. It has been done since 2002. At least, that's one of the places you can draw it from. I'm not going to say that was the earliest example. There's probably earlier, but the first Ratchet and Clank, when you're on any given planet, like Veldin or whatever, and you want to move to another one, you open up a menu in your ship, you choose, I think, like a system or a planet or whatever. It's been a while since I played it. And they will play a cutscene of your ship leaving the planet, going to space, traveling through hyperdrive lanes, or whatever the fuck. And then you arrive at the next planet. And if someone said, wow, it's seamless, I'd be like, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it seamless, it depends on your definition. In the sense that it doesn't go black and say loading, ... Okay, sure, it doesn't do that. But, I mean, is that seamless? Nice. I don't think I've ever done that before. I caught it before it fell. Wait, how many have we got? 3. I'm well off an upgrade, I think, but that's fine. We can still kill stuff. Not sure I call it seamless, like I said. When you say seamless, it implies there are no seams. And what is a seam? Well, in this case, typically, I think, a lot of us would agree a seam is a loading bar, in specifically the context we're talking about. So, when you market it, and by the way, so many reviews, so many interviews say this game is able to create that situation seamlessly. And Julian Garretti, the fella who is the creative lead of this whole thing, has said over and over again that that's what was achieved, and that was his primary goal. Primary, all right? The number one goal was to ensure a seamless experience. Now you might be thinking, wait a minute. I've watched MauLer, or possibly others, play this video game. I don't remember it being seamless. And it's like, yeah, because it ain't. Not even close. If you remember, one of my first... I'm not going to say first. Most of my experiences with the system at hand was... It would sort of stagger. And then, do you guys remember it flickering? It would be like you go into orbit, and it would be loads of smoke. or just mist, whatever the fuck. And it would start flickering random landscapes of black in the background. It was like, what? And it turns out that was just the game glitching, which I'm pretty sure it still does. But something else would happen. You enter into, like, orbit, and it provides you this mistiness. And it will stay there until the game has loaded space. And then you go to space. Now, if someone said to me, this was their revolutionary approach to creating a seamless experience, I'd be like, oh... Yeah, we a lot of games do that already. That's really not that impressive, actually. Not even slightly. And it's like, what? No game has ever done this before. This is a seamless experience. It's like, no, that's... Actually, it's so unimpressive. I don't know that you're fooling anybody. And the only way you're getting anyone to call that seamless is that same person would immediately concede it's not seamless meaningfully. And it has been done before. Or, and this is the real sad part of all of this, they've not actually played a game that's done that before. And like I said, it goes back all the way to fucking 2002. And I say that as someone who's not played enough games to be able to comment on when the earliest example is. I just remember it happening in Ratchet and Clank and thinking, this is my full review, guys. You ready? Cool. I was like, wow, cool. It's cool that that's happening. And if someone said, whoa, cool, so revolutionary, I'd be like, well, no, I mean, it's cool. You know what else I thought was cool? When moving from room to room and sort of area to area in Metroid Prime and having these doors that you have to shoot to unlock first, and realizing with my tiny child brain, hang on a second, why is it that some doors take longer to open than others? Why aren't they all the same? And then my tiny child brain being like, wait a second, I know why. It's because it's loading the next area. And as much as I will concede, I was like, that's kind of clever. Oh wait, I've gone the wrong way. At the same time, I was like, I guess that's a way to deal with loading. Though, do I prefer... Oh wait, I can go through there, hang on. Do I prefer that? Or do I prefer a more honest loading? And so, for example... And I think this is a fair conversation. Would you prefer the way Metroid Prime does it, or would you prefer a big loading screen? Let's call it 10 times any given door load, but it loads the next 20 rooms. Like, well, I guess I'm not 100% sure, because I kind of like the immersion of it feeling like the whole world has loaded, but at the same time, I don't always get tricked by it. You know what I mean? Honest loading. I mean, you know, it's complicated to talk about. My preference is just talk about it honestly, like what it actually is. You know what I mean? You don't need to call it necessarily honest loading or whatever, but all Arkham games use that as a loading screen. Yeah, like it's a thing in games. We've talked about it on EFAP a couple of times. You have an effort to try and find a way to hide it because players don't like loading. I know this is a revelation, but you know it happens. You need to find a way to piss players off less with loading. The big load screen was often not even an option in the past. Yeah, and so this is something I always reference that Theo talks about, because he's clearly passionate about it. When you have a big loading screen, and what we mean by that is a black screen, maybe with an image, and it has text, like a tooltip. It says, like, hey, when you're running around and pressing buttons, make sure you press buttons, and that's totally fine. And it'll go like duh, and I think Duke Nukem Forever had the longest fucking loading screens in the history of gaming. I'm probably exaggerated, but it's just something that comes to mind when I think of loading screens. So that exists, and it is a problem, and it's been something devs have been trying to solve forever, and you have to be careful with solutions. For example, and this is something the Star Wars Outlaws has, but if Sonic 06, yeah, that's a pretty meaty loading screen. So, you know, considering everything, it's a complicated problem to solve, and some devs, I think, can refer to these solutions in more honest ways than others. And we've been through so many different games at this point that I don't think we appreciate lies. And I consider seamless a lie. Not just in the sense that... Because someone could say, like, well, can't someone describe it that way without having the same definition? And I'd be like, sure. However, if you frame it as something that is revolutionary / new, then you are a liar. Because what you've done is create something that already exists. And it would have been cool for Outlaws to have done something that has never existed before, right? To crack some form of loading that means that you can load the entire universe, at least as exists in that game, without having to... load in a more conventional sense. But they didn't defeat the conventional requirements. All they did was play... And I'm not even kidding here, right? You're at a port on some planet, doesn't matter which one, and then you hit go, and it'll play a cutscene, pre-rendered, of your ship moving from that port up into the sky, right? Which I don't think is very complicated. Hopefully you guys would agree on that. Then it will transition that cutscene into the loading screen, which is you covered in mist. Your clouds, whatever, it doesn't matter. Where am I going next? I don't know about you guys, but it seems pretty dark here. I can't quite see. Is it? Oh, that's where I go next. Ow, my knees. Oh, I think I've missed what I was supposed to do, actually. Whoops. We'll do that next time. You go into the mist, and then when the mist is completed, as in they've loaded orbit, they will transition into orbit of the planet, and then you'll be in the space section. And then, if you want to move to another planet, you'll select the hyperspace, it'll activate a cutscene, play the moving through hyperspace cutscene, as though it's not loading, which obviously it is, the next space section. Then when you need to land in any given planet, it'll play another cutscene of you moving through the sky. So, I think everyone here is already savvy enough to say that those are all loading screens. We all know that. But the funnier part is it's considered seamless, and a lot of these videos or interviews you'll find all talk about just how much that's like a wonderful element that creates this sense of immersion that makes you feel like you're truly an outlaw, traveling through the world, etc., etc. When in reality, the average player, once they've experienced it, I'm going to be generous and say 5 times, which is seriously generous, will start being like, yeah, I've seen this before, kind of just, you know, want to get to the next thing. And so they've obviously added, because who wouldn't, a skip button. Now, why is this relevant? Well, the skip button can't be used to skip this wonderful immersion if there's a process happening, i.e. loading. And so, what'll happen is you enter that misty sky, and then the game will be like, whoa, 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 hang on, you can't skip yet, because we haven't loaded the next area. So, you know, there's no question as to what the fuck is happening. And, like, you don't get that kind of, you know, insight or sort of understanding of the situation unless you see how they have created it, what you got, and then how they describe it. Because he says that that's the main concern. That was his main, he just, I think, if I remember correctly, because, you know, this video is not short, and I'll go over that as well. He talks about, like, 4 pillars that need to be nailed. I think he said combat, you know, like the seamlessness, the outlaw nature, and the choice being, like, those are the most important things. I remember finding, whatever he says as the main pillars, stealth is not one of them, which I thought was really funny, considering how insane the amount of fucking stealth there is in that game. Which I'll talk more about in a bit as well. In any case, that kind of gets to the full accounting of all of the sources of what I call the data collection phase, right? Which has been ever-growing. So, like I said, interviews, reviews, positive and negative, playthroughs, viral clips, viral clip collections, and a general sort of, you know, like I'm doing what I can to search for primary sources, but at the same time, some stuff I tend to go for. I hate these fucking things. Yeah, how does it feel that you're getting stuck on this landscape for no... Oh, he missed. He got fucked over by the game. He grabbed me fair and square. If you guys know, those guys grab you and suck all your, like, inside out. Insight, not insides. He grabbed me fair and square there, but the game didn't let him, so thank you for that, game. Appreciate it. I don't think you're going to be that nice to me when I get to the upper cathedral ward. Eventually, but anyway, bro dodged the gnarliest grab. I did not dodge it. Like, that was just the game being kind. Anyway, we're nearing Amelia, so don't worry, another vodka shot is coming. So yeah, I think that's all of my primary sources. Obviously, as with something like a DS2, which was the last time I did a review of this scale, I have played the game many times, gone through it with great depth, and so you can expect I've discovered all kinds of things. And you know what's so interesting is the way that information gathering works, right? And I think Fringy has discovered this with Retarded Avengers. When you watch like 10 reviews, what you'll find is there are certain things that come out to you in terms of like, oh wow, that's remarkably, you know, stupid or insightful or special in any given way. But it's only once you've seen everyone's reviews that you then recontextualize what you find to be special. To give an example, you guys saw, I assume anyway, Retarded Avengers Thunderbolts. I was watching these videos, and I didn't realize that mentioning beef was like this funny thing that everyone's doing until I saw it, you know? Like, when the first person said, this person made beef. Beef is good. It was just like, yeah, whatever, fine, beef. But when you see the fucking fifth person say beef, you're like, what the hell is going on? Like, what? Why do people keep saying beef? What's the? And what you understand then is that nobody, maybe High Top, but nobody's watched beef. They just know from watching everyone else's videos that they're supposed to mention beef. Like that someone just said, what is beef? Where's the beef? Beef is some TV show that the creator of also was involved in Thunderbolts. And a lot of people said that's why Thunderbolts is so good, because it was made by the person who made something else that's really good. Now, for the record, I have not seen beef. I just thought it was really funny how homogenized, you know, reviews get. Because there's an expectation of what you have to say that shows that you are, for one, media literate, two, like, insightful on a level that goes beyond the average person reviewing any given thing, and three, media savvy to the extent of, like, you have a good media diet. You got to show that you don't just watch Marvel slop. Ew, that would be disgusting. Only watching that? Wow, what kind of loser are you? No, you watch all of the stuff that makes you really smart and makes you really creative, and you're sort of aware of the happenings of the world. Imagine only watching, like, Iron Man. You'd be a degenerate loser who knows nothing about anything. So, you know, you got to make sure people understand that. But the problem, of course, is that it backfires in the sense that if everybody references beef, and they only reference beef in the sense of beef is a TV show made by people, made by humans, it starts to make you look like you actually have no insight at all. And that you only put it in there because you recognized patterns that, you know, make you feel like you provide more than you actually do. So, the problem of data collection becomes, I might spot something funny with I think a good example of this would be the sheriff in Tatooine that you meet. I only thought she was funny because of the voice, but something I didn't realize until I saw Fringy and I think Metal commenting on it is that when you first meet her, you have to walk with her to her office. And you can't do that at a regular speed. I know this sounds retarded, but take, for example, right, me walking forward is this speed. And then me running forward is this speed. Now, let's call walking 4 and running 7. When you're being escorted by an NPC who moves at 6 speed, it is unironically one of the most fucking frustrating things ever, because walking means you fall behind and running means you go too far ahead. And it's just like, why did you do this? Why are you tormenting me? And of course the devs wouldn't have a good answer for that because they just didn't think about it. And it happens in games all the fucking time. And it makes you wonder, like, you'd think it would be the reverse. It would happen less than it would. My English is going to depreciate over the night, alright? And, I don't know, I just thought that was extremely funny, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't actually have anything for this in my video, but they've both commented on it, and it is true. And it is something that turns up in games a lot, so I have to, like, go back, incorporate it into the script, or do some form of a repair, quote-unquote. I call them repairs in my files. It's not that dramatic, it just refers to a change, basically. And, I think that kind of covers all of where I get my data from in totality. I'm just collecting a bunch of shit here. I don't know if I should kill these guys, but I kind of want to. How are you missing me? You're so large. Nice. I complain about him missing me that I miss him. Uh-oh. Oh, his damage is pathetic. It's fine. Look at that frenzy getting me some itching bits of blim blam. Can I upgrade? Not yet. I got 36 bloodstone shards. Alright, so that is chapter... Did you get through beef, though? No, I didn't. And I'm tempted to take a shot right now. This will be the Amelia shot, okay? Only because we're going to kill Amelia and then immediately do the Witches of Hemwick, so... to spread them out will be better. How dare you imply that this is something I want to do? I would never have suggested this if it was something I wanted to do, okay? No way. So, like I said, chapter 1 completed, data collection. Next chapter will be data cataloging. Which shouldn't take as long to explain. But it is the next thing. So now I'm gonna read some more messages, okay? Where are we? You are fine and good, you interdimensional smile. Oh, that's nice. Emotes for Platoon on this channel when? I don't know if I had read that one already, but soon. So I will say that we are... last time I read it, it was something like 40 memberships or 60 memberships. I can't remember how much it was from a new emote slot, which obviously would go to Platoon, but I'm considering getting rid of ones that are a little bit more superfluous. Now, what would be great is if there was a setting that could tell me the least used sort of emotes, so I could delete those ones, I guess. But every time I look at one of them, take for example Rags, I think Rags Yes, or MauLer Rags Yes, something like that. I was like, I don't know how often that's used, but that's a good one, right? Like, you guys like using that every once in a while. I don't know. There's some members in chat who will be able to decide which one of the less used ones, but it's gonna have to be a sort of guess as to which ones will have to go. James, you're here. Which ones do you think should go? What are the top 3 emotes that you think should be removed? You don't even have to provide a rationale. I'm just curious, which ones do you think? Because Rags, yes and no, they're very emotive, but then Springy, I think, has only got a no. But you should probably have like 2 more, right? I think there should be 3 for Rags, Fringy, and Platoon. You know, from what I've guessed too, I don't know if this is true, but it seems to be, say for example, you had a bazillion members and it unlocked however many slots. That's how it works on YouTube, by the way. The more members you have, the more emote slots you get. And once you fill them all in with particular emojis, and then you lose, let's say 80% of the members, I think you keep the emotes. Like it maintains your maximum previously. Hey Dev, how you doing? How you doing? I'm looking out for what James's votes are. The 3 most useless. Ah! Oh, come on, that shot should have done something. Dude, that guy just wants me dead. You know, if you'd shot me there and I died, I would have said, I've done the vodka shot already, so you guys can't lock me into that, okay? Stop it! You're all bastards! I don't even know where I am. Oh, isn't there a squidman around here as well? I'm just gonna go up and kill the gunman first. I also like that that is caught on somewhat. Oh god. Oh Jesus. It's all so horrible. So, for those who don't know, any word that has something man, so take for example highwayman, I've loved to convert it into what sounds like when you say it something min. So the most common you'll hear me say is evilman, and robot is also one that I do a lot that people think I'm just pronouncing wrong. These are all from Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama. I assume you guys knew this. I love Dr. Zoidberg. He's funny as fuck. I would say MauLer Smug or MauLer Coffee, MauLer Gun, and MauLer Spooky. Oh, I like the MauLer Spooky, but you're probably right. That's only relevant at Halloween. MauLer Smug. Do we have a Smug alternative, though? I feel like that's the only one we've got. And then Coffee. We can probably lose Coffee because we've got Sus. Those are good choices, I think, actually, yeah. We should be okay. Why not Zoidberg? Futurama is unfortunately underrated, as far as I'm concerned. Seems to me that Simpsons has enough appreciation, certainly its classic era. Futurama, however, as much as anyone who's seen it knows how good it is, I realized from doing the appraisal of the Sting episode on my video about Ahsoka that a lot of people felt seen by having Futurama be praised, and I want to do more on Futurama in future. I will say Futurama entertained the ever-living fuck out of me when I was a kid. And what an excellent choice of cast, like of characters, and that Bender is one of the greatest characters of all time. He is so fucking funny. Bender is great. Bender is great. The fact that they called him Bender, contextualize him as a robot that bends girders, but that he's on a bender constantly because he's drinking. Like, it's just... it's already funny. Remember that joke in the first episode where he puts on his arm with his arm that's not put on yet, and then puts on the arm that he put on with his arm that... you know what I mean? That joke is just brilliant. I think MauLer Smug and Coffee are too similar, so I vote for one of those and keep the other. Okay, I gotcha. I can sort that out. Like I said, I just need to talk to Platoon about what emotes he wants, as well as maybe if an extra fringy one or so. But yes, I'd like to talk about a lot of episodes of Futurama, to be honest with you. I don't even think I really talked about the Sting as much as I could have. I'm telling you, man, when I was a kid and I saw the Sting, something happened in terms of just being like, what the hell? Like, that was way heavier than I ever would have expected an episode of a cartoon show that I love to be about. And of course, I want to give credit where it's due. Simpsons kind of did the same thing. Do It For Her is like one of the best payoffs in an animated show ever. There's a reason why everyone references it. Stream the Futurama game when? That's definitely a possibility. Maybe me and Mel could do that sometime. Though maybe Oh, okay, so you guys know, right, that, like, yeah, you guys definitely know this. This is just lore that you 100% know. But last time Mel was over, we watched Faulty Towers and Blackadder, just in full. The time before that, we did a lot of Red Dwarf and something else. And then the time before that, we did the IT Crowd and something else. And dude, the IT Crowd is so fucking funny. Anyway, I've been considering this time around I was gonna do Father Ted with him. And then I was thinking if Father Ted isn't enough, well, this wouldn't make sense. He's not going to be here long enough. But I was going to do Futurama because I don't think he's seen Futurama. And because yeah, like I said, I don't think he's seen it. And he would have to obviously watch the whole show before he can do the game. But then I was thinking, like, how much Futurama do you show someone? Do you do... By the way, this is going to be complicated because the US seasons are not the same as the UK seasons. For us, it was seasons 1 through 4, and then they were cancelled. But I think in America, it's 1 through 5, and then they were cancelled. Someone's going to have to correct me on that. Then you do the... Oh, you're serious? Let me laugh harder. There's so many fucking amazing quotes from Bender, as well as... Do you know what killed me when I was a kid was Whalers on the Moon? When they just go to the fucking moon, and the history of the moon is that a bunch of guys who were whaling went to the moon first. Or that they set the joke up as whalers are on the moon for a different reason. And then they talk about the history of the moon, and they're like, we can't know for sure, like, what happened when the people first approached the moon, but we have an idea. And then it just goes, we're whalers on the moon. We carry a harpoon. So stupid as shit. But, if I was going to show him, I think I would do the first 4 seasons plus the movies. I remember Bender's big score being pretty good. We carry a harpoon. Funny as shit. Okay, should I just go into Amelia right now? I've got cocktails and fire paper. Not as much as I'd like. How many poppable things do I have? Oh, okay, we've got... Okay, fuck it. Ah! Give me my bold hunter's mark. We carry a harpoon. You know, it's funny. Futurama. I was telling Fringy about this. I've got such wonderful memories of... Simpsons was just the non-stop watching. I remember watching it over and over again. There's certain episodes that had way better replayability, but we're talking super young, and I was just... I bought those tapes that I assume you guys knew about as well, where it would be like... you know, this is the Halloween... My favorite tape was the Halloween tape, VHS, and it had 4 of the best Halloween episodes. We're talking, you know, the first 8 seasons sort of stuff. But then it would be like... I think one of them was called Risky Business, and it was just business-related episodes, or Christmas tape, and it had the Christmas episode, like the most common Christmas episodes in it. So I had the seasons that I was buying as they came out, but then also those VHSs that I could watch again and again. So before, we're talking primary school in Britain, but elementary school is the equivalent for you guys. A lot of you anyway, especially right now, because it is near 3 a.m., so I think mostly Americans in chat right now. You know, before I go to school, I'd wake up and watch one of those tapes, because Simpsons was just infinitely replayable, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure was the exact same upbringing that Fringy had, hence our ability to... Wait, why can I not... I'm trying to press pause right now. What's going on? Hello? Oh, there we go. Sorry. You know, just... You don't get to learn Simpsons as well as Fringy or myself do without having seen it a million times over, I suppose. We're ready for the live-action version, of course, because we'll know all the dialogue ahead of time. I jest, but that sounds like a nightmare that will hopefully never happen, live-action Simpsons. Though I've seen the AI ones where they always put, like, Adam Sandler will be Homer for some reason. I think you'd have to gain a whole bunch of weight for that to work. But, point being, I was watching Simpsons for a while, and I had the exact same process happen with the Matt Groening works as I did the Seth MacFarlane stuff, which was... I wanted the newest season of Simpsons, and a family member got me the first season of Futurama. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And probably didn't use those words, considering how young I was. How hard did Friggy take the news of his new Simpsons movie? He took it the same as me. It doesn't matter to us that much because we've considered Simpsons not only dead, but raped for the past 20 years, something like that. And the Simpsons movie is just going to be the same thing, depending on who. There's actually a chance the Simpsons movie would be better than your average episode of Simpsons coming out these days, so we'll see. But yeah, I still remember the box set I had a chunk out of it, really weird and specific chunk out of my Futurama Season 1 box, because a lot of the stuff I had when I was young was pre-owned. But I was just like, what the hell is Futurama? And it was like, it's the same guy who makes The Simpsons. And I was like, okay, but I wanted The Simpsons, though. And they were like, oh, well, you know, hopefully you like this. And I remember watching the first episode and being like, this is weird. Guy goes to the future, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. It's all very scary. Oh, I still didn't get the... I'm a moron, sorry. Mind melty, apologies. You'll know what I mean now. So... Then I start watching it, and season 1 of Futurama, by the time you get to like the end of it, which the UK version, it ends on the Titanic parody and the Slurm Factory, so the Willy Wonka and the Titanic parodies. And I ended up rewatching that season so many fucking times that I was just like, how is it possible? I now have Simpsons and Futurama. Nibbler's in the first episode, foreshadowing, literally. Yeah, it's really fucking cool that he's there. It's not just a retcon. But anyway, the similar thing that happened was I was quite into Family Guy's early seasons, and I remember my sister bought me American Dad Season 1 when I think I wanted like Family Guy Season 4 or whatever, and I was like, why'd you do that? And then I watched American Dad, and I was like, holy shit, this is actually pretty awesome. Roger was a particular standout, much like Stewie is a particular standout. Kind of weird how the shows work in that way. Anyway, I should probably get on with reading more of these messages. Hello, Long. Have you seen Spaced? Surprised I've never heard it mentioned on EFAP. It's something I always meant to watch, because it's like the proto Cornetto trilogy, right? In the Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, and Edgar Wright. Still haven't seen it, though. I need to at some point. Also, fair if you've done with it, but at most you've only seen 2/3 of Blueprints. Looking forward to the vid. The vid is on the way, and yeah, Blueprints was a very fun excursion, but as I've possibly mentioned before, Blueprints and Schedule 1 actually took a really big chunk out of me being able to be more productive. Not that that's, like, definitively a bad thing. Oh, wait, I fucked this up again. Hang on. Always forgetting how this is done. I should probably be able to play games as part of a happy balance, but it doesn't quite occur that way. So, there was a month, I want to say, it was whenever Schedule 1 came out. It was either the month it came out or the month after, but I spent more time on it and Blueprints than I probably should have in terms of being able to make progress. And I somewhat... I think as a result of that, haven't played games at all since then. Also, I'm taking another shot. Amelia and Witches of Hemwick are done, alright? Which we're about to blast through, because I'm trying to get to the funny maid outfit. I just keep fucking it up. Which makes sense, because I am intoxicated, as they say. But yes, I loved Blueprints. A lot of people speculated that this video would be about Blueprints. It isn't, but it's definitely a game that would happily earn that sort of coverage. And hopefully by the time I get through talking about all of... Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay, well I took a shot already, so now I've only got Amelia done ahead of time. We're okay, guys. We're okay. I'm all stoned right now. Drunk and stoned are very different things. As you'll discover if you watch the Charlie Sheen documentary on Netflix, which, if any of you haven't seen before, is actually really good. It was kind of a fun surprise in terms of... Netflix is weird. They'll have documentaries that are just completely overblown and silly. In terms of, like, they got the rights to do a thing. Take, for example, the Naruto run to Area 51 shit. It's not particularly, like... When you recount the whole story, recall the whole story, sorry, it's not particularly interesting. It was only interesting if you were in it, you know, when it was happening. But the way that they do the documentary is to do their best to try and make it sound as crazy and interesting as possible, which is like, yeah, fair enough. Like, that's what they got to do, but still kind of goofballish. Also, wait, where are my souls? Who has them? They're not on the floor, but there. Wait, guys, where's my souls? Did I run past someone who had him? They died? Well, yeah, but someone's got him, right? Area 51 Dark Beta from Internet Historian. I can totally believe that. 100%. You fell too far? They went to the afterlife? In your duodenum? These answers are not useful. The bike thumbnail slays me. I fucking love that artwork. It is glorious. It is funny as hell, and I remember drawing it. Or drawing the shitty version, anyway. Is mixing vodka and Bailey's a good idea? Honestly, I'm not mixing them. I'm just... so far, I've only drank vodka, but it's probably better to have some vodka and some Bailey's than all vodka, I think. Get help from a bezzling planisher. So, either they've gone to one of the fellas up top or the guy at the bottom. Which is annoying. I'm just going to use another Hunter's Mark. We'll buy more of these, don't worry. They'll mix in your stomach. You know what? That's true. That's true. That's fair. Anyway, plans for a Buffy arc. It'd be really cool to see before the remake comes out. Also, started Twin Peaks for the first time. Really good and weird show. You know, what a relevant super chat. So, on one hand, there's someone I'm talking to who I'm trying to start watching Twin Peaks with. And then, and I'm sure you guys understand this, logistically, if... And by the way, I want this to happen to the point of I would say it's definitely gonna happen. If a Buffy arc is to occur, what does that mean? It requires that Platoon and Rags see Buffy, because they have not. Okay, alright. Because Fringy's seen it. And Wolf's seen it. So it's like, oh, there it is. See, that's not a great system, I don't think, that guy ended up with it. You know, it's kind of like, how was I supposed to know? But okay, I got it. Sweet, let's just move on. So what does it mean for Rags and Platoon, and let's include Metal, because that is the plan, to see Buffy? Well, for those who don't know, Buffy and Angel are shows that they last a while. You got 6 seasons of Buffy running at 22 episodes apiece, with 1 extra season at 12 episodes apiece, and then Angel is 22 for 5 seasons. Oh, I risked a lot doing that, damn. So in total, you have 200 and... let's just call it 260 episodes at 40 minutes. Now, if someone were to organize, considering all of us live lives in which things happen, that we did 2 episodes a week? Shall we say 3 episodes a week? I don't know if that would be a particular day, but let's be generous and say 3 episodes a week. Then, what are we looking at? 100 weeks? Or 80 weeks? Let's just say 80 weeks, because math is hard when your brain is covered in alcohol. If it were 80 weeks, that means it's a year, a year and a half? Let's say it would be a year and a half because there are going to be some episodes that might encourage everyone to continue. Let's say the end of season 6 is like a 4 or 5 episode arc. So it's like, maybe people will be like, yeah, let's do all that in one big movie. So 1.5 years. So if we started today, it would be 1.5 years until it's completed in the sense of people seeing what they need to see. With that in mind, then comes the editing, which is gonna take a while no matter who's doing it. And the problem is, it kind of needs to be me. Not because someone else couldn't do it, but because this is going to be the most personal project that we've ever done on EFAP, probably. It's the thing that means the most to me, so I'm going to want to direct it, so to speak. Now, let's say we record one episode, so 40 minutes of us watching it, and then me guiding a discussion on it, which ends up as a recording of, let's say, 1.5 hours? Even, you know what, let's say an hour. Let's just say an hour. It's an hour's recording, 40 minutes of watching, 20 minutes of discussing per episode. Could I edit one of those per week? Probably. So that can't happen until we've actually recorded them. And that's not including the time it takes to record them. So it's fair to assume an additional set time. So 1.5 years to do the whole thing. And then what, like maybe we could reasonably say 2 years on top for me to edit all of it. So it wouldn't start releasing until, because I'd want it all done in theory. And then we would maybe want to do some episodes where we talk about it. You know, I could record an offline episode. In fact, I think I've implied to you guys, there are 3, count 'em, 3 recordings that have been done with myself, and I don't want to confirm however many other people, of us talking about Buffy, responding to possibly videos that may or may not have come out, that were recorded a while ago, that are set to release once there is a Buffy arc of some kind on EFAP. And those, you know, like, they're basically restricted because I don't know what to do with how to get them in a position where they can be moved to a point of like being released, much like I would if, let's say, for example, I did record everyone watching all of it already, but I hadn't edited any of it. Do you know how long it would take to, like, edit all of that into a consumable fashion? This is why, by the way, that, breaking out the smug voice, this is more of the grim reality voice, I guess. It's what I'm trying to get across, but because it's funny to me. If we'd recorded all of Buffy with everybody, and I started editing it today, I wouldn't be done for probably 2 years. Stop being a perfectionist and release them as you make them. But then what happened with TFA would happen, where everyone is mad at me because I'm not releasing more of it because it's not done yet. It'd just be with more stuff. So, but what I guess I'm saying is, like, if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing it for like 2 years still from now. And, you know, I don't mind saying we've not started recording anything to do with it yet. So, and of course that's a problem because the Buffy remake is very likely going to be coming within the next year or two. They've done the pilot is now being edited, so that'll be dropped at any time in theory. Because on one hand they'll drop it to studios to get funding for a full season, but on the other, as Gary's talked about, they may very well drop it publicly to see what people have to say. You know. We're not mad about TFA, just disappointed. I mean, it's the same thing to a creator. Like, it's this kind of thing. You don't want people being mad or disappointed. Hence the different delivery system that I've developed, as well as I think Fringy has sort of ended up with the same thing. So, it's a problem to be solved, but it is closing in as something that has to be solved at some point. Because I can't talk about the Buffy remake with the EFAP lads until they see the original. And I already know, as much as it may be unlikely that, you know, like Platoon and Rags will like the exact same things that... Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. That me and Fringy do, and that me and Fringy don't like the same things about Buffy and Angel that, you know, that each other do necessarily. I think we rate, like, who the best character is a little bit differently. But, you know, at the same time, it's a super interesting process, and so it's like a super fun thing to sort of make. All of it is necessary to be able to contextualize a remake. So, you know, it is, like I said, it's a problem I've got to figure out how to solve, and I haven't quite figured it out yet, because there's still so much work being done about other things. But I think the more time goes on, the more likely it is that certain things are going to happen to force... you know, progress on this front. And, oh, nice. The Tonitrus is 1300. And I think they're all... By the way, Metal has been waiting since we met, which is like either 13 or 14, I think. Could be 15, but I'm not sure. You know, so to watch Buffy... I watched so much stuff with him, but I thought, you know, it would be better if you guys got to watch his, like, live reactions to everything Buffy-related. Same with the other guys who I haven't yet shown. So, you know, when it happens, it'll be real fun, I think. We're not quite there yet. And it is something I think about a lot, because I just don't know how to solve the problem perfectly, as opposed to eventually time will just force me to do something about it. In terms of video creation, which this stream has already been about in terms of how videos come to be and why they take so long to make. Wait, did I give her the thing in which she gives it back to me and then I can poop it into something, right? I remember. Tearstone, use. Gajunch. If I remember correctly, this increases my HP gain over time, or stamina gain over time. I will put it onto... Oh, wait, no. There we go. This one. HP continues to recover. Oh, look at that. Useful in the future. Let's get to 50 on health, so because like I'm going to need all the help I can get with how drunk I'm getting. We're still up on... I'm going to take another shot, because that'll put us up on the Witches of Hemwick again. And we still haven't moved on to the Baileys yet. How long has this stream been happening? We're nearing 4 hours. I expect we may go to 8 hours. Because I would very much like to fight the DLC bosses, which Joe Danger... is obviously, like I said, going to be editing this. I think he told me he's gotten as far as Mikolash, which at first I was like, oh yeah, he's mostly played the game. But then I realized, like, oh shit, he hasn't played the DLC, which, Joe Danger, just so you know, the DLC has the best bosses in the game. Not necessarily the best environments, but the best bosses. You're too drunk for DLC? Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Can I get more Bold Hunter's marks as well, please? Thank you. But I wouldn't mind you experiencing them before editing this, if possible. You know, not a requirement, but you know, I think you'll enjoy it. I'm not sure if he's in chat. He might be. Hello. You are. I did a bit of the DLC, but it's too hard right now. I'm finishing the castle first. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, seeing me kill a boss doesn't necessarily spoil the boss. It's really dependent on you, how you feel about that. Okay. Amelia is next, which is the Cathedral Ward. Then Witches of Hemwick. Then the Shadows of Yharnam. So we are doing just fine. Where are we? But yes, those are the plans for the Buffy arc. They're very all over the place. The other thing I want to do while sorting it out with people is being able to do a video or two on it. I do want to make videos on Buffy eventually. I've told you guys before, the main reason I haven't done it yet is the same reason as Prestige. I am intimidated by the prospect. In retrospect, I can't believe I did a video on Soma, because I still don't feel like I've made my video on Soma, as stupid as that sounds. It's so important to me as media that like I don't feel like I've properly done it justice, if you know what I mean. And I fear that sort of result with Buffy, Angel, Prestige, etc. You know, like even T2. So one day they will happen, and you know, efforts have been made to sort of convert into that era. Like, I'm not even kidding. Iron Giant happening on EFAP was very much a happy thing for me. I'm very happy that we did that, because Iron Giant is just a fucking amazing animated film, a great story. It deserved attention and praise, much like many other things do. And the more we can get through doing those sorts of things, the better I feel about sort of my impact, for lack of a better way of putting it, online. I want to make sure these things get talked about. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I should have seen that coming, honestly, because he kind of telegraphed it pretty hard. Sorry, she. Sorry, Amelia. Oh, I hit you right in the head with that one, didn't I? No, don't hug me. I get staggered, bitch. Oh, guys, look how well this is going. That beast blood pellet doing its work. Holy shit. I'm very drunk, by the way. I've already taken my shot for you, bitch. Down you go. Blah, 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 blah. The golden pendant. Let's pop that, because I think it's worth something. Gadoosh. Thank you very much. Now this gives us access to the part of the forest that we have to go... Oh god, I'm not going to be able to do ROM. ROM always fucks me over when I'm drunk. But we'll try. I also will have to pee eventually. But remember, I already did the shot for this. We got one more for... I took one ahead already for the Witches of Hemwick as well. Thank you. The Eye of the Blood Drunk Hunter. So I could go to the DLC now if I wanted to. That would be crazy, though. Trying to do... what's his name? Ludwig. God, I have such a love-hate relationship with Ludwig. That first phase is such a mess, but the second one is amazing. Not quite as good as Maria, and then not quite as good as Kos. Oh. This game. This is the peak of love-hate, this game in general. Now, where do I need to go next? Witches of Hemwick, I remember. Okay, Grand Cathedral, right? Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Where are we? Not sure if you've been asked this before, but have you watched Boy, written and directed by Taika Waititi, one of his earliest works and a childhood favorite of mine? No, I haven't. I've watched a good selection of his stuff. As much as I'm completely on board with how much he sucks right now, he's such a weird creator to me because a lot of his stuff is very entertaining. I don't know what the hell is going on with him. I don't know if it's one of those sorts of cases where... Because we've encountered so many of creators being so good, but then at their best, and then at their worst, they're just awful. I mean, I guess it is that. Hello. Yeah. Alright, witches, here I come. Now, where are the twin bloodstone shards in this area, if any? So I don't want to clear everything here, it takes too long. Or do you think maybe I should just go through and sort of not care too much about that? Do I need bolt paper? Are they eldritch creatures? I got enough fire paper. Or are they beasts? Or the Witches of Hemwick, guys. Witches are beasts, right? They're mean. They summon weird dudes. I think they count as fire paper fellas. You should know. I should. Like I said, the more I get into this game, the faster we'll start moving. I look forward to the one Reborn. That fight is always funny if I'm, like, I've got the right sort of things at the time. I don't know. I didn't play this fucking game. Well, maybe you should. They're women, so definitely eldritch. I see. You're suggesting bolt paper. All right. Yeah, am I correct in that beasts are weak to fire, eldritch are weak to bolt? However, having bolt or fire is better regardless. Like, it'll provide you a benefit no matter what against any of these enemies, even if it's smaller when you don't apply a weakness. Thick cold blood's not quite what I'm looking for. Oh my good god. Guys, women. There's women everywhere. Also dogs. Also this guy. Can I open this? Okay. Ooh. Fuck you, woman. Okay, I think we can sort of kill some stuff here for a minute. Oh, you missed. How about that? Come on. Worth it. I get all that health back. Oh, I was about to say I haven't applied my runes, but actually, it's killing these fellas that give me that beneficionado. Oh, is that a twin blood? I may as well try. It is. 2, actually. I spent a bunch of them because I'm stupid, but we need 2 more for an upgrade and then another 8. It's going to be a while of waiting for upgrades, but that's okay. Where are we here? Oh no, I farted. Father gas. Kind of shows how far back we are here. MauLer, I'm still quite a fan of yours and agree with most everything you say, but not your Iron Giant RP1 rant. Iron Giant was not a character. It was a vehicle made / piloted by H. Watch it again. Iron Giant wasn't a character? I've had a lot to drink, so I feel like I'm missing something here. Can you chat? I'm going to look at you for a little bit here. What am I missing about this statement? Ah! Woman, stop! Woman, desist! In Ready Player One. Oh! Oh, the RP1 ran. Iron Giant was not a character. It was a vehicle made and piloted by... company. Okay. But isn't he... He's fighting... Like, so it's not about what... However you contextualize it in universe. It's more so about respecting the meta of, like, why the character was made and what he means. So seeing... Right? Like, bringing in the Iron Giant into any given context of any kind of media... If you have a choice of any... I mean, technically, you always have a choice, right? Of a million ways to portray him. You choose to have him battling in a war... You know, and destroying and killing things. Do you understand why that is immediately going to set in the minds of any given viewer, like, oh, that's not at all the fucking point of Iron Giant, which is spiritually... When people say that something is a spiritual successor, or that you got the spirit when you adapted a thing, so like the comics or the game gets adapted into a film or a TV show, when you say you got the spirit, what it means usually is that the meaning of the product, the meaning of the story is maintained. So when you have Iron Giant attacking people with his weapons, you have not gotten the spirit of the story of Iron Giant. Like, what you want to portray Iron Giant as, if you're going to have him cameo in any given thing, is probably like a sage role, because that would respect where he came from and what he does. Whether or not you have context that... Like, say, for example, I said in my story, there's an evilman who brainwashes people, and he brainwashes the Iron Giant to only shoot his guns at people. It's like, okay... But in the meta context, he's only here to be like, look, it's Iron Giant doing Iron Giant things. And those things happen to be fighting in a war. As opposed to all of the different things you could have had him do. Which, in his story, ultimately is supposed to be an inspirational figure about the nature of being able to find an alternative to violence to essentially save the day. Inspired by Superman. Like, this is why it's so... It comes across as so fucking disrespectful. But of course, if you still maintain that position, despite all of that, maybe it would take a bit longer to convince you, but Ready Player One is just a shit film. And I think it lost me completely when the conclusion was that we need to take, was it Tuesday and Thursday off people so that they stop relying on the Oasis for entertainment, which is the stupidest thing ever because some people will need those days, like why those... I don't want to get into it. I just remember having a strong dislike for that film, and it kind of represents to me like the peak of just products and slop. And what year was that film even out? That probably is relevant to like an overall. Thank you very much for the message, though. I don't mean to come across as a bit of a dick. For some reason, EFAP 108 is my web homepage on my laptop, and every time I open the internet, I'm greeted with you saying, "Alrighty then." What even is EFAP 108? Out of curiosity, let me have a look. Listen, guys, EFAP 108 was 4 years ago, possibly more. I gotta remind myself. EFAP 108. Oh, it's MemeFab 5. Of which, I want to reassure anybody who's wondering, we are definitely going to do more MemeFaps. The way it works is we book Wednesdays for our bonus material, which is ironic because this stream began on a Wednesday. And so as soon as we're caught up with Super Chats, we then do a MemeFap, and we've just been unable to fully catch up on Super Chats. And you know what's really sad? We came like one EFAP away from fully catching up, and then Halloween kicked in, and so we've been recording the New Year's sort of EFAP arc, whereas you're watching the one that's coming out as of recording it from last year. I'll also say something about the comedy arc in a second, but what I'm going to do is just go for a pee real quick because liquids have processed, so I will be right back. Aim for the toilet in the middle is an underrated comment. I enjoy it. Very, very amusing. Aim for the other liquids in the bowl. Alright, where are we? I'll try and answer a few more of these before we go back to the next chapter. Or I do need to remain somewhat coherent. Did I do the witches shot yet? I forget. I'm gonna rely on you guys to be completely 100% honest about it. Alright, here we are. Oh. Do you have twin bloodstone shards, sir / madam? He does. I can upgrade. Mwahaha. Though, I don't know if I will, because I just want to get to the Witches of Hemwick. Yes, I've done the Witches one. Cool, okay. I'm still ahead, slightly. Ever so slightly. Oh my god. How dare you. Females, am I right? Ridiculous. Portrayed very specifically in this game. I don't know what it means. Damn, one hit kill, and I'm not even fully upgraded yet. Okay. Wonder if we'll do a Logarius in this stream. Probably not. To be honest with you, I'm not expecting I can do the full DLC, but I would like to. Yeah, I'd like to do that more so just because of how much I enjoy the DLC bosses. So. Oop. Oh, thank goodness I've upgraded my health this much. I would have died so many times by now. I'm probably going to try and skip over, like, all of the Forbidden Woods. Why you plague-red rat? Alright, what was I even talking about? I think I'm just going to read messages until I discover what I was talking about. I know you were asked about foreign language films before. Do you have a favorite foreign language, non-English language filmmaker? Ooh. That's a little bit more complicated. I'd have to go and figure out if there's a sort of list of my favorite films and see what the patterns look like, because I'm so much more familiar, obviously, with the Western filmmakers or English language first filmmakers, but I'm assuming there's a couple that I might have assumed are maybe English language first speakers when they're not. I'd have to go and check, but that's a good pick, to be fair. Oh yeah, Guillermo del Toro is probably going to be at the top of the list, or one of them. Takashi Yamazaki, if he was, you know, like if he was someone who I'd Bong Joon-ho, that's fair as well. These are good picks. Kurosawa, obviously, yeah. That's probably a good selection. I would really have to think about it. I'm not 100% sure of who I would pick. Dude, whenever you've had like a bunch of alcohol and then you stand up and sit back down, it feels like it doubles. I consider this rude, because now it makes me less able to take more. But I'm going to continue to soldier on and defeat the Witches of Hemwick. I think we're in a good enough position to take them on. If I do this fast enough... Oh my, that's not at all what I wanted. There's a Grempo in here somewhere. Grempo? Where is... I could have sworn there's a runny... Oh, there he is. I told you guys it was a Grempo. Man, that all just sort of happened, you know? Twin Bloodstone Shards 2? Okay. Because there are Bloodstone chunks, I think, in the forest, which is where we're going next. There's just no way I'm going to be able to find them, you know? I need enough blood. Feed my blood addiction. Alright. Let's fuck you up. Why not? Give me a beast blood pellet. Alright, old ladies, where are yous? I know you're here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Look at that go. There he is. Hey. I was expecting it to get, you know, pushed over. There's a second one in here, right? I think she stays invisible until... Oh. Got you. This is the main one. Oh, fucked her up. So there's another witch, something like half health, I think. Oh, well, you're out. Thanks for playing. There's the other one. Ah! I saw that shit, you. Oh! Yeah, how's it feel to get fucked up? That was so unnecessary. I don't even feel bad. I'm going to put bolt paper on now for no reason. Da, 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 da. I've already taken the shot for this, guys, alright? You don't need to judge me for it. Ba, 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 da. Okay. Oh, there she is. Where are you? Where'd you go, old lady? Oh, there she is. She's resurrected that other one already. So annoying. Oh. Hey. Oh, you're out. Sorry. And now I know where your friend is, too. Excusez-moi. Ow. Jesus. So bloody rude. Wah, wah, wah. Good. It's done. Alrighty. Where are we? I love your passion for something like Buffy. I feel the same for some Korean classics, and it's always nice to hear someone advocate for more quality. I do need to see Angel. Don't hurt me, chat. Listen. There's a reason everyone tells you what they tell you, okay? If you split them apart, one has to pick Angel over Buffy. That's how good it is. Because, you know, maybe some people don't feel this way, but I feel like Buffy is excellent, but Angel, oh, it just edges it out. It's just that good. And it may not be obvious at first as to how good it is, but it really finds its way, and Season 5 of Angel, I stand by it. I think Fringy does too, I'd have to ask. It is the best season of TV just ever. By the time you complete just the first third, you're already like, whoa. They've done so much. And yet, more is to be done. Especially after Angel Season 4, because holy shit. You gotta stick it through, man. I'm sorry. You gotta stick it through. Most people just don't believe that it's worth it, but it is. But it is. Ah, beautiful blood. Would EFAB ever do TV/minis on Cowboy Bebop or Steins Gate? As an anime outsider, I love these single-season shows for their character work, Bebop's world building, and Steins' unique continuity dealing with time travel. Thanks, buy Rags a fine hat. It better be a fine hat, not one of them not fine hats that they've been trying to trick us into thinking are fine, that are absolutely not fine. Now, as for the potential of something like that, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's just that we probably want to tackle the things that either the lot of us have quite a passion for, or that we have at least one person who's hyper passionate for. I'm not sure how many things that would qualify with, you know, like that are strictly anime. There are a couple of examples I can think of. I'm just not sure how many would make it ultimately into the selection, you know. But we'll see, you know. I don't want to wipe out any hope. It is possible. Does anyone remember how I get beast blood pellets from here? Because I know I remember it's the spark. It's Paarl and the top of Upper Cathedral area that you get these two. I always forget where beast blood pellets are from. Because I want to spend this insight instead of it weighing me down, you know. Let's see if we can go and get an upgrade as well. I think I can afford it. From beasts, obviously. Wow. Well, I'll be... Oh, we're on to chunks already. Good. Definitely good. which means I can head over to the Forbidden Woods. And to get there, I need to start with the Grand Cathedral. You must go up. Oh, I remember where it is now. It's in Yahagul, but the changed Yahagul. We're all good. I am the penis man, and I pee my nis. That doesn't. I don't know what song that is. I tried. Sorry if I didn't properly represent it. Now, if we're doing the Shadows of Yharnam, that's probably bolt paper that I need. I guess you are excited about The Last Viking? Not particularly. Perhaps it's something I should be excited for, and I am not. Go away. Oh, come on. Really? Fuck you, and then you. Why is the game so mad at me? What did I do? I want to walk through this wonderful world in peace. And yet here we are. Constantly having to justify existence. Ridiculous. Hello, sir. I think this is the right way. See, when you pick up shining coins, that's when you know it's the right way. Oh, look. It's a knight of the round table. Does he give me anything? I bid you good farewell. Something to your head. I don't know, it's 3, it's blanked out. What's your favorite Firefly episode? Well, if you watched, and for those who don't know, me and Drinker did a watch through of the full season, episode by episode. It's all available on his second channel. And we had a commentary about what we thought was good and bad about everything. My favorite episode is Out of Gas. And there's a couple to pick from, honestly, for a favorite. But the reason I love that one so much is that it, within 40 minutes, does an excellent job of giving you a full take on, like, exactly who certain characters are, why they were picked by the captain, and what the captain's role is definitively within this this sort of crew. I think it's an excellent episode. It does an excellent job of achieving all of its goals. But I wouldn't want to take away from, you know, how good, I guess, so many other episodes are. But, yeah, a lot of Firefly discussion has been done already, much to some people's unawareness. That's a... Ow! Oh, I think the guy throwing the jaws actually saved me there. Oh, very kind. Now, I need to unlock the shortcuts, but I've kind of forgotten where they are. I often do this when I play this game. So we could try to just run through the whole thing and beat the Shadows of Yharnam straight up. Which I think I could do. Oh, hello. Where does this go? You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is a dead end. Wait a minute. This is a dead end. Thank you. Alright. Now don't panic, we're gonna make it out of here just fine. Just fine. Okay. MauLer finishes 17-hour video on Outlaws, drapes himself on a cross. Can we rest now, chat? Can we rest? That's a reference that'll just go unappreciated. That's like, I'm not even kidding. That is a top 5 scenes of all of Buffy. It is unbelievably good. The writing in that is something that whenever I watch it with anybody, I'm like, okay, we need to pause. We need to talk about what they achieved here, because this is unbelievable. And it's funny because it's in a season that isn't great.
Welcome. What is...
It's not even in a particularly good episode, but that scene, oh my lordy loo. Did I need to do this? I don't think I did. Da, 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 da. Lord of Long, would you say... What would you say are the rankings of the Buffy seasons? Like, season 1 good, season 2 bad, sort of thing. Okay, season 1, bad. Season 2, better, but probably still just below average. Season 3, kind of great. Like, season 3 shoots up. The consistency is fantastic. Season 4, I defend it as good. A lot of people say it's bad. I think it's good. Season 5... I would probably say is great. Season 6 is borderline masterpiece. Season 7... I don't think I'm comfortable in saying Season 7's bad. But I'm not sure if I feel comfortable saying it's good. There's a lot of really shitty episodes, and there's loads of shit in there. I mean, the potentials, you know? So... that probably covers it. That's probably what you're looking for. But Season 6 is just... good God. We were so lucky we got that, considering how against it not only many Buffy fans were, but Sarah Michelle Gellar and other people. Clearly the writers were going through some rough times making that one. Because they had lots of stuff to say. Oh, just die, will ya? Operate device. Why couldn't I do this with the Gatling gun, huh? Wait, why is that as far as it goes? Do I have to hold it down, maybe? The fuck, man? Am I packing just a little crumb of gunpowder in there? Because it ain't going very far. Alright, we can make shortcuts somehow. I can't remember how. But we could also not. This is me finding the shortcuts here. Uh-oh. Well, that was... oh my god. How dare you? That is 6,500 soul... oh, that's actually a shot. Okay, I can do this. We're still fine. Might want to move to the Baileys at some point here. Armored Core 2 games, or Armored Core 3 games, both on the PS2, are when the series was at its best. My favorite is Armored Core Silent Line. However, they can be daunting and the control scheme isn't for everyone, but the customization is unrivaled. Well, I'll admit that does sound tempting. And I am familiar with the argument of the control scheme is not for everyone. For example, Resident Evil 4's tank controls, not for everyone. It certainly feels like a bygone era, but at the same time, when you're familiar with it, it evolves from like a less option friendly set to a like an understood sort of that's how it works type of thing. It's weird. Does not open from this side. How ridiculous. Excuse me, gentlemen. I simply am making my way through the swamp. Ow. But I've seen a lot of passion for Armored Core, so I do understand this interest in checking it out. Especially being that I've completed From Software games what would be considered possibly an unhealthy amount of times. We could just as easily have been playing Dark Souls 1 today. But we're not. Though we could not be just as easily as playing Elden Ring. That's probably never going to happen, which was as predicted. I just don't see the replay aspect in that one. I don't know if... has Az replayed Elden Ring? I think he did at one point, right? That's another shortcut that I have not opened because I am stupid. But I think if I go up the right side here, I get a shortcut. Let's try, because I don't have confidence that I will beat the Shadows of Yharnam first try. There we go. Ba-boom! Been a fan since 2018 with the Dark Souls 2 series. Just finished up the Boogie arc on EFAP. Thank you for all the years of content. No problemo. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad you enjoy. We've been through quite a wacky set of circumstances over the years, you know? Okay, Mr. Crow, you stay there. You know what's funny, too, is I think I lost something like 7k souls, and I'm just like, you know what? You can keep it. It's all yours. It's all yours. I know you've not seen the Clone Wars, but what are your thoughts on the idea of a brain chip in the clones? Ignoring the mechanics, I just mean taking agency away from the clones during Order 66 for a sense of tragedy. It's complicated because I suppose I never quite thought of what I assumed was definitively happening in Revenge of the Sith when I saw it. Like, you know, execute Order 66. What is happening there? Is that a command to officers and they commit to the command despite any kind of assumption as to whether or not it's ethical? Or have they been created such that they don't have a choice and they're simply following an order imprinted into them via some kind of like biological process that is involved in how they're generated as clones? I think even my younger brain assumed that they were not so much literally brainwashed, but standard brainwashed, in the sense that they were told as soldiers that there's a growing deception within the ranks of the Jedi, and that they intend to subvert the Republic, and that we have a code order to stop them if they conduct a plan that we suspect is going to happen, you know? And so it creates much more of a tragedy, I think, in the sense that... Because you would have gotten this from some of my videos, but I've spoken to Freaky about this. Ayla Sakura's death is really sad, but for some reason, it's Ki-Adi-Mundi's death that gets me. And it's because when you see him on Maigito, the assumption is that he's been fighting with this group, and this isn't necessarily different from any other Jedi, but he's been fighting with this group for some time. He like has come to like them, respect them, etc., and they him, and that you know, he's leading them in a fight that's not necessarily being won. Like, it's actually pretty difficult, and that Maigito's this big war front that's complicated, and that we caught them in this moment where, you know, they've got a break in whatever they're trying to achieve. Like they've managed to get a checkpoint or a particular area, and he's trying to like rally them to move on to the next area, and at that moment Order 66 comes in, and he's just like, what's going on? And they all just shoot him to death while he's leading them to attack the droid armies. It's just like, oh shit. That in and of itself would probably make for a pretty good fucking episode of TV or like a movie. I don't think it is made better by telling me that the clones had no choice, by saying that they all were, for lack of a better term, like robotically brainwashed into being forced... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Into having to make that decision, as opposed to they were told excessively behind the scenes that the Jedi were always going to betray them and that they need to be ready to kill them before they can, you know, subvert this, that, and the other thing. And I do think that my brain has blocked out the idea that the clones were sort of programmed and that they couldn't make a choice, that they were just automatons. It's like, no, I prefer that they were propagandized into thinking that the Jedi were like super evil, and then over the course of time and during the betrayal, they were like, oh man, is this right? And like they do it, and then they're like, I think so. I think this is right, you know, and they're not sure. I think there's a lot more meaning in that than anything else, you know. Especially with, because I like the scene as much as anyone else, where you know, that it's expressed that the clones don't mean nothing to the Jedi. That each of the generals come to care about each of the clone squads they have. Like that's. I think that means a lot more as well, knowing that the Jedi would know that the clones make their choices, rather than they're all forced to make choices through the chips or whatever. But I know that Ryan's talked about it. I wouldn't mind hearing more of his perspective, and Theo, because they've both seen the shows, to see what they think and what is the better avenue. But it's definitely not what I thought was happening when I saw the prequels. And so I've never quite accepted it as that what was happening, because I haven't seen enough of the Clone Wars to convince me, you know? Yeah, Plo Koon being the guy who said that they mean more to him than just, you know, just soldiers to be killed sort of thing. I remember the particular diary entry in OG Battlefront 2 campaign where the clone expresses that none of them could look secure in the eye. They knew what might happen. Yeah, I think that's way better, that they knew. And they weren't sure about it, but they committed to the orders. That shit's, I think that shit's way more potent than this sort of Filoni cowardice, being scared of giving them that kind of conviction despite free thinking. Which you can blame Lucas as well if you want, if he was part of it, but it just smells of Filoni to me. Korean movies I recommend: The Wailing, 2016, thriller. 6:45, 2022, comedy. A Moment to Remember, 2004, sad film. I feel EFAP would like 6 out of 45, lol. A very strange name for a movie, but you know what? I've come across weirder names, I think, so fair enough. Man, I'm gonna have to switch over again to talking more about... I think, like I said, each chapter will be faster. Now, with these guys, I think it's bolt paper, but we can just go between and use a beast blood pellet as best I can as well. Alright, fellas, let's go. That's a solid start. We're not losing yet, right? Oh my god. Okay, can we get... I think you? We're gonna get his health down a bit. Oh yeah, that's going down nice. Okay, good. Ah! Hate getting caught on shit. Okay. Oh my god, the fire, dude. Ah! I couldn't get that last hit off. I will shoot you to death if I have to. Okay, that works. Oh, yes! Okay, let's get some fire paper, why not? Oh, I think I deserved the parry there, don't you think, game? Ooh! Don't you dare combo me. One left. Ooh! Don't stop it. In fact, do stop it, actually. Oh, they didn't make it to phase 3. Sweet. Oh shit, I think I have to take a shot for that, right? I forgot. Forgetting my own. Don't get penisy. Ugh. Oh, dude, I'm through. So I'm so behind on messages. I've still got a third of the total that was sent this stream alone. I gotta read these faster. Hey, MauLer, game suggestion for you. Go play Days Gone. Az is playing it and having fun. I think you would too. Cheers. I think Wolf recommended Days Gone as well. I do need to play it at some point. I'll have to at some point. Demon Slayer Infinity Castle discussion when? I'm afraid I am completely out of the loop on that one, so I can't help you. But I have heard Demon Slayer's good. That's the one. That's the movie that's come out, right? What does this do? Frenzy. Okay, I can deal with that. Fuck you! Okay, I did say there were some chunks to be had in Forbidden Woods, but there's no way we're collecting enough to help me with, good old Rom. Now, Rom is a spider, which I'm pretty sure... Is that a beast? Or is that, Eldritch? Because some of them are more obvious than others, because big hair means that they're definitely a beast. But now I'm thinking, it's like, well, what's a spider? Beast or hair? No, wait, hair is beast. Beast or Eldritch? He's kind of Eldritchy, right? He's Eldritch, pretty sure. Okay, so that means Bolt. Maybe both of them work. I could try to erase all of the sputers, which is the smart thing to do. Uh-oh. This is gonna end badly. Okay, let's just go home. This is too scary to me. And we can level. Oh, and I haven't even equipped my runes because I'm stupid. Go, 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 go. Ah! We did it. Okay, is this game that teaches you that shields are gay? Merry Spoopy Month. Yes, it is. The gay shield game. Which, again, I think is so fucking dumb as a point that this game teaches you that shields are gay and therefore you shouldn't use them in other games. That, God, the desperation. The sheer desperation. Let people use shields in other games. Good lord. Alright, we'll put the gold on and that, I guess. Oh wait, I've accidentally applied fire, which I probably shouldn't, right? I think that... Yeah, physical attack plus... It's 144 plus 23, which is gone for 144 plus 14. Yeah, that's just worse. Even if you're something that's weak against fire, because we can just apply that anyway. Okay, that's all good. I need to go over here. Alright, so we want Moon, so we get more echoes. Boost max health, that's pretty good. And then max vials up. Or visceral attack, restore health. Oh my god, yes. Okay, that's great. That's actually going to make a huge difference. I'm not even kidding. Listen, if I want to be able to just go through bosses like butter over too much bread, that is what we got to do. No, bad. There we go. Why, thank you, lady. Alright, so I'm going back to Bergenverse. We are going to fight the weird and creepy spider. MauLer feels thin. Yes, it's true. If it got asked, my bad. But curious as to the state of the Force Awakens series. Is that forever our Christmas present every year? Good luck, buddy. Appreciate the content, man. You get me through my work days most of the time. Alright, well... one thing I've maintained and will continue to maintain is that it will be finished. As to exactly when it's coming out, I can't even guarantee any particular thing like, oh, it'll be out on Christmas or anything like that. No. It's a project that it's very complicated as to when it gets completed, and it's definitely something that you'll find out it's ready to be watched, as in, like, it'll be on my YouTube channel before I make any big deal about it coming out. It's something that I know a lot of you have wanted to see the end of, even if... Ow. You know, it's mainly me talking about how bad Force Awakens is, which I think anybody who's very invested in that series has already come to agree with. But it's simply not ready yet, and there's just not enough that I can't say any more than that. But that I guarantee it will be created. It will be completed. 100%, definitely. No ifs, ands, or buttocks, as they say. It will happen. Okay, now, let us activate bolt paper. And I think we'll save the beast blood pellet for round 2. We've only got 1. Damn it. Trying to get him to stagger. It didn't work. Where are you? Alright. Either this goes well or it doesn't, folks. Wait. I've already forgotten what that does. Oh my lord. Lads, it's not looking good. That's another shot. Ugh. There were times where I feel like I knew how to get rid of ROM quickly. Because I've spoken before with Theo how much I fucking hate this boss. But even with Extendo Healtho, we're gonna have to play... We're just gonna have to go hard. Because Beast Blood Pellets, I need to... Man, I remembered, like 10 minutes ago I remembered where they're from, and now I've forgotten. It's... Oh yeah, it's in... Wait. Hang on, what's in here? I've forgotten. You can't hurt me while I'm opening this. Student uniform! Guys, this was not worth it. We could be stuck here for a while. I am not joking. Well, you can't follow me through the fog wall, so kiss my ass. Alright. But yeah, we'll see. I've taken my shot, alright? We gotta take one even if I beat this thing, but... MauLer switched to water 2 hours ago? It's a bit late. 2 hours ago. The first chance was the best chance, because he doesn't have the spooters around him for the first initial attack, but now... Alright, here we go. Alright, that's a nice chunk of damage. Not enough, though. What you want is to... Dude, the fucking damage from these spiders. Holy shit. What you want is to stagger him right when he's teleporting. That's real good if you can pull that off. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there you go. We interrupted an attack. That's good. Fuck's sake. The rally system really coming through there. That was good. Oh, it's my souls. Nom. Alright, don't do a move. No, Ron, what did I just say? Bro is just ignoring me. Wait, my bolt paper's already run out? Fucking hell. And I'm dead. Oh my god. There's another shot. You know, it's disturbing when the bottle of vodka is approaching, like, the last third. Like, oh. That ain't no good. But this happens. Sometimes I'll beat him in one. Sometimes it'll take me like 10 tries, because those fucking spiders, dude, they are, oof, they hurt. They hurt. That's the way to say that. I should have moved the messages. Hang on. Just saw EFAB 200. We covered that video about the boys that had the line, public nice story. Shame you haven't covered that channel again. Public nice story. EFAB 200. You have to bear with me, because that means it was 3 years ago. More than 3 years ago. Public nice story. Chat's gonna have to help me out on that one. I've actually, so you know what me and Metal do with because me and Metal take about the same amount of time to get drunk. I think I'm slightly more able to take alcohol than him, slightly. I really want to find out if me or Drinker are able to take more alcohol, which you guys will get a definitive answer to in the form of, oh, that's going to be fun to figure out, because I'm considering trying to get him over here, like my house, next year. I don't know what game we would play. It can't be Resident Evil 1, because I don't know it. But I don't know how much it can be Resident Evil 4, because I don't know how much he knows it. I don't know about Hit and Run, because Hit and Run's funny as hell. I just don't know that Drinker works with Hit and Run, you know what I mean? He is Scottish. Yeah, but I'm Welsh. We got... The British in general have a good tolerance for alcohol. So the combat is going to be legendary. Specifically in the form of numbers, because me and Metal usually draw, but me and Drinker, I don't know who wins. I'm very much interested in finding out, though. But what game would it be? Because I think if it would be really funny to be Resident Evil 4. I feel like that could be really fun. But the problem is I don't know if he would want to choose that. Because Hit and Run, the problem is that some people end up taking more shots depending on how you play. But we could change the rules such that we just go 1-1-1-1-1. You know, it's whatever. I'm just not sure. But Rags, on the other hand, you know how I'm shot in vodka right now. If Rags were here right now and we were doing Simpsons Hit and Run, he would. This sounds like a meme, but he would have to shot beer. Shot beer. I don't know how else we could make it work, because it's only 2 beers before Rags is almost conked out. Which has its pluses and negatives, of course. Shot beer. I don't know, what else would we do? How else do you make it fair? He'd be completely lucid. Okay, you clearly don't know Rags. He'd be hospitalized. How do you bullet? Any plans to stream Expedition 33? Yes. The likely aspect would be once Outlaws is completed, which I'm going to start talking about the process of making that again once we beat ROM, okay? That's my promise. Also, I watched your coverage of Synthetic Man and found it satisfying seeing you tear apart that sad, pathetic chud. Cheers to you, sir. It's one of our most popular episodes in the newer age. He was a hilarious clown who... I think he says enough to trick people into thinking he's talking about the actual problems with the mechanics of modern gaming. But bro, he's gonna get you into a whole other conversation if you're not careful. One that I did not even expect when I was looking to just see how he played God of War Ragnarok. I'll say that much. I have this idea of a Kratos-level being having to operate like Agent 47 because he's outnumbered, outsourced, and actively avoids harm to innocents. Hell yeah. That's absolutely a way you can make an interesting story. Make them care definitively about the nature of any given, living being. How are we doing right now? For nearly 5 hours. My expectation is we go for another 3. Okay. For your poor liver. Thank you very much. I haven't drank a lot, in a while, so this is a deal I make with my liver. I'm like, you can handle this, right? And he's like, I guess so. I'll give it my best shot, Okay, Spooters. Now, I will say, the nature of this fight is that if you knock out every spider first on all 3 rounds, you will guaranteed beat ROM. But it is so boring. I'm not even kidding. It is the most intense level of boring that no one wants to do it. And instead, you want to rush ROM and try and beat him fast. But I'm gonna do something today, and that is I'm gonna beat all the spiders first and prove what I'm saying is true. And if I die, then I was a definitive liar, and you all get to sue me in a court of law. So we'll see what happens. Because my god, the fact that those are the 2 options, and to be clear, what I'm talking about is You wait for ages. Because, by the way, you can hit the bodies of the spiders, which are the weak part, or you can hit the head like 3 times and break the... I don't even know they dropped insight. Break their armor so that they die instantly. That is a strat. You can do that. But it is so boring that nobody opts to do it. Stop jizzing on me, Jesus. See? So that's done. Round 1 of the spiders is complete. So now I get to just wail on Rom as much as I want. If I had the Beast Blood palette, this would maybe be worthwhile. As soon as he starts trying to teleport, that's when we go... Oh, he's trying to teleport, that little bitch. Stop it. No! I think he's trying anyway. There it is. Oh, we knocked him out of it. Lads. The game is real. Okay, I say that, but this is round 2 spiders, and so now we're just gonna have to kill all the spiders again, because life sucks. We're doing it the boring way, folks. I think it's important to every once in a while prove that the boring way is actually possible, because if you say it and then you don't do it, it's like you're lying, and you can't have that. See, Rom is just doing his moves, and it's like, yeah, good for you, buddy. I'm just gonna have to kill all of your kids first. Which is not a common sentiment when it comes to video games. But, like I said, we gotta do it. Because I'm not gonna risk wasting all of you guys' time indefinitely. Ow! Hunt. Come here. You know something I've discovered? It's not... I'm talking like a decade ago this was discovered. British people and Australian people, I think that's as far as it goes, are allowed to say cunt, and it comes across as pretty casual. But Americans just can't get away with it. Whenever they say it, it sounds like they're pretty mad. And I think it's very much to do with the pronunciation. It's kind of like twat. Gary's getting there. And myself have been teaching him how to say the word. But the casualness in which it is said from a British accent versus an American one, it just gives a different impression. Oh shit. Don't disappear on me now. No, you fucker! Oh, fuck's sake. Well, I knew I had to do this anyway. I'd say one of the best examples, funnily enough, is Boogie. He says cunt a lot, but whenever he says it, it makes it sound like he thinks it's the biggest deal in the history of the universe. I'm pretty sure Americans are like brought up to think that it's one of the worst words ever, while like I said, British and Australians are kind of like at the point of just being like, oh, it's just one of those words. So like when Americans say it, it's not just the accent, it's also the tone, where you sit there and you think, oh, they kind of just broke the sound barrier there, which is kind of funny. I'm trying to think if there's a reverse example of that. What's a word that Americans say casually that when Europeans or Australians say it, it's like, oh shit, things are getting real, you know? Dude, what the hell is with the balancing on these stupid spiders? They'll hit me and do like 10% of my health bar, or sometimes 50%. What's that about? Slag, Fanny. Americans also pronounce it way harder. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's so casually incorporated in British speech, or European, Australian, that it doesn't come across as a big deal. But Americans always make space for it. Fanny? Do you think? Fanny? Biscuits and gravy. Well, it can't be the dreaded F slur, because in Britain that's a food. So like it's already incorporated as a pretty casual thing to say. It's so funny because Az will never say it, but when it's in the context of that, he'll say it immediately. He'll be like, well, yeah, of course. The only reason I wouldn't is just because of the fact that I don't want to get fucking banned. Also, this is so immensely frustrating. Oh, he's doing it again. Come back, you bastard. But honestly, I find it all fascinating because the truth, which we come back to every fucking 10 years, is that it's never the word itself and always the context in which it's used that matters in terms of what a person's goal is. Oh, come on! Oh, there's my souls. Jesus Christ. Oh, come on. This is it, right? He doesn't teleport again. Oh, God. This is what I mean about it takes 10 fucking years to beat this guy. But you can do it the slow way. I think I'm glad I did this because we might not have beaten him the other way. When drunk. Oh, God, Rom is dead. I swear to God, what's gonna happen when I fight the bosses I consider to be like the top tier ones? I'm just gonna not talk. And it's genuinely, you enter this Zen mode where Bloodborne becomes the greatest game that's ever been made. It happened. Do you guys remember when I streamed Dark Souls 3 and I fought Gale? Oh my God, that was one of like the funnest things I've ever done in my life. And I beat him on like the last sliver of health I had. It was insane. Sorry, I didn't catch if anybody had an answer as to the equivalent of a European thing to say versus Drunken MauLer versus Cost. Yeah, but it's not exciting, is it? It's pretty boring. But we are actually close to the end of Bloodborne. Sort of. But we've got plenty of DLC bosses left, so we're all good. Don't worry about it. Frictional just released a video called Frictional New Project. Wait, Frictional is partnered with Kepler Interactive now, the studio that made Expedition 33, it seems, so it might be good. I had no idea that partnership happened, but I will say, as people probably know, Amnesia: The Dark Descent and Soma are, as far as I'm concerned, two of the greatest games that have ever been made for horror. Amnesia Rebirth is one of the worst horror games that's ever been made, and I stand by that because of the ear flashes. But then Amnesia: The Bunker is good. I liked that, and I really liked the idea they had, and I hope they pursue it. So Frictional is not down and out. I don't mind considering whatever they have to say next. As you guys know, I've been made incredibly depressed by having done a deep dive on what they have as design philosophy regarding Soma and Amnesia, only to make Rebirth. But if somehow they manage to recover at some point, then I'm open to it. Yeah. Amnesia Rebirth sucked major ass. Dude, that's an example of a game that I could easily... By the way, that's a shot for Rom, so I'll take it now. That's an example of a game I could easily have made a video on if I was feeling so inclined. Because we had me, Rags, and... No, wait. Me and Mel did it publicly. Rags didn't stream his playthrough, but I think I could have convinced him to. What an intense shame that we ended up where we did with Rebirth. My God, I still remember streaming that and just the idea that you were going to be adding to the lore of Dark Descent. Because I was always very depressed about the idea that, like, they tried something completely new and that they got shafted for it because everyone was expecting a sequel to the Dark Descent. And so then they moved into doing a sequel to the Dark Descent, which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is a fair move. But like, you know, it's not in and of itself just something to celebrate. But, you know, fine, whatever, do it. And then that's what we got. You know, so it's like, on one hand, you get this creative and new, amazing idea that gets shit on by the internet, and then on the other hand, you get the sequel to the thing everyone loved, and it was shit, and it didn't even get celebrated, right? So it's just sad. All of it's just a sad reality. But then the bunker sort of provides this sense of, oh, okay, you know, that happened. That was cool. And it's not even just a solid sequel to the idea of something like The Dark Descent. It's moving into a format of gaming that isn't necessarily well explored, which I appreciate. Right, like a roguelike, because, you know, you have rogues, you have regular, and then you have roguelikes being in between. And I enjoy the balance that gets struck. So, I really did enjoy Bunker, and it's something that's gonna affect my like decision making on what I'm gonna stream on the 6th, which isn't even that far away. So whatever they come up with next, I'll be interested in checking out. But I'm not even kidding, guys. I was like die-hard obsessed with whatever Frictional did next because of Dark Descent and Soma. But Rebirth couldn't have been a more destructive sort of like avert your eyes to whatever happens next sort of signal. It's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I should never have assumed that anything good was coming here. I forgot I could buy bolt paper and shit from regular souls. Over here. Now, we could rush over to the one reborn, but I would like to do the stuff. We got some stuff to do here. Okay, if I will admit, fellas, I'm a little bit drunk right now, but memory serves, we've got to do a Persian girl. Function unavailable. Yahoo Ghoul then. You know, in the video I've got music from Bloodborne, because Bloodborne might be one of my favorite soundtracks of any game ever. It is so fucking amazing. I can't remember how Theo feels about From Software's OSTs, but Bloodborne, I'm not joking when I say a huge reason I want more Bloodborne, like a Bloodborne 2, is just for the soundtrack. Please make more songs. Ludwig, Maria, Kos, and generally the soundtrack in general. It's just so fucking good. I'm less black-pilled on the soundtracks of From Software games than Theo is, but I'm a student in Theo's perspective on them. Because it was Dark Souls. No, that is so definitively the indication of how I feel about it. I was about to say Dark Souls. Oh shit! Get out of my way! I'm busy talking about things, bro. Wait, do I get points? I do get points for that, but he wakes back up, right? Anyway, I refer to Elden Ring as Dark Souls 4 automatically. I think it would have maybe started once upon a time as an insult, but it's so definitively Dark Souls 4, and it's not a compliment in any way, shape, or form. But I think it was the Godskin Duo's theme that I love, and then the rest of it I am tolerant of, and that is strictly because I've grown to essentially just at a later date have the same perspective as Theo. In terms of the Flanderization, I think is the word definitively for what's happened to From. There's a real thing. I think that a lot of people find it frustrating, but there's a real phenomenon of what happens when your favorite IP, and I really want to stress, intellectual property becomes mainstream. There's a negative aspect that inevitably happens. The positive is you get more of it, and sometimes you get versions of it that are amazing as a result. But a lot of the time you get really bad results because it needs to move everything in a way that allows for everyone else to be happy. Which it's such a bizarre, like, juxtaposition, isn't it? Because it's like, well, isn't that a good thing? And it's like, yeah. I think you guys know what I mean. It's not something we talk about much on EFAP, but it's happened to many different franchises. You know, like how Star Wars was always, like, you know, even the first one, it just immediately went majorly mainstream. So it never had this problem. But Dark Souls, starting with Demon Souls, I've totally understood, and the video that gets referenced would be The Lost Art of Demon Souls from Matthew Matosis, who is probably undefeated as the greatest video game reviewer on YouTube. Competition with Total Biscuit, perhaps, but you know, this notion that there is this creative endeavor to decide what games are missing in terms of experiences and how to evolve gaming such that you create different experiences. Like, that methodology is gone. And there are pros and cons with that. It's up to you whether or not you think there are more cons or more pros. But, you know, trying to figure out... Because a lot of things that the From formula does is very counterintuitive in terms of what should be done with any given game, and I find it fascinating to talk about in terms of how things progress, because I think it applies to literally everything, every single element of everything that's growing in terms of an artistic format. A lot of it comes from doing things that on their face seem like why would you do that? That has this negative effect on the audience. Why would you do that? But then do it enough, and do it enough with enough positive results that people start to be like, oh shit, that's actually good. And I think that Demon Souls got that across somewhat. Oh shit. I gotta kill the lady with the bell first. Dude, arguably this could be very much an example. Oh shit, where's the door? Oh god. There it is. Gotta kill the lady with the bell so that she stops charging up and resurrecting the guys, alright? And then once we do that, here she is. Ow, 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 ow. And then see, they all go, whoa! And it creates an easier environment. Not to say that this is definitively an example of something that players would like respond to negatively typically, but then positively once they play or anything. But, Demon Souls... Even though I haven't played it, I know about the game gets harder the more you die, right? Which is, any conventional game design situation would argue that is a bad idea. But there are other things that survive the Souls format that have that sort of rating that aren't necessarily that, you know, have become now not only industry, like genre standard, be it Souls-like, but industry standard, which is insane, but very enjoyable. Like the checkpoint system in Dark Souls, one could easily make an argument for how that would be unsatisfactory to the average player. I could have sworn there's a thing. Am I forgetting where this jump off is? Ah, here we go. Twin bloodstone shards, please. Oh. Well, you know what? I'll take it. How are we doing for that? 3. I need another 5, I think. Around here somewhere. As well as shunks. Do I have any shunks? No. Well, I'm doing great. Anyway, I really like that design aspect of From's work. I can't deny it. At the same time, I am a sucker for Dark Souls' conversion of Demon Souls. As strange as that might sound. Dark Souls is one of my favorite games of all time. But it slots into more of a game like the equivalent of... oh, Jesus. Like the equivalent of The Father for movies, where I don't play it as much... replay it as much as I do Bloodborne and... well, if I'm being completely honest, Bloodborne is the most replayed game for me with... From soft mode, despite the fact that I think my laundry list of issues with Bloodborne is actually longer than Dark Souls 1 or 3. Probably not 2, though. God damn it. Any chance you'll do the rest of the stream in Welsh? I feel like I've said this before, but my Welsh is not very fluent. I know to do the Welsh accent, which a lot of people think is fucking made up. I love the fucking video where I'm doing the Welsh accent and a bunch of people think it's Jamaican. It's one of the most hilarious sort of connections because it's kind of just true. Like why I totally get why it sounds that way. But it isn't. But it is. But it isn't. You know what I mean? But yeah. You know, ranking. It's been enough years now that I have to be completely honest. It's like, what do I think is the best From Software game? It's like Sekiro, and it's not even close. But what is my favorite From Software game? It's like, it's gotta be Bloodborne. I have infinite fun replaying Bloodborne. Why? When I have something to complain about with almost every single aspect. You know, it's kind of hard to explain, and I don't even think I'm gonna bother. I'm just gonna play it instead. And I'm with the army of people who want more Bloodborne. They are correct, cosmically. I don't disagree with them. Okay. I just need to drop off the side here, and we can get to the next set of bosses. Okay. Bye. Ow. Do I need to go down? Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Fall off the edge, bitch. Or not. There's a lady with a bell, and I've got to get her. There she is. Fuck you. Oh, you know what I meant to mention, by the way, fellas? I watched the newest Hellraiser. As someone who's seen Hellraiser 1, 2, 3, and I gave up, and then I watched the newest remake. It isn't too bad. It is not too bad. I wonder why I think of Hellraiser when I'm playing Bloodborne. I don't know why. Okay, this guy's still... He's still redded. How do I stop it? I thought I got rid of the lady with the bell. Okay, I guess we'll go downstairs. Fuck it. Oh, I think I've done this wrong. Ah, shit. Hang on. Ah! How do I get out of here? It turns out, when you're drunk, things are different. Oh, hey, dude. What is in here? Oh, he's gonna get me. You gonna get me? Ah! Tiny Tonitrus? No. Okay, we should go back upstairs. Hang on. It's funny how I associate this with the end game. Not all remakes are terrible. It's not even a remake. I'm pretty sure it's just a continuation, but Hellraiser is a very specific kind of experience, and it's gone through a series of growing pains to get back to anything close to like an experience that people actually want. It's so fascinating because I do think that any franchise can learn from any other franchise managing to recapture any kind of... Oh, for fuck's sake. Who said you could come in here? Blood vial. Did I get a key? I think I picked up a key. No, wait. A badge. That's probably what happened. Who the fuck is the summoning lady around these parts? You guys are still all red and shit. There's gotta be a lady around here somewhere. Sorry, too many conversations are happening all at once. Clive Barker hates the name Pinhead. That... I've never heard that before. However, I get it. Pinhead sounds stupid. But there is something that happens when anything is popular enough. And that is that the stupidest name you could imagine can become a level of canon that the fans of said thing no longer mind in that way. And it's so hard to know when you need to accept that that's happened. And I imagine that he's in that particular place because Pinhead, right, getting added to, let's just say, for example, oh shit. Dead by Day. Oh, this is bad. Oh, lordy loo. Okay, we're okay. So Pinhead getting added to Dead by Daylight. I don't think I actually picked him up because I'm just not as much a Hellraiser fan as I am other things, like Alien, for example. Pinhead never strikes me as what the word would strike me as if outside of the context of Hellraiser. Does anyone else know what I mean? Like, if you hear the, I think like there's a meme to do with Patrick from SpongeBob SquarePants that's about Pinhead, and like it's funny, but when you hear Pinhead in relation to Hellraiser, your mind immediately goes to the horrifying killer that relates pain with pleasure and is a Cenobite and everything. Do you know what I mean? And like, it's hard as I guess a creator who didn't intend that to know the difference. I don't really blame him, I guess. Pinhead Larry, yeah. Common insult, calling someone a pinhead. Yeah, exactly. But when I'm thinking of Pinhead in context of Hellraiser, I'm not really doing that. I'm more so like, oh yeah, it's that guy who looks iconic and, you know, has the voice. I have such sights to show you. That sort of thing. So it's like, how much should you fight against something like that, you know? Bolt damp. I don't think so. Alright, what was I here for? I guess we've popped the things, so just upgrade. How much does third umbilical cord sell for, I wonder? Because you get a third from, I think, Forbidden Woods, going back to Yosefka's clinic, and then one from where Logarius is, right? You're going to talk more about the video. Yes, sorry, I'm getting distracted. But, the thing is, me unlocking the boss fight with, Moon Presence is not a big deal, because you guys, I don't think it's a particularly interesting boss fight. Not compared to something like, Kos. Now, what have we just done? It was all of... Yes, I know what we're doing. It's still got some chunks to pick up, I think. Yahogul Chapel. Yeah, this heads toward, the One Reborn. Which you can approach with a full upgrade from, the chunks, but I don't think we're gonna do that. And, he is resistant, or he gets hit by fire, I'm pretty sure. You stop right there, sir. Give me your juices. Alright, what have we got? 2 chunks. How are we doing in general? Ooh. Oh, this is terrible, actually. I think. Well, I'm going to go look around for some stuff. I'm going to take the shot now for the One Reborn. Hopefully I don't die. That would be nice. I don't mean from the alcohol, I mean in the game. There's the woman. Oof. See, it's the health, guys. That's the key to all of this. Okay. Give me the stun, please. Thank you. Visceral attacks give me health, right? I think. Okay, I'm out. Ah. Oh, hi, fella. Wait, why are these guys all red? Didn't I just kill the lady? I thought that when you kill women, that health becomes less available. Let's see what happens with this guy. Do you come back? Oh, okay, good. Sorry about that. What are we drinking? That would be vodka. Tremors is fucking excellent. Why is everyone referencing Tremors? I guess someone referenced Tremors. That is definitely a potential for a Halloween arc, though I will say we're already on the next one, and it is not Tremors. The next one we're doing, that you will see in Halloween of 2026, is definitely done for the sake of, like, trying to stay a little bit more up-to-date compared to what we've done recently, which is tackle so many franchises that begin in the 80s, which, by the way, I love doing, but I realize we may have done that a little too much. Then again, what is too much? I don't know. I can't even begin to understand a little bit too much. But I definitely wanted to do Chucky, so I'm glad you guys are seeing that. I personally think that Chucky Child's Play 1 is a particularly fun EFAP movies because the realization is that you understand what they were making. It's a tough thing, like getting through it. You know, a doll that runs around stabbing people. Though I do appreciate Rags' suggestion, which is setting it in an orphanage may have been the better move. Because I know that it's tough because you need really good child actors, but if you can get it so that you do, the limitation on his power matches the limitation on other people's power. Hi. Oh, God. This is going to be real fun. Oh, gee. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Why is there 3 people? What the fuck? I didn't agree to this. Oh, Lord. It's gonna be so lame. Why are there 3? Dude, look how much damage I do. Running away at the speed of sound. Got places to go, God. You guys have said you want to see, like, me and Metal play Sonic 06. Don't you think that 90% of that is going to be us not knowing what the hell we're supposed to do? Don't you think that's going to happen? Don't you? Ain't that what you did? Oh, look at this. What am I supposed to... Is there a method here? Yes, but that's good. Alright. I suppose it would make for entertainment if it were edited. So, once again, Joe Danger coming in to save the day. Alright, I'm gonna try and start talking about layer 2. We talked about data collection. Let's talk about data cataloging. That's what the... I'm not even kidding. This is how I've described it to people who are curious about how I'm doing progress-wise. It may sound unbelievable, but it is truly what I've said. So, cataloging. What are we looking at here? We're looking at several Word documents. Microsoft Word documents, by the way. Not that that was a fucking spoiler. Of, Stop burning me! Oh my God, this is horrendous. Oh, what the fuck is this? I'm gonna die and I'm gonna have to drink more vodka. Oh, thank God. Okay. I get so little health back from that. Wait, is there another guy? I can hear steps. Yeah, there he is. Okay, you have to understand, as much as you're annoyed that I'm not continuing talking about things, this is very difficult to stay concentrated. I gotta fight 3 fucking hunters at once. Why? Can you go away, one of you? I don't remember ever having to do this before. Oh, you missed. We both missed several times in a row. Oh, where's my parry? Thank you. Why do you come back into the fight as soon as I'm winning? What's that about? Go on. Who wants to come up here? Yeah, one of you fucks off. I need more stamina, but I also don't, because I love my health. No. Guys, you're watching the fight of a lifetime. You understand that? Whoa, if that attacked me. Hey, where's my fucking... blah, blah, blah. We are running out of health. Oh, come on. Just give me a break. How far away are we gonna get from where you spawned? This is the most intense battle I've ever had in a video game. I'm out of fucking... No, I'm not. Fuck you! You're next, bro. You understand? Thank you, Frenzy. Oh, come on! Where is my parry? I'm so locked in right now. Fuck you, I'm using this. Yeah, yeah, you scared now? Oh, that did nothing. Die! Oh my god! I like how I'm getting nothing for this, by the way. Oh wait, you dropped this. What is this? Quicksilver bullets. You know what? I'm not even going to complain, because I'm going to parry. There was a third dude, right? God. You understand, when they're dead forever, by the way. I don't need to actually deal with them again. I think. Where's the third fucker? Wasn't there a third fucker? Hello? Hello? I hear squelching. I don't think that's the same as the third fucker. Ugh. Any ETA on Golem 2 Electric Boogaloo? Christmas is the expectation. I will say, I think Joe Danger's in chat. That is his miracle that he's working on. Where the fuck did the third guy go? Downstairs. Okay, maybe further downstairs. But that is the expectation. Metal will be over. We will be drunk, I'm certain. We're hopefully going to be able to get Az and, you know, Random and just all the people who played it. And it is going to be the most fucking laid back, whatever the hell we want to say and do episode of EFAB where we're just laughing at the reality that is Golem. I got bolt paper for days, you twat. Where the hell did the other guy go? That sounds amazing. It's going to be one of those kinds of EFAPs where it's like after a long, hard, etc's work done, you get to just sit back and watch. Because obviously you won't be getting highlights from my playthrough or Az's playthrough or... Who was... It was... Why am I like forgetting? It wasn't just me and Az's, right? Oh, Metal. Me, Az, and Metal's playthroughs are obviously done. But you will be getting Rags, Fringy, Wolf, Platoon, and Random. Which I'm sure Joe Danger's got plenty of fun for us. In terms of that. So, sorry. I single sections of this video are my magnum opus, and there's many of them. Hey, if that isn't hype, I don't know what is. So... What I was facing with, this is all gonna stream so wonderfully when Joe Danger edits it compared to how it was when it was live. I apologize for that. But anyway, when facing, like I said, you got codes in formats and folders like MauL1, referring to my first stream, and let's say, you know, 3678, that's not valid form of minutes, but you understand what I'm saying. And it would description freezing, and it would have a description of freezes when opening menu. Let's say that. Fringy would also have that several times when playing, so would Rags, so would Metal, so would Theory. So, all of those have to be catalogued, and that was a nightmare once I had managed to complete the data sourcing. I don't know how else to explain this other than saying, like I told you earlier, I had planned out where I was going to be getting all my information from, and it took a fucking long time to look through all of what I decided was a fair amount of sources. I think I took a shot ahead of time, so I can fight the one reborn and lose. That's all good. Okay. Or die. So, with that in mind, it's the kind of thing where you start to worry, okay, I'm barely past deciding where I get information from. I have not even got a fucking script, and I'm already, like, trying to figure out how I'm doing this. And, why didn't I get my... Fuck you, game. Just kill it already. So, this takes a long time, and I'm really... I need to emphasize this. You run through 400 lines of... I was about to say code. I mean, it's just... You know how it works. It's information. So you have like a page on a Word doc, and maybe it has 20 lines. And I have to put them into chapters. But the chapters haven't been created in a chronological order. They've been created in a sense of just where things would go. So freezing would go in the freezing section. Like, okay, that's pretty straightforward. What else you got? And it's like I come across something that maybe says clothing, right? And it's Rags commenting on the imbalanced nature of unlocking a particular clothing set because of a reputation thing. And you ask yourself, well, wait, does that go in reputation? Does that go in clothing? Does that go in unlockables? Does that go in collectibles? Does that go in particular faction sort of approaches, like what is the Empire? What are the Rebels? What are the Crimson Dawn? And this is kind of echoing back to what I was having a problem with in terms of story versus mechanics. Now, a huge one, I think, that really captures this is dialogue options. So I say to a person, hello there, I am K-Vess, the best character in all of Star Wars. And they say back to me, hello K-Vess, the best character in all of Star Wars. What do you have to say about the current state of the political landscape? And your options are, well, that's pretty stupid, or that's pretty smart. Those aren't great options. Not even a little bit. Now, is that a writing problem or a mechanics problem? I think any normal person would tell you, well, 2 options is a mechanics problem. Like, that's bad. It should be more than 2 options. Sure. However, if the game were not really, really, really awful, those 2 options could cover quite a significant amount of perspectives from the audience. Say, a really detailed response to, you know, the question, to the point where it kind of impresses. It's like, oh shit, I'm out of... This is really bad. Guys, help. 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 Guys, you didn't help me. I ran out of fucking vials. Sorry. Concentrating didn't save me. That's another shot. No, wait, I took a shot ahead for one reborn. We're okay. I'm just gonna have to take one for the one reborn. Where was I? Yeah, so if someone says to you, what is your opinion on any given event that happens in Soma, there's a possibility that you can cover 80% of the feelings a lot of people may or may not have through 2 options. That's going to be rare. But, you know, if you can pull it off, you can pull it off. Fine, sure, whatever. But we're talking about a game that'll have the options of, hello, I'm K-Vess, or let me put a finger up my bum-bum. Like, there's nothing. Which is bad, for anybody who was wondering. This is also bad for me right now. So that's what we're facing, and it's just a matter of categorization. Do I put that in the section of X, Y, or Z? Because it's I think it's difficult to figure out exactly where it should go. Now, I will say, when you get to seeing the final version of the video, there are going to be times where I think you'll say, hang on, shouldn't this be in the blah 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 section? And what you'll come to realize is that I probably had that question on my mind as well, and I wasn't sure. And I decided to opt for one of two options which both, like, justify it, for lack of a better way of putting it. But that was a difficulty, and I'm already dealing with what I would call about 60 chapters. I wish I could read them out to you. I think I can, actually. Let me have a look. Yeah, okay. So, to give you an example, I'll read out a handful. Plot, characters, space stations, contracts, merchants, rails, RPG world, quests, Deadeye, gunplay, combat, and then in brackets, melee, puzzles, slicing, level design, ragdolls, grapple, platforming, movement. Now, all of these can speeder. Yeah, it's a good example of something that is a section as well. A really great way to summarize this is AI. AI. Now, that's a little bit complicated, isn't it? AI? Like, what does that mean? All of the game? Or does it mean specific element? And I'll tell you now, like, the nature of that section was difficult to organize. Because any given highlightable moment from myself, from Rags, from Fringy, from Metal, etc., you don't know if it slots into AI necessarily, or any other given problem. And so I had to, like, sort of decide, after thinking for a while about each individual thing, of like, oh, that should probably... And these are the chapters I was telling you about, okay? So what we're talking about is, like I said, 60 sort of chapters that I can organize if I get them sorted, but there are chapters within the chapter of AI, naturally. Like, how couldn't they be? You know, just to give a quick example, how the AI hear things, how the AI see things, how the AI react once they know you are there, how long it takes for the AI to stop reacting as though they know you are there. So that's 4. There's way more than that. And, you know, in what order should I make you guys aware of the problems that are associated with each of those sections? Like, what's more important, what's less important, and which... Should they be ranked in order of most important to least, or something else? I mean, someone might go as far as saying it should be alphabetical. I don't really... myself, I like to storytell with almost everything, right? And I think I even say this at one point with the video. But I want to give you the problem, said in plain terms. Then I want to give you the sort of limited versions of the problem that even maybe have excuses. And then I want to escalate, 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 escalate until we reach the worst version of that problem. Because I just think that makes for the most satisfying version of the sort of the video. Also, fuck this guy. I think he's dead now, right? Come on. He's dead. He's dead? Yeah, he's dead. Thank goodness. I say this as though we've spent... you know, like, loads of insight, but I think we're okay. I'm also going to take the one reborn shot now. You know, it's only, open 2.5, 3 and a bit months before you'll get some more streams with me and Metal. We're probably going to do Hit and Run again. We've decided that Hit and Run is just a really good shout for funny. What do I even want to do here? I think I just want to clear out the area as best I can. We'll do what I can. I've got pretty good health. We should be okay. Because once I've got the full upgrades, which we're doing... I needed 3 more Twin Bloodstone Shards. And then chunks were on the way. So, not too bad, but... sorry, anyway. When it comes to cataloging, that's the kind of difficulty I find. And it sounds silly, and I really understand why it would, in terms of like, why is this even a mentioned process? And it's like, well, not only are those weird sort of, I don't know where it goes sort of problems are coming up, but you also get the sheer volume. So if, for example, Rags is 400 lines, sentences I mean, and each sentence requires me to go, you know, Rags 4 time... Let me give you an example so this feels a little bit more like real. I'm gonna duh you so that you know. There we go. Here, for example, I've got clip, which means it's to be played as opposed to B-roll. Rags 2, and the category is quest, which I ended up, I think, quest and mission, and it just refers to like I like how this explains why I've got multiple words for it. It's a thing that happens where someone has told you to do a thing that you get rewards for. I think that's like my definition. A time a code, and then it's the Rags clears out the pirate zone in the exact same way that I did in my, I think, first or second stream, and then activates the quest after leaving the area because he hits the borderline in which you're supposed to cross regularly when exploring to activate the quest. Adventure is another word for it, yeah. The point is supposed to be that it refers to how they've drawn the borders wrong. So, to give you an example, right, in Bloodborne, let's say, you see this area here? I can only get to it from where I just came from or going back from over there, but there's nothing else. And so let's say there was a demon in this area called Grakthor, and he sits right here. And so the devs make it so the activation line is from here all the way over to here. So the player, when running through this area, has to walk through that line to activate his aggro, and then he comes after you. Grakthor is fucking pissed, and he's gonna rush after you and go, oh my god, here comes Grakthor, and you gotta fight him. The problem with Outlaws is that they have stuff like that, but simultaneously you can get access to Grakthor from like a doorway that's here. So you'll walk in and be like, huh? And there's just this boss that's sitting there facing his back to you, not knowing what's going on. You're like, oh. And it's because they didn't anticipate that you'd come from this area, let's say. Not enough playtesting, not enough time. And so you're just like, oh, that's awkward. And that's what that refers to. And it's going to be about quest design. It's going to be a whole section where I talk about how they've drawn borders wrong and they haven't tested enough of the areas. And that'll be relevant too, because I know that I found the same thing. Me and Rags found it. I don't think Fringy, Metal, or Theory, or Asmongold found it. And that's why it's really interesting to take multiple playthroughs from any given thing, because you get to see like what everyone experiences and what you can find. And of course you could be like, so they didn't play test it at all. It's like, well, they might have play tested it a little bit, and I am inclined to believe they did, but didn't fix a lot of what they found, or that they you know, they didn't test it, or they didn't fix it. One or the other. I mean, the fact is they had so much to fix that it's kind of difficult to fix smaller things when you haven't even fixed like the ability to, I don't know, man. Like, I was about to say the ability to walk around, but I don't know what they consider to be the most important thing to fix. You know, it could be walking around. It could be your ship flying around. It could be the guns hitting people and having the proper reactions. It could be ragdolls. It could be freezing. I don't know what they think is the most important thing. Remember, MauLer, great games are played, not made. You know, it's been a meme since before I, knew you guys, that a lot of the time I play games on Twitch, and it would be like, why aren't you a playtester? And of course the joke is that I would find stuff that seems almost impossible to have found if the game was properly playtested, so I grant that I play games weird. I find things that are weird. I go off script. I like to just see what happens when you do this, that, and the other thing. And it creates funny moments and stuff, as well as just entertaining moments. And there's a lot of leeway I give to a lot of games where I'm like, okay, what I just did was insane, and I doubt they even knew that was a thing, which you outright get as confirmation from certain dev teams that are like, what the fuck? And then they have to fix it. But Outlaws, of course, when treated... I say this very, very placidly. When treated that way, breaks intensely. Intensely doesn't even cover it. And so it's like, you know, trying to balance that recognition that that's what happens with the recognition also that many games go through it. So as far as I'm concerned, I get the frustration with people like me ruining shit by being a dick and doing stuff that is just unusual. But simultaneously, your game should be able to tolerate me fighting the boss with a weapon that you've provided. You know what I mean? Sorry, just concentrating a little bit there, because that guy could have killed me real easily. Hey, look, we're picking up a bunch of bloodstone chunks and twinstone limblam. I need one more. One more, please. Can you provide it? Friendly dog? That's a no. I was channeling that to bingo, alright? And I feel like you guys know this. Anyway, when you have rags at maybe 500 references, Fringy at something like 500, Metal, like I said, who had almost like 700 in reference to that, I think Theory was at 500. Asmongold was something like 100 because he only did the one stream. And then myself, who I did the initial set of 6 streams, I want to say, and then a bonus one where I had listed a bunch of things I wanted to test. We're looking at something along the lines of 3,000 references. Now, that's tough to get through. And you have to roll your minds back to Christmas of, you know, 2024, which is when I would have been dealing with this, and I have to find a way to chapterize all of this. And what that means is, like I said, some of them are obvious, like freezing. I think I had something between 50 and 100 references for people's game freezing, which, you know, is both good and bad in the sense that I have proof, but I also think that's hideously awful in terms of something that's happened in the game. So I can categorize all of them into the freezing section, which will likely go in the latter portions of the analysis because it's, like I said, I try to build up a story, and freezing is one of the worst things, especially at that frequency. However, we got a few problems with, you know, certain things that I'm not sure how to categorize them. And so it takes a while when you're going through 3,000 lines of text and trying to figure out exactly where they should go. And that's not even the end of categorization, because once you've completed that process, which I did, you then need to go through each chapter, which I said there's something along the lines of 60 of them. You need to order them. So, how do I explain this? It's like, if someone freezes the game after something complex happening, for lack of a better way of putting it, then I guess that's not as bad as someone who, like Metal, boots up the game, is on the main menu talking about how he's about to play it, and it freezes. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's got to go later on, and it's got to be introduced that way. Either by Metal or myself, depending on what the clip has in terms of allowing you guys to know what's going on. Oh, Jesus. I'm alive, bitch! So, like I said, freezing, an easier one to categorize, but we have all the sections to go through, and eventually, I did make it through all of them, and I think I actually would be able to... No, this is something I didn't note down. It was only when I realized how large this project was that I started noting down progress through the months while working on other things, and I think now is about the time that I introduce the other projects, because I'll help you understand why it took so long. But before we do that, I should probably answer some more messages. So call that the data collection and cataloging sections. You see, Joe Danger, I'm making it easy for you. This is totally, definitely, 100%ly something you could easily chop as needs be. I'm sure of it. Nice, I just lost all that health for no reason. The reason I'm running into these houses, by the way, I'm pretty sure there's good blood gems in here. Pretty sure. Oh my god, these guys are so fucking annoying. Don't make me take a shot, buddy. Oh. Alright, we're done for the twins, and any chunks we pick up are just golden right now. But also tempering damp bloodstone shards. I think that adds to the damage. In which case, if we're lucky, we get through the one reborn just like that. Just one attempt, and that'd be wonderful. Okay, where are we? Oh no, never mind, they made Scorn. Oh, Jesus Christ, you serious? Kepler Interactive made Scorn? The game that has no mechanics? Okay, it has one. I'll give it that. Alright, we killed the lady here. I think let's just try and stay in for as long as I can. I got 4 blood vials left, so if we can try and stay alive a little longer. Kill a few more of these fellas before we go back. I can maybe find some more useful things. Okay, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Oh my god. Wow. I think I had the one reborn shot. I'm gonna have to take another one. Ugh. Mandalore Gaming claims to be the reason for the faded in Sith the Sloth in Alien Earth. Source is his Ban 8 VOD at 5440. What even is real anymore? I can't even remotely imagine what would be in a VOD of him streaming that would have led to him having caused Ice Age being referenced in Alien Earth such that it creates a meme image that is entirely embarrassing. But you know what? Willing to believe it, somewhat. I haven't seen a lot of Mandalore Gaming stuff, but I'm sure that he knows what he's talking about. And that is gaming with Mandalores. I'm still up on the one reborn, by the way. Okay, he's dead, thank you. You drop anything? No. Wait, there are things on the floor in this area that I didn't even get yet. Sometimes I wonder if you guys are watching me play this and you have no idea what's happening. Like, you watch it and you're just like, is he doing well or is he just guessing? And the answer would shock you. Okay, I've got a lot of bloodstone chunks. I need to get the souls I lost and then just move on. I do, every time. I literally have no idea what's going on. I love you guys. Okay. Will there be an EFAP on Silent Hill F? Looks neat. So the problem is, myself, Bringy, Platoon, and Rags all have zero investment in Silent Hill as an IP. I would argue it's almost unlikely that that would have happened, but it did. I've just never played Silent Hill in any capacity of passion, and I feel like less can be said for each of those fellas regarding that. So, I don't usually like to say no, but the answer I think is no. You can't expect anything to do with that IP. Again, I feel bad, but that's just how it goes. Pretty sure I'm supposed to be putting fire on for this guy, but fuck it. Fuck off. Oh, yes. Okay, we're good. No, that's bad. Why would you do this to me? Okay, I think... Okay, that cable's not long enough. Hang on. How do I do this again? It cost me... No, that's not what I meant. Okay, fuck it. Let's just go back home. Jesus. I've got a cable here somewhere. It's funny how, like, regular MauLer sets things up, and then drunk MauLer's like, hey, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? This charging? Yeah. Good. Don't worry, fellas. Oh, I just activated fucking big... Hello? Okay, so you can hear me now. At least there's that. Now we gotta get audio back on, Vodka Bot. It was, it's big picture. It fucked everything. but I'm not sure how to get sound back on the on the PlayStation 5. Why is it gone? What did this? Yeah, I mean, we've got visuals, but that's not quite what I'm looking for in total, is it? Audio output mode. Okay, this is great. I blame God. Have you tried hitting it really hard? Unplug and plug back in. We can hear the game, but doubled up. I can't hear the game. How come you guys can hear it, but I can't? What's that about? Let me try Mixer, see what happens. Nicholas is raiding into you shortly. This is like the worst time ever to do this. Nicholas! It's annoying because it actually has nothing to do with me being drunk. Yeah, that's just a coincidence. I don't know why this is happening. I activated Steam Big Picture mode by accident. Oh my god. We tried turning it off and on again. I mean, we can do that. I don't mind. Spin off PlayStation 5. Why not? Let's see what happens. Yeah, because I think the way I've got it set up in order to get what I want is the connector that charges my fucking controller is in the PC. So when I want to charge the controller, it connects to the PC, meaning that if I hit the PlayStation button, it activates Big Picture. But I don't know why. Well, now I can hear the sound. You serious? Turning it off and on again fixed it? Why in the fuck would that do it? I actually despise it when that solves the problem. It makes me angry to the point of killing gods. Disable shortcut for Big Picture. It never comes up, so I've never thought to do that, but I'm pretty sure you are correct in that that was the thing to do. What gods have you killed? You know, Mel. MauLer's mad that it's working. I mean, how could I not be? Alright. I'm not hearing sounds anymore. Is it that Bloodborne itself no longer makes sound? Yeah, what? The PlayStation makes sound, but the Bloodborne doesn't? What is going on? You guys heard the... What is going on? It's doubled up for you guys, but I can't hear it at all. Oh, fuck's sake. What is this? I can't even hear it. But I could hear... I'm not even kidding. I pulled the power cable out of the controller and I can hear Bloodborne again. What the fuck? I can hear it's doubled up too. What is going on? And now it's cut out again. And now it's back in. If I take out the power cable. What? I'm not allowed to charge the controller? What is going on? Yeah, the sound is doubled up for me as long as I don't charge the controller. And now you guys should be hearing only one source of audio for the game. I can't fucking believe this. How is this possible? Power is in. I can still hear it. And now it's gone. And now it's back if I unplug it. I've never come across this before. Doesn't help that I'm drunk. Your sound output is to controller and you've got to change that? Like, on my PC? On my PC, it reckons it's on speakers, which it wouldn't be the controller, right? NVIDIA high-definition audio... Oh god, I am not in the position to be able to tangle with this. Why in the world would it be the controller? Your sound is prioritizing the sound output to controller while plugged in. Okay, let me see if I can see that happening in my mixer. Okay, I can see it. Now I've moved it back. Alright. Now, how many outputs are you guys hearing? Yes? That is not the answer to that question. One? Okay, a lot of you are saying one. I'm only hearing one. The controller is now charging. Thank you to the person I read who said that. I think we're okay. I hate the technology is abusive toward the drunk. That's rude. Okay. I think we're good. God, all I want to do is play Bloodborne, okay? Now, if I remember, what were we doing? We need to go and upgrade my stupid gun sword. And we're going to do it with the souls I have, but there's a bunch of souls out in the world that I don't know where they are, that are worth a whole bunch. So I also need to Joe Danger, keep that in. I don't know why you keep that in. Read super chats. I'm trying, I swear. I think that when you finally watch Venture Bros, you might lose friends after it. You're going to stare down Gary and say, you could have broken my hands and legs this whole time to make me watch this, and you didn't. You know what? If it's that good, I actually would make that case. As in, if it's the best thing I've ever watched in my entire life, I would be like, why did you take so long to convince me to watch it? I know that he'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? I was just constantly talking to you about how you should watch it. And I'd be like, yeah, man, but you could have done more. And you know what? It would be valid. It would be valid. Physical attack up. That's all good. And the tier gem. Right. So, if I'm correctamundo, I need another 2 chunks to upgrade. Which I don't know where else I would get them from. But it would be good if I could get them before having to deal with the one reborn. I also need my souls back to get some HPs, so we'll give that a go. Pretty sure I've done Chapter 1, which is data collection, and Chapter 2, which is data categorization. Next is the script, which is, you know, arguably straightforward. There's not much to say about that. It is a... Once all the chapters are sorted, and once all of the categorization is sorted, the way it works is I have the folder, or the file rather, that it displays all of these things, and then I have to contextualize them, right? So once all 60 plus chapters are, you know, sorted, I have to figure out a way just to be like, okay, here comes this, here comes this, here comes this. And some of them are created in the sense of, like, you'll know what to do when you're in the editing position. So, for example, the intro, which you guys haven't seen yet, is like filled with highlights from other parts of the video. So it changes the more that the video is made, as weird as that sounds. Also, hello, Nicholas Diorio, and the viewers has just joined. You know, I would host more or raid more if I knew how it worked. I still haven't quite figured that out yet. But I'm playing a video game. You guys are probably not used to that, other than Fortnite, compared to like or drama-related things. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. How you doing? I've mostly been spending the night trying to survive Bloodborne while having drank a lot. Have I got no fucking blood vials? I didn't even realize. This is not good, gentlemen. Also, ladies. Oh god. Can I just... Oh, I'm running toward one of these fuckers as well. Yeah, let's get out of here. This'll totally work. I can buy blood vials. It's not a bad sign of my progress if I'm farming blood vials at this early of a game. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm looking at my liter of vodka and I'm kind of tempted to try and make it through the whole thing, you know? It'll be fun if we can pull it off. There are 0 ladies. I wouldn't expect there to be many ladies in the Nicholas Diorio fan base. Because ladies are just not as interested in drama, and that is their fault. Okay. These guys are where I buy the things from. We all good. Alright, I need to read more messages too. Good. I've got 9 blood vials. That's definitely going to help me get back to the souls I've lost, which I don't even know where they are. Make a Claws of Awaji video on my actual content channel, and I saw a couple written interviews and Q&As that helped me nail points I wanted. It works. It really does. I've told people before, and I will repeat, you really want to get to a point of checking out interviews because you'll never know what you'll find. And I swear to God, be it Drinker, as Gary, whoever you're watching for different coverage, you'll find they have clips from interviews where you'll be like, oh shit. That kind of completely proves the point they were after. It's like, yes, because where they got the point from of seeing, you know, people say these crazy things. And it's definitely where I get a lot of stuff from. And, you know, like I said, the awkward thing is that I've got a lot of prep that I haven't yet managed to show you guys in the form of videos because of just how long it takes for everything to get made. Hello, Nick. How you doing, mate? Have you played Bloodborne before? Somehow I imagine watching Nicholas Diorio play Bloodborne would be fucking hilarious. I don't mean to say that you'd be terrible at it, but there would be a word to describe how bad you would be, and it would be complicated. I've got an upgraded weapon now, evil creature. What are you gonna... Uh-oh, I'm dying. Help me. Oh, jeez. Look at my health already. I'm dead. So, goodbye to all of those souls, which means we will not be spending any time trying to recover them. I've had it since it came out. Yeah, but I've never seen you play it. I had a shop prepped for the one Reborn. What I will now do is take another one, so I'm still prepped for the one Reborn, who I'm now going to just run toward. I'm fucking coming for you, one Reborn, you goofy goober. Anybody who's joining as of recently, I have drank... How do I put this? Let's see here. It's like 4/5 of a liter of vodka. So... Hey Nick, I'm looking forward to our next session of recording the next Halloween arc, of which I'm not going to confirm what films we're watching, but I will confirm you're a part of it. I don't know if you've seen the first of the Child's Plays are out. Us appreciating a series of horror films in which a doll has to kill people. Imagine being like one of the people who had to work on that and being like, okay, well, but like it's... How do we make this scary? And, like, all the people on board were like, well, but you gotta just, you know, you gotta try. Can we, if you shoot it carefully, we can definitely make it. I've had loads of comments from people saying it terrified them as a kid, and I'm like, uh-oh. I hope this doesn't piss people off, because we're mostly laughing, but, I think it's only because of the fact that, you know, everyone in the cast did not watch it when it came out, and so did not get the, intended effect, I guess, when they were younger, that sort of thing. I never leak. Secret safe with me, of course. And of course, this is far more important not to leak compared to any given, you know, DMs about any given controversy or drama with any given YouTuber. This is the nature of which franchise we're reacting to in the form of EFAP movies, which, you know, there's nothing more sacred. Nothing more sacred. All right, let's kill all the ladies. And then we can kill the giant flesh monster. That's how this works. I am not going to screw this up, because I've already taken the shot for it. What does that sound? Oh, it's gone. Okay, we're good. For the comedy arc, Blazing Saddles, I'm not going to say that there's a good chance we may have watched Blazing Saddles. Give it and the comedy arc it truly is on the way. This is why I regret talking about it, because it was like progressing real good. It hit a snag, and it's like it's close to progressing real good again. So I look forward to being able to tell you guys what. We'll make a trailer for it, and you'll know what's coming. Yay, MauLer, I'm late, but I'm so glad to see you streaming games again. I miss your gaming streams. Welcome back. I do as well. I love streaming games. The only problem, of course, is that I for every hour that's spent streaming games, I could have been spending editing. I'm not shitting you when we get further along in my explanation of how things work. Because we're only 6 hours into this stream, so, you know, of course I haven't explained everything yet. That's what I can properly get across to you, just what this process has been. That's ran from the end of August to as much as halfway through October. Where the fuck is the staircase? You wait there, impetuous slime monster. I'm gonna load up my fire paper right now, even though I don't even know if that's what these women don't like. Now, guys, it's very important to hit the women such that they don't fall off the edge, because we need to kill them, kill the women. Don't, like, hurt the women, because then hurt women still cast evil magic that sabotages your goals, and we don't want that. That's just what we don't want. So, for example, this woman here, we could knock her off to the ground, but we don't want that, so push her forward and she dies. This is a guide that no one has ever made before of ow. What the fuck? I feel like that's never happened in my entire life playing this game. Okay, thank you, Frenzy, getting my health back up. Now, I'm gonna apply fire paper one more time after applying. I don't have any. Jesus. Shut up. He's yelling at me. Alright, take this. And this. And one of these. Does this do anything? Ah, he's dropping corpses on me. What a weirdo. Alright, fuck you. Here I go. No, I need... hang on, I gotta apply fire paper. It ran out right when I needed it. Does this... this is gonna do something. Oh, that does something. Better heal up. Oh no, his head is down and I'm not... I'm winning. I've taken the shot for this guy, by the way, guys, so if I win, I don't need to take another one. Though, the sad part is I gotta fight Mikolash next, which I do not want to do. Can I just say, the soundtrack for The One Reborn is fantastic. I'm just... the way I'm playing it right now is weird. Oh god. Oh lordy Lou. God, I love the choir in this game. There we go. We did it. Even though I'm one ahead, I'm going to take the Mikolash shot right now. Oh, it's all very rough. It's seamless in the same way constantly squeezing a tight space slowly is seamless. Yeah, that's actually something I wanted to mention about. It's just so fucking true from Theo about the squeezing in tight spaces was a solution to a era's problem without realizing the problem that will come as a result of all time, which is that squeezing through tight spaces is going to become uselessly annoying for everything in future, you know? Misa tired, yeah, I know. Squeezing through tight spaces triggers me. It's in so many games, dude. And it's always terrible. Oh. And whenever someone can't figure a solution to it, it does feel like, oh, that's a bit disappointing. Also, am I gonna have to buy like loads of... I don't want to farm blood vials. It might be my #1 criticism of this game. Very nicely done, MauLer. Okay, Dutch Gradient, I appreciate the compliment, but do you really think I did anything there that could ever be considered skill-ish?
What is it?
I feel like I kind of just wimbled through that, especially considering my current state of blood vials. Of which... Have I got the key? I did get the key. I need to go back through... Okay, we got a lot of shots coming, actually. I'm one shot ahead, but... Oh boy, do we have a lot coming. Cathedral Ward, we need to go back. MauLer, don't be mean to chat. Is that mean, or is that just trying to level, you know? Yeah, I'm still committed to the vodka, okay. Where are we? Oh, I should probably finish anything I had to say about the script. So the way the scripting works, like I said, once I've got those 60+ chapters, you gotta contextualize them. So intro. What is the best way to intro a video like the Outlaws video? Well, it can't just be me saying, hello everybody, I'm MauLer, and today we're going to talk about Outlaws, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with it. But when it's a project that I've been working on for this long, it's like, it's got to be something else. So, I will say, I don't mind admitting this, I have stolen something of an idea from a commenter. I don't remember what video or what stream it was on, but someone said, surely MauLer needs to begin his new Outlaws video on a quote. Which, by the way, really solid way to begin any given... Fuck off, old man. Any way to begin a video is on a quote. Now, you know, chat, what do you think the great... Someone's already said it. Look at that. I referenced the notion of a quote, and someone has already said it. What quote summarizes the nature of Star Wars Outlaws while simultaneously being a funny meme? And it is obvious. You've already guessed it. It is Jam a Man. That is the quote to begin the video on. And I want to be clear. Jam a Man is one of my favorite, if not the most famously beloved EFAP-related / MauLer-related quote that's ever existed. It is the funniest fucking thing that's ever happened. I feel bad for Nicholas Diorio Nicholas Diorio quotes. Nicholas Diorio fans who don't know about Jam a Man, but Uncharted is a video game series, and it begins one of the games. I haven't played them. One of the games begins with the quote, "I am a man of fortune, and I must seek my fortune." It's a Henry Avery quote, and it's kind of borderline brilliant for what the game's about. Now, a character called XQC decided he would read this quote out when doing a playthrough of Uncharted, and he just says everything wrong to the point of absolute hilarity. He says, instead of I am, he says jam. Like, the way that I am is spelt confuses him to the point of him saying jam. And you're already dying from that reality, okay? It is so fucking funny. Like, how could someone have possibly gotten to that point? And yet he did. And so, where does it go from there? Jam a man of fortune, right? Because that's the quote. And J must seek my fortune. Now, I am a man of fortune and I must seek my fortune. There's a lot to draw out of that in terms of what it means as a quote. But when you convert it to jam a man of fortune and J must seek my fortune because you're retarded, what does it mean? He doesn't really inspect it because he's XQC. But, like, it infinitely fascinates me that he took the information in as that and still didn't know what truly to make of it, you know? Like, it's like, jam a man of fortune, J must seek my fortune. Okay, you know. And then Henry Avery gets converted into Henry Avery's. I've forgotten the original date, but he turns it into like 1995. So it's kind of a famous meme because it's so fucking funny. And I saw someone say, like, surely the video should begin on that quote. And I was like, you know what? It fucking has to. And that's what the script had written, and that is what it currently is. But then, of course, it's like, okay, but what font? And inspired by all of the Boogie coverage, I couldn't resist the red and yellow McDonald's colors. And then, of course, it's like, but again, what font? And what can you conclude other than Comic Sans? That is the font. Or something like this, right? You have to. Oh, shit. I regret everything. Oh, God. And so that is how the video begins. It is me. I did consider for a while, should I or should I not have him read it out or myself read it out, but like in a serious tone, as silly as that sounds. And I've opted currently for myself reading it in a serious tone. That is what the intro is. But I say all of this knowing... Oh, Jesus. Well, I got 16. Look how much this takes from me, by the way. Look at all that health and look at all the insight. 16, 15, 14... Okay, 2. I actually thought it was worse than that. I hate this fucking game. We'll be fine. We'll restock. It's gonna be okay, guys. Don't be too upset. Anyway, that is how it began originally. And then I realized, like, that's still not quite everything, is it? How do you begin a video talking about what I believe is one of the worst AAA releases ever made? And so it's like, well, I guess you take simultaneously one of the worst aspects, but one of the most understandably worst aspects just from seeing it? Which is kind of a complicated thing. Like, what is the worst aspect, but also something that someone who has no context of the game understands is the worst aspect? I'm sure a couple of you have ideas, but I know what comes to mind immediately. Oh yeah, he's just not doing anything. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, what's chat got? Stealth? Yes. It is in the realm of stealth. It is, but that's not quite specifically enough. Sneem, Nyx, Jabba in his X-Wing. That's a good one, but something I learned from seeing Geeks and Gamers and Ryan reacting to Jabba saving me was that a lot of people didn't understand what the criticism of that was, which felt kind of awkward, like, you know, like, what the fuck is he laughing at? And it's like, oh shit, they need the context for that. Law, losing dumb enemies. What is a monster? Jar Jar, stealth AI. I mean, I don't blame any of you guys for not specifically labeling it, but it would be the long grass, right? Like it was a meme that went around the internet, basically. It was, if you stand in the long grass, none of the enemies can find you, even if they find you, which sounds like a contradictory statement, but when you see it run out, you're like, oh. So I thought that would be the optimal strategy, showing the long... Oh, someone said long grass, fair enough. So that quote, plus the long grass, and then there was just one more ingredient. Something that I consider to be inseparable from the nature of this entire project, you know? Oh, fuck off. And that was something that I didn't discover until later because of the data collection sort of nature that I've been letting you guys know about. So, that is basically watching more and more and more reviews, and that specifically is quotes of people saying that the game is, in and of itself, excellent, or great, or good, or above average. When you collect everybody who ever said that, and you put it alongside a visual of the long grass, it becomes just... It's kind of reminiscent of the TFA Part 1 opening I've got, where it's just like, wait, what? But at least with that one, it's meta information as to why everyone knows what's happening is insane. As weird as that sounds, right? Like, because ultimately it's just people's opinions, but... it seems to me, you're welcome to disagree, of course, that everyone agrees now that TFA is bad. I'm not even I'm putting on fire paper, and it's working really well on these eldritch creatures. I'm not really sure what that is, but anyway. So you know, to me, watching what is supposed to be a stealth section and having creatures that are not supposed to be able to guess where you are, and then simultaneously do nothing about it. That, combined with quotes about how good the game is before the Jam of Man of Fortune, to me was just, you know, chef's kiss. You've done it. You've unlocked the secret sauce. Oh, why didn't you stagger? This is the moment in which I lose all of my insight, okay? So it's not the worst thing ever. I've actually got a bunch of the insight bonuses that I can actually pop. I haven't done that yet, so... For anybody who doesn't know, this is one of, if not the worst area of Bloodborne, so the fact that we're through this much of it already is actually not even so bad. Look at him spamming this fucking bullshit. Whoa, that was close. Dead. One more. Ah, we got the orphanage key. Not bad. I think it's because I'm drunk that I'm willing to take more risks and thus waste less of your time. Anyway, it was a deliberate decision when I showed you the teaser that I didn't show you the beginning of the video, because I have now explained the beginning of the video, but I still think you'll be quite entertained by how it starts, and then it's like a slew of top highlights of just how badly the game works. In this case, I'd rather say doesn't work. And so, you know, that gives you a big old idea of how this has been created. And we're still not quite there yet, but I'm going to tell you more and more about how things are going overall. You've been given a bunch of information so far. You know, I say this, we're only 6.5 hours into the stream, so it's not very long, so I can't be giving you much. I forget, how does this work again? Make contact. Oh, I remember what that is. It gives me the thing for the thing. I remember. And we've got the keys, so we can go downstairs again. Dude, this has actually gone way better than it may have had I been sober. I've just killed everything. 0 blood vials, though. I feel my soul just dying. with how bad that is as news, but it's whatever. We'll just keep going. I'm gonna get your stuff down here. What is even down here? Anyway, let me read more massages as I get gradually through talking about this script. Seamless, because it's held together by wood glue. Absolutely, dude. And I really want to repeat, I don't mind calling it seamless if you refer to seamless as it has loading screens. It's just stuff that a lot of people might miss when casually playing. Like, they don't realize that's a loading screen. It's fine with me. I really respect the interest a lot of game developers make of trying to hide something that is a grim reality. It's kind of cool of them, you know, to really work on that. And it's creative, depending on what results you get. When I first found out and realized like what was going on with Metroid, I thought that was fucking awesome. I was just like, holy shit, they've hidden a lot of loading screens where normally they may not have been able to do that. Oh, I've got to go the other way. Hey, we haven't reset, so we're all good. 33k is pretty solid for leveling as well. So... where are we here? There's a mod for No Man's Sky that completely converted into Star Wars, and it's a better game than Outlaws, which is not hard, but it's just impressive. Same with Starfield. Keep doing the great work. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And completely agreed. Star Wars Outlaws is a pathetic sort of like side project. They're already on Division 3. Like, they made Division 1, 2, then they made Star Wars Outlaws with the hope of a sequel. And that's been cancelled outright. So now it's just a matter of, well, I guess it's Division 3. They didn't care. And as I've said before, I realized this with the notion of Julian Garrity talking about his primary concern was the seamless nature. And all they did was have the worlds of Star Wars, quote-unquote, Outlaws, the orbit of each world, and that's it, actually. And then, you know, how those connect. So really, you know, you just need to sort out the loading screens with the cutscene. That's it. And I would be curious to talk to him about that, because, you know, I can't imagine... It's the same reason why we're critical of Mark Brown. Anyone developing a game must be aware of a lot of the ways you can subvert different requirements when it comes to different game realities, and one of them being loading screens. So, you know, on that note, it's like you knew that other games have solved this problem, right? And you didn't solve it in a particularly novel way, correct? And I wonder what he would say. I wonder if he would try to argue if he actually did solve it in a novel way. I don't know. Alright, we've got... Is gold blood gem better? Let's see. Attack versus beasts. Not necessarily better. And that's fine. Okay. Also, we only need a... We've actually got full upgrades now, except for the blood rock, I think, which is something that I know how to get. We'll be alright.
Very well. Let me.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I do not like the position we're in for blood vials, but, you know, we'll have to rely on how good I am while extremely drunk. Okay, we're good. The next two bosses we've got are relatively deal-withable. Let me just make sure we can stock up on Eldritch counters as well as other elements. See this, by the way, Joe Danger, we're getting close to spoilers for you. Gameplay spoilers. Now, let me see here. We've got... See this? Madman's Knowledge. We will pop 10 of them. because those fucking squids stole a bunch of them. Now, 4 of these puts us at full. 6 fire paper puts us as full. We need more bolt paper ones. I like to have a full stack. Judge me as much as you want, but we'll put this... We'll get 6. 6 is fine. Nom nom nom. Blim blam blue. No, yeah, there we go. We're going to need this for... Yeah, that's good. Alright, cool. I got 2 bosses about to come up. We're going to have to take a shot per. Blah, 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 blah. Moon... No. Ooh. Where am I going? Church of the Graveyard? Dock? No. Upper Cathedral Ward. I think that's where I'm going. I will say, fellas, MauLer, I'm up to Nurse, just haven't done DLC. I meant to say, Joe, that the DLC, I'm not even kidding, I'm not sure how I would feel about Bloodborne if not for the DLC. I love Bloodborne, but if you ask me to rank my favorite bosses, number 1 is Orphan of Kos, number 2 is probably Maria, and number 3 is Ludwig, and all 3 are DLC. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, oh shit, and, you know, yeah. But, you know, the DLC is the game, to an extent. I'm not going to deny that. We've got 11 blood vials here, alright, let's see, bolt paper and... Oh fuck, hang on. Hang on, I haven't equipped. There we go. Hang on, fellas. Hang on. Fellas, what did I just say? Fellas! Okay. Hello? Isn't there supposed to be a Chungus? Oh, this is the Chungus. That beast blood pellet is fucking amazing, by the way. But also it's amazing at killing me. Man, if I had gotten like 1 hit on the Chungus leader, I would have fucking killed him. When my beast blood pellet was at full. Oi! Ooh! It needs to be said, dying to the Celestial Emissary means that you are a cuck. So I can't do that. Like, if I do that, it's all over. I have to submit my entire YouTube career. So we gotta avoid that happening. This is a challenge that all YouTubers have to go through. Oh, that was close, guys. I almost lost my entire career. Okay, let us go back and level. Jesus Christ. I did a shot for... am I owed one? I think I can trust that James, you can tell me if I'm owed a shot or not. I got some messages on Discord. Let me have a look here. See if I'm missing any. Oh, we're all good. Okay. No, you're fine. Am I 1 ahead then? I don't remember being 1 ahead, but if you say so. Let us return to the Hunter's Dream once I pop. No need to pop anything. Okay, and we got 2 insight. Yeah, we're good. You're 1 ahead, yeah. So once I beat Why am I forgetting his name?
Welcome. What is it?
Pasta Man?
Very well. Let me.
I know he's got pasta. Once I've beaten Pasta Man, it's Mikolash, then the nurse. Okay. Blood vials, please, gentlemen. Good, good, good. Okay. What's your take on? I am struggling with English, but we're gonna push through. What's your take on game difficulty? I saw discourse on this with Silksong being more punishing than HK and devs nerfing some early game bosses. So it's a shame that by the time I get around to Silksong, it's probably going to be nerfed. But the reality is that when it comes to game difficulty, it's always going to be, for me, the whatever the devs wanted. That is the most important, bar none, thing that 100% comes first. So whatever they intended. And of course, the assumption is that they play tested it to the point of being able to discover what needs to be done according to what they had an investment in. Can mistakes be made? Yes. If you watch the newest segment of us covering a Jim Sterling video, we cover this sort of subject. It relates to Elden Ring, and it relates to how difficulty is manipulated. Now, sorry, I'm a bit inebriated. I'm always going to want to be invested in whatever the creator of the thing decided would be the awesome 100% experience. Especially when there's so much to learn, understand, and move through. So coming in and being like, oh, whoops, I guess this was too hard, and they give you something that's borderline laughable as like a way of dealing with a situation, it always comes across as like, oh, well, that's a shame. But there is a line, because look at DS2, right? Like, the amount of situations that are created that are just fucking embarrassing when it comes to trying to generate a situation that is difficult for any given player. So, what do you do? Well, wait, have I been eaten already? Oh no, I'm alright. I'm not alright. I've lost all of my health. This is the pasta monster. I'm not even remotely timing the dodges right now. Sorry, I'm gonna have to concentrate, guys. I feel bad, but you'll understand once I get to the end of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I died. It's a shot. I had one prepared, so we're all good. Problem here is I haven't unlocked the best farming place yet, so we might have to come back to Pasta Monster to defeat, because I'm only on 6 health. So we'll do this in a moment. I need to go to the nightmare. Oh, my brain is very much on its bare minimums right now. Okay, I think no. It is Advent Plaza. That's where we're gonna go. I'll do my best. Like, I want to defeat all bosses except the moon presence, because it's not worth the effort. All right. But give me a second. I feel like I'm usually at a better position for blood vials at this point than usual. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to give me a minute. I think I can defeat Mikolash and the nurse before Pasta Monster. Also Amygdala. Anybody who has any idea what I'm talking about has played this game before. Man, I've got so many memories of watching Metal farm the students. Not, I don't want to say unnecessarily, but maybe a little bit, you know, because I'm a bit. I'll leave MauLer's chickening out on moon presents. Okay, James. If you give me the other 2 umbilical cords in explicit terms, I will do them. Alright? Correct me if I'm wrong, but me and Mel playing Bloodborne, I like demanded that we beat Orphan of Kos. Was that a thing? Because I'm gonna... For some reason I feel confident on Orphan of Kos, but yeah, it's gonna be... Hey, hello. Give me your juice. You know something I really want to play on stream is Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I think that'll be really fun. And anybody who disagrees is probably a communist. That's the only assumption I could make. Fuck off, worm. Okay. We have 3 chunks. I think I can upgrade at least once with that. Let's go do Mikolash, because he's the most annoying boss in the history of everything. That would be fun game. That's not an answer to where the other umbilicals are. I know I need 3 umbilical cords, and look, everybody, I have 1. A great relic, also known as the Cord of the Eye. God, I love this fucking game. Don't ask me why. I don't know the answer. Oh yeah, you want to kill me, don't you? But I'm gonna run over here. You know, Fringy did stream this, like, consistently, in the sense of he really streamed a lot of it. I don't think he beat Orphan of Kos, though. I'm trying to remember. Maybe James has those answers. Fringy never beat Kos. Yeah, see, that's... You gotta beat him. Otherwise, what does it really mean? Nothing. That's what it means. So anyway, back to the script writing for the Outlaws video. Oh no, Spooters, leave me alone. You're so mean and gross. Dude, this is one of those weirdest experiences of, like, simultaneously I know everything what's gonna happen, but then I don't know anything that's gonna happen. Like, I'm just like, what's gonna happen next? Oh, look, it's this guy. You know? I think there's checkpoints. No, don't shoot gun. That's a bad idea. There's a elevator I've got to activate. There it is. I knew it. This is good. This is progress. This is saving time and stuff. They are knowledge bringers? I don't know what you're referring to exactly with that, but I agree. Okay, and there is a checkpoint. There we go. Boom. Do I need to do anything? Let's just go buy things. But yeah, so my take on game difficulty is I'm always going to value the creators of the game first. Even if I disagree with them on, you know, whatever thing that they may have concocted as to how difficult a thing should be. I hate the idea that we should hamper based on appealing to mainstream. That's a normie take, though, honestly. Even though it's in opposition to general people. In this case being normies, but I just prefer the general sort of approach to challenge. That's the word. All 4 chords are locations. Abandoned old workshop. Done. Cathedral ward. Well, that's not very specific, is it? Nightmare of Menzies. I don't know where it is in that one. Yosefska's Clinic. I know that one. Okay, let's go get the Yosefska's Clinic one then, you fucker. Let's do it right now. It is... There is... It's Forbidden Woods, right? No. Forbidden Woods. I feel like it's Forbidden Woods. I'm going to wait a second so that you guys can tell me, because I feel like chat knows better. I'm willing to do the Moon Presence boss. I just don't remember it being very good, that's all. Don't fall asleep on stream. We're okay for now. Floridian Woods. The funny part is I won't even be awake when you fight it. It's just fine. You can watch the replay. You only need 3. One's back way through the Forbidden Woods to Yosefka. Well, let's get that one. One is from the Wet Nurse, one is from the Old Workshop. So as long as we get this one, we're set. I just have to remember... Because I know this one, I just haven't done it in a long time, that's all. Okay, let's see what other mess we got. It would be sweet if you did a Planet of the Apes arc, and yes, this includes the 2001 film, maybe just the first entry in each set. Listen, man, like I'm so on board with doing the Tim Burton version of Planet of the Apes, in the same way that I'm on board with doing the Roland Emmerich version of Godzilla. It's so representative of a particular time. I don't know about you guys, but when I was growing up, you know, you see Leon the Professional, you see Mission Impossible, and then you see Godzilla, Roland Emmerich, 1998. I think. Oh shit. You come to respect Jean Reno so much. It doesn't matter what shitty movie he might be in. Just cool. He's so cool, in fact, that watching him deal with young Godzillas that are in raptor form and big Godzillas that are in Godzilla form, you just kind of like, man, I just want to see you make it, you know? See, I'm gonna check chat. Jean Reno is peak cinema. Agreed. True. Good times. I haven't seen Godzilla 98, 99. It's one of those in such a long time. I have no idea how I would react to it. But you have to understand, this is a big complication. As someone who watched Simpsons excessively, so Fringy will understand this. It was so weird seeing the whole cast of Simpsons in Godzilla 98. Why? Why did that happen? You have Hank Azaria being the guy who's doing the thing with the camera. You have Harry Shearer being he's like the stereotype Mr. Oh, you know, I'm a businessman, but simultaneously, even he, I love his acting as Mr. Burns and Smithers and stuff, but like you can tell he's gotten on, and it's such a sad reality. Everyone fucking ages, but I'm pretty sure the voice of Bart Simpson is in that fucking movie. Why are the voices of all of why are the voices of all of the Simpsons in that movie? And there's someone who's obsessed with the Simpsons. You're like, wait a minute, why am I hearing all of the Simpsons? And then of course you have the sort of stand-ins for Siskel and Ebert, who are like, the movie says is wrong. Why would you do that, by the way? Let's say like you're big into making movies and there's a particular critic who annoys you. This reflected Lady in the Water. I couldn't believe I'd been told M. Night Shyamalan was very bad with criticism, and the Lady in the Water this was something that was said to me and I didn't believe it. Lady in the Water has a film critic in it who gets murdered brutally because they're just so wrong. And the M. Night Shyamalan himself is in the movie being very much right. I was like, no way. No. And then you watch it, you're like, oh. I'm pretty sure that was like Ron Howard's daughter was the Lady in the Water, right? Bryce Dallas Howard. She directed Mandalorian. It gets tiresome how many connections there are to everything that makes the world so much less magical. Because you assume everything happens spontaneously, but in truth, nothing does. Everything is like planned well ahead of time by people who suck. Okay, James, have I gone too far? I think I have, right? Where is the secret entrance to the other place? MauLer having an existential crisis for the Simpsons actors are in Godzilla. But it's so weird. Go way back. Okay, I gotcha. I'm gonna head way back. If I can figure out how to do that. I'm glad I've come back to a place where I'm overpowered now because I have all of the upgrades. Oh, anyone feel like when I move from left to right, it's moving too fast? That might be a sign that things have gone too far. You know what? I think the answer here is this. I will beat the DLC bad guys. This is awkward because I have no idea what anything is. Well, you're useless. You know what? It's time. It has become a time. Let me see here. There we go. Can review, remove chat messages, can manage blocked with... No, that's... yeah. Alright. Congratulations, Joe Danger. You've become a moderator, of which I haven't actually added to the selection since, like, 10 years. Okay, I'm back here. I don't know if this... but you seem to know more about this, even though you've played Bloodborne for the first time yesterday. You Plygrian rat! Okay, thank you very much. Oh, for real? Thank you. It's honestly, it's my fault. Gary and Az are much better at this. I take way longer to assign moderators, to the point that I may have just one active moderator. Oh my good god. I'm alive, I don't have to take a vodka, I'm alive. Yeah, that's what you get for me upgrading health first, you fucker. Dude, I would love a TV show of Bloodborne. Fuck me, how cool would this universe be? I guess the reality is, how cool would this universe be in any media continued? We get one game. One fucking game. Why? So rude. Anyway. Left side of the woods, though, a cave, poison water. Alright. That sounds pretty easy to follow. Let's just stick to the left. I've got plenty of blood vials. Da 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 da. I will say, it's really sad that I was streaming well before sort of like the assumption of what matters in a sense of like my first ever playthrough of Bloodborne is lost to time. It would have been cool to have seen what I did. Have I gone too far? I might have. I'm sticking to the left, okay? I'm just trying to find turn around. Shit. Okay, since this is too dangerous, I'm going to do a bold hunter's mark. There we go. Oh, piss off! Hey, that what did that guy try to achieve? Nothing. That's what. But yes, the quick answer to the question is yes. I would like to do a Planet of the Apes arc, and we've got so much to work with to do that. It's just a matter of when and where we sort of do it, you know. By the way, talking to that lady at the beginning, getting these Bold Hunters marks, that was a good move. Because by the time I have wasted enough time looking for where I'm supposed to go, we've already earned back enough money to buy more of them, so we're all good. This is... You know what's fascinating by this, by the way, is that, like, this part is the most riskiest in terms of me being able to do anything. But, and I stand by this, me fighting bosses, there's so much muscle memory in terms of how to deal with them that I might actually get through them easier than I get through just randomly walking through places. Because someone said something about a left wall, and I'm just hugging it. I'm hugging that left wall. Hello, friendly dogs that won't be released and eventually eat me. Because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just running. Hello, what's this? Guys, I don't need blood vials. I do, but I don't. Oh god, what? Is this where I'm supposed to go? Dun, 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 dun. Oh no! Is this it? No, this can't be it, because I was here before. There's a dinosaur that eats grass. No, we were here last time. This isn't it. Okay, who wants to chase me? I'm gonna kill anything that crosses this fucking threshold. You! Fuck you. Dr. Red Hair. Okay, I did it. Okay. I'm gonna regroup. Walk back to those dog cages. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I want to remind everybody that progress will be made much faster once I'm done with this, whatever we're doing, because this is the part that I don't remember. But saying dog cages is enough for me to sort of like be like, oh, okay, I remember that. We've got the blood vials too, 20 actually. And I'm like leveled ahead of this. Out of my way. Okay, where are the dog cages? I've kind of lost them. I'll grab this. Tell me where am I going from here? Ooh, I actually need them. Yeah, you all thought you could kill me. Look at that. You know, I never put oil urn on this. I use that to kill gas coins sometimes. Go to places with things. That's not useful. Cave behind the cages. Okay. Well, this is just a dead end, so it's probably not this. Hello? You know, I'm gonna guess these guys don't like me. I remember going past the cages. What happened? Where are they? Is it this way? This looks like new. Oh no, I fell. Oh no. Jesus Christ, this is confusing. No. Through there. Oh, okay. Door's open. That's good. So anyway, like I said, you convert all of the notations of anything that's happened in any given experience of the game into chapters, and I ended up with like 60. But then you got to order them into chapters, right? Which is not a huge problem. Like I said, if... Oh, I shouldn't have opened that. No, I should have opened that. Holy shit. So ordering it, like I said, is in severity. So simultaneously, you need to make a video that is interesting to people for the first, like, sort of what can hook them in, but simultaneously interesting in terms of where it's going. And so if you have, let's say, 10 things, and they're ordered from 1 to 10 in terms of interest, then to satisfy a goal, like overall goal, you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, obviously. But is it interesting to start on goal 2 or goal 3 or goal 1? It's like, not really. Most people are going to be kind of bored by it. You went past the cages. Okay, let me find my bear. These are the cages, aren't they? I need to find a cave of some. This looks like a cave. Okay, I think we're doing good now. Anyway. So what do you do? And it's like, well, of course, you need to tell people what is on the way. Because a lot of people will watch a video without having any clue of what's on the way. And I don't blame them for that at all. That's just kind of how everything works. So what do you do? And it's like, well, I guess you try to say ahead of time, like, this is on the way. What is this? Well, it's going to be the biggest highlights of each of the sections. So you have the quote, which I think still is one of the best ways to begin any given video, that's certainly of a particular length. Then you have the comparison of one of the most obvious, significant, of some significant length sequence combined with the meta-knowledge of how it's being referred to, events. And it's like, okay, yes, sure, fine, we've got all of that, so then what? Then we show a showcase, or for the sake of better English here, we showcase just exactly what to expect from the coming analysis across multiple subjects, not just one. Antidote, there we go. So, for example, story. You show, like, one of the worst lines said that are evidently stupid in the whole thing. Or you show I say one of many mechanics that are evidently stupid to anybody who's interested in gaming. Which, in a sense, is more important, I guess, for a game review. You're gonna be relying... Oh, wait, I'm back out of the cave. There's gotta be something in the cave. I missed it. So, you know, the combination to let people know what is... Ooh. This can't be right. Joke's on you, game. I have plenty of health left. So that's how, like, an intro works. And what I ended up showing you guys in the teaser was once the intro is complete. Which I thought makes the most sense. Because it's basically a promise of what you would come to expect. Oh, this can't be right either. I remember there being a ladder. We're gonna look around until we find a ladder. I want to fall off. This is getting annoying. I mean, but what am I supposed to do? Okay, a lot of this looks the same. I'm hugging walls. I hug the left or the right here. No. No, well, try and go a little bit further this time. Anyway, you know, I kind of described what the intro of the video is going to look like. And that all gets sorted out in the scripting process as well as the decision making when it comes to sort of like putting clips together. But that would be there's a ladder. You know, draft 1, which can be real fucking tough. I'll be honest with you, right? So like I've talked to Fringy about this as it's progressed. As I said, the end of August was when it started. And there is a reality of passion. I've said as advice to a lot of people whenever building any kind of project, especially one that takes more than... You know, some people are only invested in projects for as long as they last days. I think, I'd imagine Platoon would agree that, you know, something like the Superman video lasted weeks. But then when you get to months, it's like, well, that might be, you know, to the point of ridiculousness. Like you can't be making something that lasts that long, can you? And you know, the question becomes just what are you making and why is it taking this long, and can you justify that sort of time scope, time span? And I would argue, yes, I can. I mean, you know, it's not the first time I've taken longer than I think Multiverse of Madness is probably the longest I've taken for any given project. Not to say that Quantum Mania was some kind of like the shorter project. It was about the same. But like you guys remember me talking about that. I was building it well before I'd shown family members the film, and yet watching my sister and her, who is now husband, the film while recording was like an integral part of really sort of showing just how it feels to watch that. And yet it came up way later in the process. It's what I'm getting at is like, is it worth creating a video like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and Unbridled? Oof, what was it called? An Unbridled... Someone in chat's gonna know. Yeah, is it worth how long it took to make it? And you know, I would be inclined to say yes. I think it was. I'm really happy with how that video turned out. Same with Multiverse of Madness, who both of them took around about a half a year of nothing. An Unbridled Alcatism. You know what? I don't think that's what it was. But to go a half a year without any uploads is like, that's fucking insane, dude. And it's like, yes, it is, but you know, I think it was worth it. I think it created a video that stands the test of time. We got the invite to Kanehurst, by the way, and Yosefka's Blood Vial. You know, and Multiverse of Madness is still, along with TFA Part 3, my like most proud creations in terms of just how long they took me and what I think they achieve. And so the question becomes, is that something I'd apply to the video I'm currently making? And I'm sure it surprises all of you to the sum of zero that I believe yes, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to do it. But when I say it took a while, it took a long fucking time. Also, I think I need to go the other direction to get the thing I'm after. But the Yosefka's Blood Vial I should probably equip, because that could save my life at some point. We'll put it in place of the Bold Hunter's Marks, because that is actually something that's contextual. Where is it? Oh. You have to bear with me. Things will be a little bit slower. Did you kill Rom? Yes. And we've killed the one reborn. We're on Mikolash, which is going to be funny because it's either going to be a nightmare or something I can kind of pull off. But I've forgotten how far I am with shots as well. Communion. I know where the other farming elements are, but I've kind of forgotten. One is... Have a look. It's Moon 3, I think, is with Big Brain. I forget where Moon 2 is, though. I don't think I mind swapping out Moon 2 for an extra blood vial, though. Good stuff. Man, why am I forgetting where to go here? I think there's like another door that I've missed. You'll hear a baby crying in the background. That's part of the game. Don't mistake that for thinking that I have a baby in the background crying. Okay, there's a door before this, right? I'm missing? I've got to kill, like, some random hunter, and I think that's where I get the umbilical cord. We're trying to get all the umbilical cords so I can beat all bosses. You know what's funny, by the way? Moon presence, not a concern for me whatsoever. You know what is a concern? Fucking, Lawrence. Lawrence is a nightmare. His health is too fucking much. This is not the room I remember. How many umbilical cords do I have? Yeah, just the one. Lawrence is awful. Yeah, he's rough. Left-hand side on the way out. Alright, gotcha. Oh. Sorry, I missed this. So yeah, with the script writing process, it is a matter of getting everything in order is the most important part, and then supplying it with the language that actually you need to connect each and every part. I don't know if that's surprising to anybody, but like having 60 chapters of what I need is the more important like construction versus what I actually say, because I already know what I'm gonna say. As to like what everything means and how to present it, you know, because some clips need a bit more context, but ultimately some clips don't, and it's a matter of figuring that out and then trying to combine the knowledge of when writing how the average viewer is going to feel, you know, like on hour 1 versus hour 2 versus hour 3 versus hour 4. I really feel like I've put a lot of effort into making hour 1 somewhat exciting, but you know, eventually it does have to calm down somewhat in terms of just me delivering to you information about how bad the game is. You know, there are ways to make the whole thing exciting, but you know, there's only so far you can go sometimes. I could have sworn I was supposed to fight a hunter at some point there, but okay. Anyway. Alright, we got 2 of the 3 umbilical cords, and we get 1 from killing the nurse, which is not even that far away. We gotta do Mikolash next. Then the nurse, then the dulces. Otherwise known as DLCs. MauLer, can you elaborate on your problems with Game of Thrones Season 4, Episode 10? I remember you saying you didn't like the episode. Is it because of Tywin's death? It feels so crazy to, through the eras, describe my issues with it. I think Gary described it as like something that he didn't quite realize what the issues were until he heard me aggressively describe them. This is rare. Let me open with saying this is very fucking rare. I do not read. let me start with saying I do not read. I'm gonna go for amygdala next, by the way. I read when I was younger. I remember being read to by my sisters and family, sorry. Different books, very entertaining, very much loved it, loved stories, but it didn't catch on to the point of me reading. I just don't read. And it's honestly a flaw as far as I'm concerned, because books are filled with incredible, not only stories, but the encouragement to sort of expand your imagination. I consider that invaluable. So, you know, my few examples of reading I consider to be very much important and likely influence different elements of my life. So a big element, and some people find this surprising because it just happened this way, but I value extremely a series of unfortunate events. Those are books I read. I want to say I went through the entire set. I'm not sure if I made it 100% through because my memory's a bit dodgy. I'm pretty sure I made it through a lot of them. I remember not only how much I was invested in the children making it through these different carers, and how Count Olaf was, you know, fucking them over in different ways, shape, or form. I'm sure several people in chat will know what I'm talking about, while the vast majority will have no idea what I'm talking about. And watching the adapted movie, for anybody who knows, they did the first 3 books, I believe. They did the first half of book 1, and then book 2, book 3, and then the second half of book 1, sorry. I think that's how they formatted it. Jim Carrey as Count Olaf was interesting. I'm not going to say that he was great. Just going to say that he was interesting. There's a couple of choices I think really worked, and then a couple that didn't. And they adapted some stuff that pissed me off, in terms of like, wow, you totally ignored this part of the book that was really good, and this part of the book that was really bad. God, you know, this is the kind of, at this point, standard for adaptation that's, I'm not even going to say good, just tolerable. So, there's that. Thank you so very much for hurting me so badly. I can't do the cure for poison until I figure out where I am. Anyway, that was sort of like a bit of an intro to how I consumed media on the front of books being adapted. Because at that point, I'd already seen stuff like Lord of the Rings and other adapted stuff without having read these sources, which, you know, inevitable. And it gave me a particular mindset on how things worked. I just realized how much health I'm about to go through. Oh, I'm dead. Well, you know what? I don't lose much of anything other than 700 fucking souls. How did I get onto this? Game of Thrones, right. So, don't read much. However, I was recommended Game of Thrones excessively by different friends, and I didn't start watching it until Season 2 had completed, and I was like, alright, fine, I'll watch it. I watched, I've said this before, I watched episode 1, and guys, I didn't get it. I was like, okay, how the fuck am I supposed to keep track of 10,000 different family names and different characters and people moving all over the place? Okay, Jaime Lannister tossed a guy out of a window. I don't know what that means. I'm sort of wandering about in this world. I don't know. No, just no. So watched episode 1, didn't get it, and just didn't get involved. And I think like some months or maybe a year later, someone else was like, you really gotta watch it, dude. You gotta. It's got stuff in it. You're gonna love it. And I was like, all right, fine. So I give it a second shot, and that first shot, having learned that Sean Bean is a guy called Ned Stark, and some other guys are called Lannisters, and that the meme at the time was Starks versus Lannisters. That's what everyone kept referring to. And I was like, oh, because the Starks are like the cool guys, and the Lannisters are the bad guys. I gotcha. And that really helped, funnily enough, get me into the process of like getting hooked into you know, Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire, that sort of thing. I watched season 1, and I remember watching Ned Stark get decapitated and being like, this is the greatest TV I have ever seen. And bear in mind, I was still a Buffy-obsessed aficionado at this point. So, you know, I was like, holy shit, this is still the best TV show I've ever seen. And the fact the mere fact that they had the balls to kill their main character like that, I just that's it for me. I'm sold. If you can do more things like this is going to be my favorite show of all time. And the more I get into it and the more I start looking at discussions, the more I look for different people talking about how they're adapting a series of books that's got so much content. So this show has got so much to work with. And I was like, oh my god, really? You know, that's great. That's great news. Obviously, it's kind of funny how that turned out, but let's just run with it for a second. So I was excited, and I watched season 2, and I remember watching Tyrion deal with the Battle of the Blackwater, being kind of upset. Not because it wasn't great TV, which it absolutely was, but because I needed to know what happened next. I had to know how this story turns out. And so I wait for season 3 to premiere, and it's funny how memory works. This is when I had one monitor on my PC that was very cheap, and my second monitor, quote unquote, think of Dr. Evil right now doing his little quote unquote, was a TV. And season 3 episode 1 premieres. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is when Tywin is melting down ice to create the 2 swords for the Lannisters that are made of Valyrian steel. And Sam is running after having encountered the White Walkers, and the rest of the Watch are trying to look after him for it. I remember being like, I don't think I've ever been more invested in TV. I was just fucking obsessed. I was like, I have to see every episode. This is amazing. And what was funny at the time was, after season 1 and 2, I was already obsessed with Tywin Lannister, just being the best character ever. And, you know, in retrospect, I realized it is the writing, but it's also Charles Dance being a fucking legend portraying him. And so, you know, dealing with all of that, I was just excitedly watching. And, you know, season 3 progresses and wraps up, and then I'm like, so, life is kind of pointless without Game of Thrones. How about that? Obviously joking. But season 4 rolls around, and I would argue, because this is when I was in my foundation course, I think, for art, because I was talking with different people about it. Oh, wait, let's open the cutscene shortcut, because I don't want to fuck this up, even though I fucked up a lot of stuff. I remember thinking to myself, man, they've done this well. They've kept the combo going this long. Season 4, they're going to fuck it up. And I remember thinking they're going to fuck it up because of Oberyn Martell. Who, and this is, guys, this is unprecedented, okay? You have to understand how significant this was. I was so into seasons 1, 2, and 3 of Game of Thrones that I read the books. I decided to read the books. This is insane. How could I possibly? I don't read. But I decided I will read the books. I will look at words. And so I did. And I fell in love pretty quickly with Oberyn Martell in the books, and then his story regarding the history of the Lannisters and the Mountain. So I was like, I'd read all that and continued on until I'd reached my max with the books, and then I was like, well, it's time for the show to adapt it. And I remember thinking, they ain't gonna be able to do this. They ain't gonna be able to adapt this well, I don't think. And this is so weird. I advocate for this a lot on different shows that you guys may listen to. Oberyn Martell, played by Pedro Pascal, is fantastic. He fucking nails it. I'm not even remotely joking. He kind of like knocks it out of the damn park. He's so good. His presence as Oberyn Martell is perfect. All of his scenes with, be it Tyrion, Tywin, Cersei, whoever, they're all excellent. And season 4 is it's just coming through. It's everything you want it to be for Game of Thrones. I was very happy. and you get all the way to the Mountain versus the Viper, and you're like, will it do what it needs to do? Will it come through on how the book was written? Which, by the way, as someone who's not a book reader, like, at all, having the experience of having to read words that are maintaining tension in a scene where two people are fighting, it's strange when you're not used to that. You know, I'm a film guy, and then secondarily a game guy through and through, so not something I'm used to, but enjoyed absolutely thoroughly. And I was like, can they do it? And so the Mountain versus the Viper came. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's episode 8. That happens. And it was incredible. You know, it comes through on exactly what I was looking for. I thought they didn't hold back, and they did everything they were supposed to do. Just top-notch, excellent work. Then you get The Watchers on the Wall, which might be my pick for the greatest episode of Game of Thrones of all time. I want to say that's episode 9 of season 4, I think. I can't look at chat right now because I'm dealing with this grumbo. Ah, get fucked by my iframes, beach. I want to just hit his head, man. I'm down. And you know, I'm recalling this with gaps. I'm not going to deny that. There's pieces that I would have thought about or whatever. But I remember watching the Red Wedding happen. I was so emotionally affected by it that when the episode had finished, I was sort of sitting with it and realizing what had happened, even though I'd read ahead. Or maybe I hadn't. I actually can't fully remember the timeline at that point. But, like, you know, my parents saw me and they were like, "You okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." But I was not fine. It's that meme. They say you're fine, but you're not fine. Blah, blah, blah. Show me your head, dude. I'm gonna say it, guys. Amygdala, not a good boss. There's me sitting here and no eyes. Wait, what? What do you mean? What? What are you talking about? What do you mean first time? Exposed? What? 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 There are streams of me killing Amygdala before now. What? Well, whatever. I've taken my shot for Amygdala. I actually unplugged the fucking controller so it can't screw me over with weird tisms. Acquire the chalice of ailing Loran that seals the tragic land lost to the sands. Okay. What is happening? I've done this before, but apparently we're moving out of here. Okay, I've done done. 41% complete. No, apparently Bloodborne is actually pretty difficult to platinum. I have no intentions of platforming this fucking platinuming this game. You gonna respond to every super chat with your life story? Yes. No, but this means something to me, this question, and that's why I want to provide the context. So, after episode 9, The Watchers on the Wall, I couldn't have been a more obsessed, supportive fan of Game of Thrones. And I'd read the books, and there's gonna be, I'm gonna say 0.1% of chat right now will know what I mean when I say, when I read the chapter of the two Freys, brothers or whatever, moving to go and meet the Brotherhood without banners, to retrieve, by paying the ransom, one of their Frey brothers, and they both realize that's not the situation, and that Lady Stoneheart is there with the Brotherhood without banners to hang them all. I remember being like, good fucking god, this is gonna be amazing when they do it in the show. Because there's a bazillion phrase for the Brotherhood to take revenge on. And like, you got that. You've got the nature of the dealings with Tywin versus Tywin. Sorry, Tyrion versus Tywin. Aisha, all of that storyline. Everything is laid out. And this is the part that's weird. The show has done all of its work to set this up. Everything is ready for the payoff. And here it comes. Jaime releases Tyrion, and I'm sitting there watching the show like, oh my god, here we go. We're getting it. It's about to happen. And then we don't have them discuss the Tysha situation. It's like, wait, what do you? But you gotta. That's like integral to the arc. You can't skip that. What are you doing? And they skip that. And you realize they're not even estranged now. They're actually pretty cool with each other. High five. And it's like, no. And so then, without that context, Tyrion wants to go and confront Tywin. You're like, well, but you didn't include, but that was the reason why he went up the Tower of the Hand. How do you get him to go up the Tower of the Hand without it? And the answer from D&D is, well, he just goes up the Tower of the Hand anyway. No, you can't. But okay. Well, all right. Let's see how it works. And you got Charles Dance sitting on the toilet, correct? You got Tyrion standing there with a crossbow. But you fucked up how he killed Shay, even. He kills her in self-defense. Now, you might be thinking, is that so bad? Is that such a crazy change? He was supposed to kill her aggressively. Like, not to say there's no element of self-defense, but he was supposed to want her dead. What have you done? You've changed it. Changed the context. You changed the characters. You can't do this to me. I'm gonna explode with bad. You can't have that. So there I am, exploding with bad. And there you have Peter Dinklage and Charles Dance supplying every last piece of acting you could ever need. For characters that just need a little nudge in the right direction. And yet, they're not getting nudged. They are not getting nudged. The context that is desperately needed for Tysha's history regarding how Tywin treated Tyrion to support how Tyrion reacts to his how Tywin controls the family is gone. It's only like assumed. And instead, in the show, they change Shay's betrayal of Tyrion to have Tyrion upset that Tywin would call her a whore, when originally Tywin called Tysha a whore when she, and this is key, when she was not. Now, that matters because I realize that I may have not explained this. Tyrion happened upon a girl called Tysha, and he wanted to marry her because he felt... Oh, shit, that's a shot. Oh, testicles. I guess it's been a while. Did you walk past me, Kalash? No, we're fine. he and Jaime are on this path, and they come across a girl who's being attacked by, like, a bunch of people, and Tyrion saves her. And he saves her, and he ends up falling in love with her, and they eventually are together. And then Tywin, because she's low-born, pays her to have sex with, like, all of a bunch of Lannister men. And it destroys Tyrion to the point of turning him into a lecherous stump, as Tywin refers to him. It's so perfect as a story because it's so sad and tragic that it turns out that Tywin had forced that when he told Tyrion this whole time that she was and was always a whore, right, and that he'd misunderstood the situation. He finds out from Jaime that that wasn't the case. That Tywin had orchestrated it specifically because Tyrion marrying someone is a token to spend in a familial royal way. You can't waste it on some random. You've got to spend it on someone who can bind the family and with another powerful family and create a much more forceful and powerful connection. And so Tyrion discovering this meant that what he thought this whole time, that to a degree his life was based on, was a lie. It's not only that Tywin did that, it's that Jaime knew about it and didn't do anything about it. He allowed it to be a thing. This turns Tyrion into someone who hates his brother and hates his father because the person he has been for the past, however many decades is a result of a lie they told him. Right? That destroys you. And I remember reading it and being so thoroughly impressed by the choices writing-wise, and being so behind. It's very hard to get an audience member behind... Jesus Christ, I've forgotten how to do this. To get an audience member behind someone who becomes evil, but that's what the power of Tyrion's role in the story is. It becomes very difficult to judge a lot of the decisions he makes because of the trauma he went through. The show decides to replace Tysha with Shay, for the most part, and she does decide that it's worth betraying Tyrion to be with Tywin, and for like the money that and access that comes with betraying Tyrion, to the point where she attacks him. She gets a knife and she attacks him when he sees her in Tywin's bed, and so he, in self-defense, strangles her. When you read it from the book, and you get this sense that he did it out of a sense of revenge, well beyond any sense of self-defense. And so it's like, already you fucked it up, because that is not how it was supposed to run out. And then he eventually talks to Tywin on the old shitter, and those sort of surface level elements are all maintained. But the reality of what he did to Tywin via Tysha is all gone. They changed it. They fucked it, is the way to put it. And it enraged me that they fucked the story so much that it ruins Tyrion's arc. Which is such a strange thing to think back on in terms of, like... any given writer decides to adapt a thing and believes that the correct thing to do is to remove or add certain elements to create certain things. But when I was watching it unfold, I was just like, good fucking God. They've removed all of it. It's all gone. And you had to do a couple of things in terms of removing the conversation elements between Tyrion and Tywin, as well as Jaime and Tywin, as well as the confrontation between Tyrion and Aisha, in this case, Shay. And I was just like, why did you do this? And, I've maintained this many years that Tywin is not damaged by this. This is how I used to break down Arrow on CW. Nick, was there source material that you were destroyed by? Also, I'm very drunk. That's why I'm laborious in my explanation. I'm sorry about that, but this fucked me up. This was honestly one of the first things that got me onto wanting to become a YouTuber to talk about this. That's the main thing. Tyrion got fucked beyond belief by the final episode of season 4 of Game of Thrones. But it wasn't just that. I was already pissed off with the Hound versus Brienne, the dialogue they had between them to force them to fight.
Welcome. What is
I didn't like how Jojen Reed died. I thought it was really shit. And I have since that moment, and forever will, say that Game of Thrones as a series, a lot of people say it died at season 8. A lot of people say it died at season 7, 6. I would say it died at season 5 is the fair, place to pick. But specifically, I always say it died with Tywin at specifically season 4, episode 10. Because season 4 is excellent. Episodes 1 through 9. To the point where season 4, episode 9 might be my favorite episode of all time. I was talking to... Jesus Christ, my memory is actually dying thanks to these drinkings. Glidus. That is the name. Holy shit, it was just running away from me. I think his favorite episode is Watchers on the Wall as well. Excellent fucking episode. It's just top tier. Can talk forever about how good that is. And then the episode after it destroys everything. And I remember being very upset. But you know what? I was like, hey, all right? There's plenty left. Kind of like how there's plenty left of the MCU, despite, any given individual movie being shit. And you say to yourself, look, they'd have to destroy this character, and 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 this event, and this event, and this event. No fucking way they do all that damage. We're fine. We're gonna be fine. And you guys know what happened to Game of Thrones as much as you know what happened to the MCU. They did it. The Mad Lads managed to do it. So, I wouldn't mind doing a video on Game of Thrones Season 4, Episode 10 someday, but the three things are Jojen Reed's death, conflict between the Hound and Brienne, and then how they handled Tywin. Tywin versus Tyrion, or Tyrion in general. I have zero... I want to stress this. When I read that Tywin died shitting himself on the toilet, that is the kind of thing without context that a lot of people will be like, oh, you must hate that. It's like, no, it was perfect. It was so fucking perfect. George R. R. Martin had written it perfectly. I loved it. The context was so goddamn good. It made someone dying on the toilet one of the best experiences to read ever, considering all of the context. And I would stand by that quote for the rest of time, bar none. Shut up, worst boss in the game. So there's that, but yes, like I've said, it's how the show contextualizes it, and how D&D decided they were going to give up. They had given the fuck up, and it was a really sad. Hey! You're supposed to go straight into that room, you little shit. Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Boom. Shot ya. Okay, now he's up there. We just gotta get him in. I hate this boss so much. However, I respect Matthew Matos's opinion as to why it's not the worst boss ever. I get it. Damn it. Alright, what is he, an Eldritch? Let's just go with bolt paper anyway. Hey! Oh! Why is everything being mean to me? Oh my god, this is so terrible. Alright, fine. I'm gonna take this, and one of these. Oh my god, there's skelemen everywhere. Oh, what's that you missed? You little whore. Come on, fellas, we gotta get him to... Oh, look at him, so close to death. See how he's laughing? Like, oh, I still win. It's like, no, you don't. He has 3 moves. Melee that does nothing, AoE that insta-kills you, and running away. Amazing design. Listen, Joe Danger, you're delving into an ancient frustration. I don't remember if it comes up anyway, but Fortier was the one that lost his fucking mind on this boss. To the point of very amusing clips. We're talking 2016 era. Very funny. Fuck off. There we go. But, you know, we rated Mikolash as possibly the worst boss in the whole fucking game. Drove us absolutely insane. Just the worst. This is why you need bolt paper and fire paper for everything, by the way. Oh my god, did I not just prove my point? Do you see how many times I swung and I got nothing? That's a death, by the way. Another shot of vodka. No wonder I'm able to survive a liter of vodka, because we've been streaming now for 8 hours. 8 hours it is. Anyway, hopefully that counted as good elaboration upon why I did not enjoy Tywin's death in Season 4, Episode 10, where I truly decided where Game of Thrones died. I hate From Software and Andor, but even John likes you. Aw, thanks, John. Take your time, makes it better. I caught up on One Piece and took a year and a half. You feel the journey more by not treating it as a chore. Well, I assume that comes with enjoying it, right? You know, you definitely hope for that sort of result. I would imagine. How do you cope with showers? Oh, how do you cope with... The way my microphone arm is set, I couldn't make out what the word was, so it looked like that. How do you cope with showers? It's like, I don't know, man. I just sort of do them. But no, you said, how do you cope with shows going bad? You don't. You get mad and you complain, which I did, I think, on different forums, you know, or perhaps friends, because I was the one out, the odd one out of my friends who in terms of reading A Song of Ice and Fire, you know, so understandably other people I started passionately ranting with were like, yes, true, you know. Like I said, it was really when A Song of Ice and Fire or Game of Thrones, sorry, started to fall the fuck apart that I met Gary. I'm pretty sure it was Season 8 of Game of Thrones that made me meet Gary. And I think at the time he had a different idea of when the show fell apart, and I said it was Season 4, Episode 10. And you gotta bear in mind... That's another shot, Jesus. I'll just take it right now. I think I have to concede it does get easier as time goes on. I'm not yet done with the Lita, but I plan to be. He at the time, I think, picked a different sort of area for where the show died. But I think I definitely convinced him through the Tywin, Tyrion stuff that it was that episode. Because that's weird, right? It's weird for an episode to die, or a show to die on a particular episode of a particular season, even though that's what people will tell you as to how several different shows die, 'cause it's a much more interesting story. But I truly believe it. It's not that there's nothing of value to come as time went on. It's something I came to learn was the more that I kept watching... Right, like Season 5. Okay, so to give you more context, I was in Foundation for Art course, and I was like, yeah, I was really pissed off with season 4's ending, but it damaged Tyrion, specifically Tyrion. You know, there's plenty of characters left. This is why I relate it to the MCU. And so it's like, what happens next, right? You don't just give up because one character has been dealt significant damage. Not to say that there wasn't more problems with episode 10. I'm just saying that that's kind of my mindset. Can you... Mikolash, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I got this. Hang on, I should move him this way. So I remember distinctively where I was when I said a big tell for how good season 5 will be is going to be how they handle the sand snakes, because the sand snakes are fucking awesome. But if they fuck it, which is very expected, not only will they limit how many sand snakes there even are, they will make them like try hard. They're not going to make them cool in and of themselves. They're going to make them follow archetypes because they think they don't have the time when they actually do. Absolutely. And what happened? We got given sand snakes that were absolute fucking shit. I'm sorry, but they were one of the most cringiest things about season 5 for anybody who's watching and remembers. For those who don't know, the Sand Snakes are Oberyn Martell's daughters. They are a really cool fucking concept. They are a bunch of girls who grew up under his parentage, and he told them to, like, you know, fight for what's yours, basically, as a general rule. And the story of, like, he came to fetch one of his bastards who... Their mother was crying because she was going to be losing her daughter. But he said, he dropped a spear at her feet and he said, there are two weapons you can choose between, the spear or tears. And, you know, choose which one you want to define, like, your life. And she chose the spear. I was like, oh, that's fucking cool, bro. And that line does make it into this show, but they reduced the Sand Snakes to 3. Instead of 7, I want to say. And the actors, oh my god, because they've chosen worse actors? Holy fuck. It was horrific. And I remember thinking that the Sand Snakes were a test of whether or not they could pull this off. And they failed the Sand Snakes, and I was like, okay, I think this show's dead. But... This is a sad bottom. This is a sad, shapely bottom. I have a distinct memory of being very much uninvested. Being like, oh well, it's over. They fucked it up. That's it. Oh well. It's fine. Whatever. You know, we'll deal with it. And, you know, life goes on. We'll watch other TV shows. But... but... a certain episode was coming up. Certain episode called Hard Home, where Jon Snow was going to try and convince the wildlings to come across to Westeros, you know, safer areas of it, because the White Walkers were building so much power that it would be better for them to fight with, you know, the royal families than to die defending nothing against an army of zombies. And it was like, okay, that's interesting. And something that, you know, is very representative of what I was still invested for in the whole thing, being the whole theme of the show, which is that you have these incredibly disparate elements of this world all coming together to fight against death. Death incarnate. And how beautiful is that as a allegory, you know, that we're all in, I feel this way about The Long Walk, that it's supposed to be allegorical for life itself. All of us are on the same journey. that we're going to die, and that just how much we engage with, you know, teamwork slash supportive of each other versus a selfish endeavor is like indicative of what kind of experiences we can generate. Oh, I think I'm supposed to fight him in here. I need to find Mikolash to force him in here. I'm doing this fucking boss on autopilot. I don't even know where he is. Mikolash, where are you, you little fuck? So, you know... Oh, there he is. Game of Thrones, to me, the show, I was still invested for that reason. I was like, you know what? No matter how bad it gets in terms of assassinating any given character, we still have the theme, which is going to run through right until the final season. So, you know, we give it that chance to really come through on that front. And, oh shit, where am I supposed to be pushing him? This direction. I've truly forgotten how this works. Oi! Oh, oh, he's in here now. Is this? I think that's right. I think I need him there. God, I fucking... It's so funny because of what I just said about mathematosis. I fucking hate this boss to the point of it might be my least favorite boss of all time. I need him to go right. If I push forward, he might go forward. Oh, Jesus. I forget how to get this. I think I need to drop on top of him. Okay, yeah, you go this way, buddy. I used to know this back to front. I've forgotten it. Okay, but what? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay. See, he's in there. Do I just drop down? I think I drop down. I'm just going to do that anyway. No, he goes in there. This way. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, I have to go upstairs first. There's me setting my fire for no reason at all. I'm sorry. Anyway, where was I talking about how Game of Thrones ruined my life? I nearly made videos on it, but I just didn't. As I've said before, it was TLJ that was enough to cause that to happen. Oh, Jesus Christ, I've still gotten it wrong. It's not that room, it's the other one. Who would have thought it was Star Wars that made me become a YouTuber? Front us eyes. Is this where I'm supposed to go? No. I'm gonna take some more health because I'm not gonna get caught out by you, Miko. I could really use some Mario Sunshine music right now. I think it's this way. Blah, blah, blah. You say words. I way prefer Barbalumba, the nurse, the wet nurse. Good God. I say that as if she's a bad boss. She's not. That's mean. No! No! No, not you will catch me in your infinite... Oh, God. Oh, I didn't take off much health. We're okay. Joe Danger's not fucking joking, by the way. He has 3 moves. If you are unlucky enough, you'll get caught in his one move that actually does damage and kills you. Fuck off, you crap boss. And this is the thing. The design philosophy behind this man is good in terms of experimentation, but like this is a bad experiment. Okay? I stand by it. I would love to talk to Mathematosis about it, but ugh, just horrible. I guess that's a shot for not for beating him, by the way. And from here, I should now be able to move on with the messages. Taking your time makes it better. I caught up on One Piece, and it took a year and a half. You feel the journey more by not treating it as a chore. Yeah, man, 100%. I'm trying to think of what that applies to with me. I guess there were 2 seasons of Game of Thrones out when I started watching it, and I did feel like I had a lot ahead of me. But by the time I got to the end, I was like, ah, fuck. And which is kind of funny considering there's like 7, 8 seasons, I guess. I guess I should have just been more on the YouTube when that happened, because holy shit, you would have heard more of me complaining. I've spoken to Fringy about this. How different everything would be if EFAP were going, you know, in the 90s or in the 2000s. Obviously, that's not possible with how time works, but it's just how different everything would have been. Because, you know, something like The Rock would come out. Go watch that if you haven't, by the way, people of the world. I love The Rock. It's my favorite Michael Bay, Jerry Bruckheimer sort of film. My God, what a great film that is, at that time of release, considered mediocre. You know? Like, oh, that's a film that came out where this happened and whatever. It's fine. It's good. There's some stuff in it that I like. There's some stuff in it I don't like. Whatever. It annihilates almost everything of high quality that comes out these days. I rewatched it with Fringy and under the premise of like, you think it's some kind of standard experience of like an action movie, but you're about to find out that it's like got more layers than you could imagine. I'm not in a position to be talking about how good it is right now. However, The Rock is bold. The villain of the film is someone who is trying to get recognition for the veterans of nondescript necessarily, because it applies to all of time, wars not getting their fair due because of the fact that so much of what gets done that regards war is like sort of wet work and non-confirmed. You know what I mean? Like, and he's the villain. And again, how fucking bold to have him called on his bluff because the situation he set up was too good. And the mercenaries he organized were too invested in the job that he had laid out to the point where they believed... Oh, shit. Where they believe like they've got to push through on the bluff in order for it to mean anything. That's a Michael Bay movie. How controversial. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. We killed the one. The Mikolash, we're fine, guys. Don't worry about it. And I really love that the film commits to him being called out on it and basically, you know, just having to concede, like, yeah, I'm not actually gonna blow up a bunch. There's that sequence where he says, you know, about launching the rocket on a civilian population in some kind of like I think it's like a baseball game. He says like, what am I, fucking insane? Like, I'm not actually gonna do that. And the mercenaries he's hired don't understand him because they're only in it for the money, but he's in it for the principle. I remember thinking like, oh my God. I stand by the shower scene, for lack of a better way to title it, is like one of the best scenes of that format that's ever been made, and it's in a movie that most people consider to be just like action schlock. Whoops. Goodbye 60k souls. I guess I should take a I think I owe like one shot on top of that. MauLer neglecting his infant again. I still think I'm okay with being able to pull this off. There's only, you know, sometimes skill has to carry you the way. I've just forgotten where to go because I got to do the third moon rune, and then I can do nurse, or I can do nurse anyway. A waste of Michael Biehn though. I get that. I do. He's excellent in that fucking movie. But don't you think that scene is worth it? The shower scene? I hate that that's how I have to refer to it, but I don't really know how else to refer to it. This clash of two principled men having to decide what is the best for the country, sort of thing. You know, I treasure Michael Biehn's performance, despite the fact that I would have wanted him in more of the movie in total. I assume several would agree. At least Bailey's won't taste like petrol. Yeah, we are almost through the liter at this point. I'm going to pour the rest into the glass I've been using. The thing about vodka, and they recommend this on anyone who's on a low sugar diet, it is the #1 because it doesn't contain a significant amount of carbs. It's just that it kind of contains a bunch of other stuff, namely alcohol. Hang on. I'm gonna put that over there. Yeah, okay. Oh, I died. Well, I guess that's another shot. You still play LOL? I would have. I think I said this on the last like episode of us covering Arcane Season 2. I was very much invested in recovering my perspective on League of Legends, which Arcane Season 1 did. Arcane Season 2... I was expecting would convince me to, get me invested in playing League of Legends again, but no. I still think that's fascinating as a process, that, like, it's not even a direct adaptation, but it makes you want to sort of realize the character's abilities in-game, and that's enough to bring an audience in. I would love to know the numbers of what Arcane Season 1 did versus Arcane Season 2. I'm sure there was a bump for Arcane Season 2, however small, but just the comparison would have been shocking, I think. Not to mention, not just the initial bump, but also like the drop-off, if you will. I'm not sure how well you can track it, but anyone who wasn't playing at all to was playing significantly, you know? Not even significantly, just anyone who wasn't playing at all to whatever. Okay, now oh, you've got my souls. No, it's not much souls at all, actually, because I've just been dying over and over again. We good. Let's try and get to the nurse. No. I need to drop. I know there's a door around here that leads me to dropping the brain, which gets me the third moon rune, which allows me to farm the most efficiently. I know that's a thing. So if we just hug the wall, we'll eventually find the answers I'm looking for, while also reacting to messages I've been sent. Literally the entire planet and life forms in space want to see you play and give opinions on Alien Isolation, especially given the shitty state of the franchise. Do it. Come on, do it. You know what's interesting is, I think I streamed it, but it was before I'd made any videos that anyone was interested in. So, technically it was a long time ago. But at the same time, there's so many VODs that went to complete waste, because I didn't save them or whatever have you, which I think is the current thing that for Metal and Fringy, exactly which VODs they should save versus which ones they shouldn't, because it's an annoying process, right, to click and rename and upload and all that have you. But you know, in a sense, we all want everything saved because it's like I said, I'll never see again my first playthrough of Bloodborne. I'll never see my first playthrough of Dark Souls, which I remember being particularly funny. I'm not lying, but a very core memory I have is Jesus Christ. Wait, don't I need to stand behind this to survive it? What's going on? Oh my lord. I'm alive. That's all that matters. Okay, I think I've got some memories. Sorry, me first playing Soma, me first playing Dark Souls, me first playing Bloodborne. These are all things that I'd love to have, but I just wasn't thinking about it when it first happened, you know? Because it was on Twitch, and it was stuff that not even then highlights got made, but not like something more significant than that. And so you sort of just accept that that's the reality, and you miss out, I guess. But it would have been nice to see what me playing Bloodborne for the first time would have looked like, because, you know, me playing it every time now, it's like a mixture of me coming across as though I have no idea what I'm doing, along with being hyper familiar with it, that sort of thing. I'm letting my frenzy go down while I scroll through my comments here. Literally, the entire planet and life forms in space want to see you play. No, I read that one, sorry. What the beef? Hi, MauLer. I'm excited for the new video, though I hope you take it easy. Any thoughts on the recent Sekiro anime trailer? Frictional also showed a new teaser, Love from Mexico. Okay, apparently you guys know more than I do about what's happening with either Frictional or any particular thing they plan on making, because I suppose it makes sense that I've become a little bit out of sorts with whatever the hell they're up to, because I mean, I'm not going to deny it was Amnesia Rebirth that killed myself and apparently Rags. You know, that makes me wonder, was Rags, how invested and why was Rags in Frictional Games before he met me? I wonder. Because I seem to remember him being more invested in it well before he met me, but I'm wondering. Dark Descent, he must have played that before he met me, right? If only I could talk to him right now, but I'm sure he is unavailable. Okay. I don't want to go down there. Okay, I feel a little bit tricked right now. I'm certain there is a hole I can fall into that leads me to a lever that pushes down a brain. Unfortunately, too many people who don't know this game are gonna think I'm insane from having said that. Yeah, there's a brain out there that deals me damage. In this area, there's a place I can go that makes it so I can press a lever that can undo that. How do I do that? I remember that being a thing. Or do I not activate it from up here? It's the secret passage halfway down an elevator cage. Elevator with a broken door, you take that and drop into a hole with the wall. Not in this area, it's elsewhere. Okay. I've only got 4 blood vials, guys. I don't know how much longer I can last. What's problematic is that I don't have... Jesus. Look at that. It just does it anyway. I am so dead. Well, that's another shot. No sedative. I have them. It's just something I'm not familiar enough with. I don't remember having to use them. You know. What's the weirdest thing is that I just remember fighting the nurse next. You know. Damn it! I'm determined to beat this game regardless. But I'm almost through the entire bottle of vodka, so once that's done, we can calm down and move through the Baileys. Could also put on more frenzy-resistant armor. I don't think I have any. Frenzy. Yeah, funnily enough, I'm actually wearing the most... Oh, wait. No. Yeah, the most frenzy-resistant armor I have is actually the one I'm wearing. I'm sure there's more frenzy-resistant armor I can get, but... You know, not right now. Right then, next message. Only one solution. Fly them in for 2 weeks and binge. First time I watched Buffy was an 8-day marathon, mostly immersive TV experience I've ever had. You know, that is actually something I miss. Immersive TV. The kind, I don't know how else to describe it than... It's the kind that makes you just want to watch whatever is next, no matter what. As opposed to, I suppose, like a thing you can come in and out of, you know, at your will. You don't really mind. And the thing with, because what I've found with watching Buffy and Angel with different people and watching it properly. And what I mean is, you know, properly getting the timeline right with the 12 seasons, is that as soon as you enter Angel Season 4 and Buffy Season 7, there's this distinctive feeling of like, I think it's run its course. I enjoyed it, and for its highs, I enjoyed it for what it is, but that's about it. And I actually understand that completely. I'm like, yeah, it has. And that's a fair comment. But you complete them, right? And for those who are watching who know, there's a certain thing that happens in Buffy season finale. And Angel season 4 finale that sets up something, and you're like, yeah, well, okay, well that's it then, isn't it? That's the end. You watch Angel season 5 and you're like, oh, well that's pretty good. like I could go for more of this, but you don't, because you're like, yeah, that's the end. Especially with a certain character and how they were treated, that sort of thing. It's like, whatever, that's fine. Watch an episode 2 more, that sort of thing, and eventually you're like, oh wait, you're halfway through season 12 of the Buffyverse, if you could call it that, and you're like, oh shit, I actually want this to go on forever because it's so goddamn good, and you know you can't. And that's another shot. Whoops. It really makes you understand that about like well-executed content versus the shittier executed content is truly what decides whether or not you're invested. Because you can't be 10 or 11 seasons in and deciding, oh, you know, I don't want any more. Unless, of course, the content itself has decided that there's nothing else to tell. Which is where you feel with season 7 of Buffy and season 4 of Angel. You're like, oh, whoops! It looks like we've concluded the what is to be gained from this, which is fine, by the way. I think every formula comes to its end, but the next season starts up, and you're like, hang on a minute here, hang on. It looks like there's still some more energy. How could that be? We ran out. We killed it. And killed it to the point of every single character basically being drained. You know, except maybe from every person, you know, like, oh, that guy's still got more, that guy's... And when each episode keeps progressing, you're like, oh shit. There seems to, as long as someone with talent is involved, it seems to be that there's more to drain out of this apple. What is with that, by the way? Apples. Villains eating apples. You guys have to have noticed with any season of television ever, writers decide that there's like a need for writers to have their heroes. No, sorry, not heroes. It's never heroes. To have their villains eating apples. Now, I want to be clear here. The first episode of Angel Season 5, I want to say it's called Conviction. I'm pretty sure, because it's about... It references Punisher. It's very good. But Eve, who is the... teen... What's the word I'm looking for? The, It's the same thing Hamilton is, but it's like the consigliere to the senior partners. The first time you see her, she's eating an apple. And it's like, oh, I see. Which is kind of funny, right? Like, oh, I see. But what do you see? Because it's in so much stuff. The bad guy eats an apple. Adam and Eve is a very commonly understood story. But what does it mean to eat the apple? The last temptation of Christ, the thing that's placed in favor of a difference between discipline and understanding. What does it mean? So any goddamn villainous character introducing themselves while eating an apple, it's like, oh, that's an engagement in sin. But is it? It was a complication. Shoulder deep? I don't know about that, but what I'm trying to say is like that is in the first episode of the 5th season of Angel. Is very much a change of quality, but it still, you know, contains tropes of what would be considered well-trodden ground. The problem is any well-trodden ground is the kind of thing that makes you wonder of what meaning is to be drawn out of it. By the way, you should watch Buffy and Angel. There's 12 seasons. It lasts quite a while. MauLer, just go to sleep. That's probably good advice, but I'm very much invested in beating the DLC enemies of this DLC. Fire paper probably works pretty well on pigs, right? Give me a second to recover. Oh no, I'm very low on health. Look at that. 10,000 echoes for killing a single enemy. There was a time where I was walking through Yharnam, killing some random dude, and it would mean nothing. It would mean absolutely nothing. But now I'm fighting the shadows of Yharnam, which were a boss, as individual foes. Look at this. Okay, don't look at that, because I lost. I need more health. Oh my god, okay, fuck off. Lady with whiteness. Fuck you guys, I'm off to the boss. Let's do boss with beast blood, and she's weird. Electric, it means weird. You know what's so weird about this is that you have to wait around for the crying of the baby before there she is. Okay. Even if you are 100% drunk, you can still heal, which, by the way, means press triangle. It's kind of like the exchange of, I don't know, press in... Because you have the hammer, the thing I'm using, and the pimp cane. I actually have no idea if that was something Metal said, or if that was something that was said in general. Ouch. But what difference does it make if ultimately I have enough blood vials to survive this encounter? Where'd you go? Hey! There you are. Ow! I actually saw that coming. I just forgot. So what needs to happen now is stagger. No, bolt paper. Is this an Eldritch? See how it's reaching for me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I think I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay. I promise I can kill this next time. The way it works is like Eldritch because... I was about to say... I think this is the actual reason. Because of hair, it's fire. So see how fire paper, I've got 5 of them. Bolt paper, I've got 4 of them. If it was a beast, it would be fire. Because beasts are weak to being set on fire. But if it's an eldritch creature, it's electric. Because that's their name. So all I've got to do is get there and set myself on fire. But if I can, try to avoid the combos such that it creates the beast blood pellet counter. Oh, actually this is a good place to get some souls. Do you think that it ever would have made sense that putting your bum... Sorry, not your bum. Putting your fist up the bum of a pig, it would have meant that you're doing the game right. That doesn't make sense, does it? That's weird. Oh wait, hang on, I haven't picked this up. See, kin cold blood, that's a lot. Oh, ooh. Okay. The first thought you have is, oh my god, he's lost so many echoes, but 10,000 echoes is actually not that many when you realize you can just get that from killing one pig. This is because it was always something I meant to ask about metal. He was having trouble on defeating the Orphan of Koth. He kept farming blood vials from the students. But, like, why do that when you got the pigs? That's my question. It might be a matter of what is available at what portions. See how I just dominated them in got 5,000 souls. I think that can buy a good amount of souls. Hang on, I gotta kill this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, you dead. I don't think I'm gonna remember this tomorrow. This has to be some form of allegory. This guy doesn't know what's happening. I'm gonna walk up to him, heavy attack, which for the record is this. And it's gonna stun him, and I'm gonna get access to a visceral attack, which for the record is this. It's light attack, but it has to be prompted by a heavy attack. And I think that'll lock out about half of his health. He doesn't know this is about to happen, but it's gonna happen. You see the screaming? I feel kind of bad. You get to do a second visceral attack before you even realize what's happening. He screams. He screams. He screams. He screams. I haven't died yet, so oh, there's my vials. There you go. I'm gonna go back because oh, see, this is less controllable because I have less experience. Oh shit, am I dead? This is the place to farm. Fuck you with the what is it called? Like joy with tears, funny face. Pigs won. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's be real right now. I have to defeat pigs plus the DLC plus what's it called? The Farmer John? No, it's not Farmer John. Man, why pack so many pigs? Why? Hey, farmers of Yharnam, can you help me out? Fight the pigs, let's go. Look at this. This is epic. And I get the souls. You think they would get the souls, but I get them. Okay, so 23,000 soul. No, fucking hell. Man. So I guess a leader of audio. Okay, I won't take a shot. I won't take a shot for that. But all we need to do is collect. You're not doing the VLC? Alright. All I need to do is find the... Where the fuck is... Oh, it's the staircase. There we go. It's a unique position of knowing how much you need to be aware. You know, they make videos of like the best bosses in From Software games versus a selection of different like difficult enemies to defeat. Like these guys. They're not difficult, but you see that guy with the glowing eyes? He's got my souls. But if watch the watch, just watch. Yeah, see, you know, you can do this. 55,057 souls. Not bad. So all I need to do is find a way to kill the nurse, and then all I've got left to do is the DLC. So not bad. Let's stay here for a second and take account of what we've achieved. Look at that. Oh wow. The inevitable ending. Whew. Now, I have it's a liter reduced to a glass that has about 2 shots left. Oh, that's a lot, but it's fine. Unlock a shortcut. Yes, I have. Go to hospital. Oh, come on now. That's ridiculous. I can hear him smiling. I don't think I'm going to stop smiling until the stream is set to end. All I'm thinking about right now is whether or not I need to upgrade before entering the final boss. Even though it's not the final boss. But I know there's water that I can drink instead of alcohol. When is that, MauLer? When? All I can truly know is that drinking water is good for you. Okay. Nurse is Eldritch. Okay, guys. Barely did a thing. There's a lot to think about here. I think I've got it this time. It's like having 10% of the vision upon what needs to be done. The wet nurse Murgo will not defeat me, because I have experienced 10 times what the wet nurse has experienced herself. She does not know. Is that, what even is that? Nothing. No. Fire. Is it fire though? Wet nurse is eldritch, kinda. So electric. Yeah, the piglets don't even know what they're dealing with. Oh, man, should just move fast. Fun is subjective. Why are they babies? Oh no, it is dark. Ow. Hmm. You know, it's the fact that there's two of them. That's the real tough bit. It's annoying because I feel like I nearly had it there. It's just a one, but you have double vision. It's crazy because like there's this combination of like simultaneously you cannot do it, but simultaneously that you can. Like, it took a while to get through these guys, but I suppose there's always a way to just get through without pressing anything. What? Yeah.